Chapter 316. Moreover, what did the young girl say earlier? She seemed to have said that Little Black and Little White told Jianghu that they couldn't bear to part with him. Although Little Black and Little White had a slight understanding of human nature, Duan Lingtian wouldn't believe that they could communicate and speak with humans no matter what. As someone who'd fused with the lifetime memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew very well that nascent soul-stage ferocious beasts like the two little fellows would at most have a slight understanding of human nature, but it hadn't reached the stage where they could directly communicate with humans, unless the person they were facing wasn't a human, but a ferocious beast. Or perhaps a demon beast. Who the hell are you? Are you joking with me? Duan Lingtian looked at the yellow-clothed young girl, Han Xuanai, and frowned. You said Little White and Little Black can speak and communicate with Jianghu? You said they want to leave with you? Then why don't you ask them to tell me? You don't look old, how did you learn how to deceive people? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck. He noticed that the young girl's expression changed at a moment's notice. She was smiling wholeheartedly earlier, but in this moment, her delicate and pitiful appearance caused one to feel pity for her. A bad premonition arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. As expected. Woo-woo. Big brother is bad, you bully. Xuanai didn't deceive you. Xuanai didn't deceive you. The young girl cried at a moment's notice, and her tears flowed down as if they were free, causing Duan Lingtian to have a bitter smile and be slightly flustered. All right, Xuanai didn't deceive you, didn't deceive you. Big brother won't talk about Xuanai anymore, don't cry. Don't cry. Unexpectedly, it would have been fine if Duan Lingtian didn't persuade her, but once he spoke, the young girl started wailing loudly again, and cried even louder. Duan Lingtian frowned. The young girl was crying so loudly, if there was someone on the peak of Migra's peak, wouldn't it be heard by others? That wasn't a good thing. Xuanai, don't cry, be good. It's Big Brother's fault, Big Brother will apologize to you, alright? Duan Lingtian had no choice but to compromise. He really couldn't do anything to this cute and playful young girl, she cried at a moment's notice, and there wasn't even the slightest prelude. Really? The young girl temporarily stopped crying and blinked her mischievous eyes that were filled with tears as she asked Duan Lingtian. Really? Duan Lingtian nodded helplessly. The next moment, Duan Lingtian regretted it. Hee, the young girl wiped away her tears and giggled. Her pair of mischievous eyes revealed a hint of craftiness. Where was the pitiful appearance from before? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly, knowing that he had been tricked. Big brother, what's your name? Xuanai blinked her bright eyes and asked Duan Lingtian. My name is Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said slowly. Duan Lingtian? Xuanai started to ponder like a little adult, then she returned to her senses with a smile that was like a flower, and the two little dimples on her tender cheeks were extremely cute. Xuanai will call Big Brother Lingtian from now on, alright? Big Brother Lingtian. Big Brother Lingtian. It's decided. Duan Lingtian didn't dare say no, as he was really afraid of the young girl's crying technique, and she cried at will. Even those actors on Earth in his previous life couldn't compare to her when it came to crying. What a crybaby. Of course, Duan Lingtian only dared to think like this in his heart. If he were to say it out loud, he didn't know what the consequences would be. Xuanai, you said earlier that Little Black and Little White were talking to Jianghu? Jianghu can really understand what Little Black and Little White are saying? Duan Lingtian recalled what happened earlier. The young girl spoke in an orderly manner and didn't seem to be lying. Big Brother Lingtian, are you going to say that Xuanai is lying again? Xuanai's pair of mischievous eyes once again suffused with a wisp of mist. It seemed as if Duan Lingtian dared to say yes, she would once again burst into tears. No. Absolutely not. Duan Lingtian hurriedly waved his hand. What he couldn't bear to see the most was a woman crying, and it was even such a cute and pitiful young girl. I'm just asking, if you're unwilling to say, then don't say. Hee. The young girl giggled, and her eyes narrowed into crescents. Big brother Ling Tian, Jianghu is different from us. We're humans, but she's not. So, she can communicate with little black and little white. Not human? Hearing the young girl's words, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be stunned. Xuanai, what do you mean by this? Big brother Ling Tian, you're too stupid. Aya, big brother Ling Tian is so stupid. So stupid. Jianghu isn't human, so she's naturally a demon beast. Oh, she ought to be considered a demon beast. Xuanai playfully nodded, and her mischievous eyes spun about, and as she finished speaking, her voice became softer and softer. Demon beast? The young girl's words caused Duan Lingtian to heave a sigh of relief, and he laughed bitterly. So it turns out that it's a demon beast that's following by your side. You called her Jianghu, and I thought she was a servant by your side. Although he said this, Duan Lingtian's heart was still alarmed by tempestuous waves. Demon beast. An existence that could be called a demon beast, no matter how weak it was an existence at the void-prying stage or above. This young girl that didn't have the slightest cultivation in his eyes actually had a demon beast following by her side? Who the heck was she? She had a demon beast by her side, and that demon beast was even loyally following by the side of a young girl that didn't have any cultivation. Obviously, it had been completely tamed. In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, powers that were capable of taming demon beasts to such an extent could be counted with one's hands. Aya, big brother Ling Tian, let little black and little white follow me and Jianghu. Look at them, they've broken through 2 levels after following Jianghu to cultivate for a period of time. If they follow Jianghu, their cultivation in the future will surely advance even faster. Xuanai looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression of anticipation, and then she seemed to have thought of something and giggled. Big brother Ling Tian, if you really can't bear to part with little black and little white, then you can follow us with them. Xuanai is so bored, there's usually no one to play with me. As she finished speaking, Xuanai stretched out her hand to hold on to Duan Lingtian's arm and lightly shook it, and a layer of mist covered her lively eyes. Duan Lingtian smiled helplessly. Now that he knew the Jianghu that Xuanai spoke of was a demon beast, he knew that Xuanai wasn't lying to him earlier. He took a deep breath, then looked at the 2 little pythons in his hand and asked in a light voice. Little black, little white. Do you 2 little fellows really want to go with Xuanai and Jianghu? Hiss hiss, the 2 little pythons flicked their tongues, and their eyes emitted traces of reluctance, but they still nodded. Duan Lingtian forcefully restrained his slightly surging emotions, then took a deep breath and closed his eyes. After a long time, he opened his eyes once more and nodded heavily. I understand. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes were slightly moist. He made a difficult choice in his heart. Although the 2 little fellows were only fierce beasts, but after being together for a few years, he'd long since taken the 2 little fellows to be his own children. Now that they wanted to leave, Duan Lingtian was naturally unwilling to let them go. But Duan Lingtian also understood that if the 2 little fellows followed him, the advancement of their cultivations would surely be inferior to following other demon beasts. Although he possessed the lifetime worth of memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he knew little about the cultivation of demon beasts. In terms of cultivation, he could only provide some assistance like medicinal pills to the 2 little fellows. He was utterly unable to help with anything else. As a person of 2 lifetimes, Duan Lingtian was deeply aware. Some things might not be a good thing to hold on to tightly. These 2 little fellows had followed him for a few years, and he clearly knew their temperaments. If it wasn't because he felt that Jianghu would have a better future by following by the side of the young girl, otherwise, they would absolutely not leave him. Big brother Ling Tian. The nearby Xuanai seemed to have felt Duan Lingtian's disappointed mood, and she said in a light voice, You leave with us as well. As she spoke, a trace of hope appeared in Xuanai's eyes. I won't be leaving with all of you. Duan Lingtian shook his head and lightly smiled to Xuanai. Xuanai, although I don't know who you are, and I don't know what demon beast Jianghu by your side is. But since little black and little white want to leave with all of you, I presume they have their own reasons. They've made a decision, and I won't stop them. I only hope that you and Qing Nu can treat them well in the future." As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian sighed. The two little pythons now were like the kites in his hand. If he didn't let go, they would always be so high. If he let go, he could fly even higher, and even soar into the sky. Big brother Ling Tian, Qing Nu is very good to little black and little white. I'm even better to them. Xuanai was slightly disappointed when she heard Duan Lingtian refuse to leave with her, but she quickly reorganized her emotions and nodded seriously like a little adult. Hiss, seeming to have realized that they were about to leave, the two little pythons were slightly restless and uneasy. They stared at Duan Lingtian, and at the same time that their tails moved, their eyes moved as if they were expressing some sort of emotion. You want to say goodbye to Kerr and little Fei, Duan Lingtian asked with slight puzzlement. Hiss, the two little pythons ceaselessly nodded their little heads. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and rubbed the two little fellows' little heads. Kerr and little Fei, I didn't dote on you for nothing. But Kerr hasn't returned yet, so you won't be able to see her for the time being. As for little Fei, forget about it, I'll tell her. Heaving a sigh of relief, Duan Lingtian raised his hand. Go. Hiss, the two little pythons glanced at Duan Lingtian with reluctance before flying out and landing in Xuanai's hand. Let's go. Duan Lingtian welcomed Xuanai to the crooked tree and prepared to bring Xuanai up to the peak. After all, Xuanai was just an ordinary person. This was what his sharp spiritual power told him. However, in the next moment, Duan Lingtian was completely dumbfounded. Big brother Lingtian, I'll bring little black and little white back to play with you in the future. Let's go. Xuanai reluctantly waved at Duan Lingtian and held the two little pythons as she directly stepped into the air and floated in the air. Chapter 317. Hiss, the two little pythons hung on Han Xuanai's white wrists as they ceaselessly nodded to Duan Lingtian, and their eyes contained a sheen of reluctance mixed within. But unfortunately, until they were brought out of Duan Lingtian's line of sight by Han Xuanai, Duan Lingtian's attention didn't descend onto them. Only because at this moment, Duan Lingtian stood dumbstruck on the crooked tree. Han Xuanai. She's a void stage expert? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but fiercely gulp down a mouthful of saliva, and the shock in his heart couldn't be any greater. The yellow-clothed young girl, Han Xuanai, had given him too great of a shock. When Han Xuanai had just appeared, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force didn't notice anything wrong with her in the slightest, and he even determined that Han Xuanai was only an ordinary young girl that couldn't be any more ordinary. But earlier, the scene of Han Xuanai flying in the sky and flying away from Migra's peak. It caused him to deeply realize that he'd misjudged her. Not only was Han Xuanai not an ordinary young girl, she was even a formidable void stage expert. Logically speaking, with my current spiritual force, if I were to face her head-on, I'd even be able to see through a 9th-level void prying stage martial artist. I'm unable to detect Han Xuanai's cultivation, unless she's an expert at the void initiation stage or above. Or perhaps she used some sort of secret technique to conceal the aura of her void prying stage cultivation. Presently, Duan Lingtian had a myriad of thoughts in his mind, and his mood hadn't recovered until now. Compared to these two possibilities, he was more inclined towards the latter. Han Xuanai was a void prying stage expert, and used a secret technique to conceal her cultivation, causing his spiritual force to be unable to detect her. If it was the former, Duan Lingtian was truly unable to imagine and find it hard to believe. Because, according to the lifetime worth of memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, stepping into the void prying stage at the age of 15 or 16 wasn't impossible. Just like some of the formidable powers that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent, their resources and reserves were extremely deep, and the natural treasures they'd accumulated were innumerable. Using the words overflowing with wealth was not enough to describe them. The wealth they possessed would make even experts like Emperor Wu jealous. Of course, while these forces possessed so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, their foundation was also extremely terrifying. There was no lack of existences at the level of Emperor Wu. If these formidable powers intended to place emphasis on fostering a disciple of the younger generation, then they were entirely capable of using countless treasures of heaven and earth on the disciple. Allowing the disciple to step into the void prying stage at the age of 15 or 16 wasn't a difficult matter. Therefore, even though a void prying stage martial artist at the age of 15 or 16 was extremely rare in the entire Cloud continent, it wasn't like they didn't exist. However, according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, it was practically impossible for a 15 or 16-year-old void initiation stage martial artist to appear. Because going from the void prying stage to the void initiation stage wasn't purely a transformation of one's strength, and it was even a transformation of one's force. Because of this, it was possible for a 15 or 16-year-old 9th-level void prying stage martial artist to appear. However, it was practically impossible for a 15 or 16-year-old 1st-level void initiation stage martial artist to appear. Because the transformation of force was related to comprehension ability. Comprehension ability was what was often said to be martial Dao comprehension ability. Martial Dao comprehension ability was separated from natural talent in the martial Dao, yet both complemented each other. For example, if a martial artist below the void prying stage had a high comprehension ability, then when cultivating martial skills, the speed at which their martial skills improved was extremely fast. On the contrary, if one had a low comprehension ability, then when cultivating martial skills, the speed at which their martial skills improved would definitely be extremely slow. As for martial artists at the void prying stage and above, the level of comprehension ability would even affect the comprehension of force. So, when a martial artist cultivated, both natural talent and comprehension ability were indispensable. A person's cultivation could be piled up with countless treasures of heaven and earth. But it would at most be piled up to the 9th level of the void prying stage. Because once one stepped into the 9th level of the void prying stage, if one's comprehension of force hadn't attained a certain level, then it would be impossible to break through to the void initiation stage. All of this was something Duan Lingtian found out from the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Whereas according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, no matter how high a 15 or 16-year-old martial artist's comprehension ability was, it was impossible for the martial artist to comprehend force to the point of being able to break through to the void initiation stage. So, Duan Lingtian determined that Han Xuanai ought to be in existence at the void prying stage and not a void initiation stage expert. After all, Han Xuanai's age was too young. Young to the point it was shocking. But even then, the shock in Duan Lingtian's heart was still like before, and it was difficult to calm down. A 15 or 16-year-old void prying stage martial artist, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile, and he suddenly felt that his cultivation was nothing when compared to Han Xuanai. No wonder Xuanai said her home was extremely far away. A power that's capable of fostering a 15 or 16-year-old void prying stage expert is surely a formidable power in the foreign lands without a doubt. To think that I was guessing earlier that she was a member of a top power in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. As he thought up to this point, Duan Lingtian laughed in self-ridicule as he realized that he'd still underestimated Xuanai. Besides that, no wonder those two little fellows wanted to follow Xuanai and that Qing Nu. Xuanai's strength is already so strong, since that Qing Nu is a demon beast that's guarding by her side, she's surely an extremely terrifying existence as well. Perhaps she's a void initiation stage demon beast. Or perhaps, a void interpretation stage demon beast, or even a void transformation stage demon beast. Duan Lingtian gasped as he truly realized how terrifying Xuanai's background was. Who exactly is Xuanai? What sort of identity does she have? At the same time that Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with shock, it was filled with curiosity as well. Xuanai was too mysterious. Mysterious to the point it caused one's heart to tremble. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock, and he heaved a sigh of relief before returning to the stalactite cave. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall the two little pythons, and his face revealed a trace of a bitter smile. After parting with the two little fellows today, he didn't know when they'd meet again. At that time, I wonder to what extent they'll have grown to. A trace of anticipation arose within Duan Lingtian's heart, anticipation towards seeing the two little pythons again in the future. After going silent for a moment, Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock, and his gaze descended onto the spatial ring in his hand. Profound Origin Fruit. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian withdrew a spirit fruit from his spatial ring, and it was also his greatest gain from the outer court martial competition this time. As for the other rewards for the first place in the outer court martial competition, it was none other than a pile of origin strengthening pills and some other medicinal pills. Perhaps these medicinal pills were extremely precious in the eyes of ordinary outer court disciples, but in the eyes of Duan Lingtian, they were only a pile of trash. A pile of trash medicinal pills whose purity caused him to be extremely dissatisfied. I'll go back to the trade hall and resell these medicinal pills. At the same time that Duan Lingtian had a plan in his heart, his gaze descended onto the spirit fruit in his hand. This spirit fruit, the Profound Origin Fruit, was completely milky white in color, and its surface flickered with a faint sheen. With a single glance, one could discern that it wasn't simple. Duan Lingtian picked up the Profound Origin Fruit and directly took a bite out of it. The juice of the Profound Origin Fruit was cool and refreshing, and the flesh of the fruit melted as soon as it entered his mouth. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian ate the entire Profound Origin Fruit in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. At the same time, a warm energy started to flash up and down along his body. This was the medicinal strength of the Profound Origin Fruit. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and started to cultivate seriously. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, WIRM Python Form. Within Duan Lingtian's body, his origin energy fused into the medicinal strength of the Profound Origin Fruit, and along with the medicinal strength of the Profound Origin Fruit, it circulated along the circulation path of the WIRM Python form. Over and over again, without the slightest pause, after an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian was able to clearly feel that the medicinal strength of the Profound Origin Fruit was gradually fusing with the origin energy in his body at an extremely swift speed. After his origin energy fused with the medicinal strength of the Profound Origin Fruit, it gradually strengthened. His cultivation that had just broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage not long ago increased at an extremely swift speed. In next to no time, he arrived at the bottleneck before breaking through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. Because the 6th level of the origin core stage and the 7th level of the origin core stage was a watershed, so this bottleneck could be said to be the greatest cultivation bottleneck that an origin core stage martial artist faced. Once he broke through this bottleneck, his strength would increase by the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. Although he didn't succeed in breaking through the bottleneck the first time, Duan Lingtian wasn't anxious. Only 1/3 of the medicinal strength of the Profound Origin Fruit had been exerted now, the second breakthrough. The bottleneck loosened, but still wasn't broken through. The third breakthrough. It was more or less the same. Duan Lingtian didn't know how many times he broke through the bottleneck, and only when 2/3 of the medicinal strength of the Profound Origin Fruit had been exerted did the vast origin energy within his body surge, and he finally broke through the bottleneck. The bottleneck was broken through, and all his origin energy underwent a tremendous change. Origin energy gushed into his dantian, and the origin core within his dantian underwent a change along with it. It grew slightly larger, 7th level of the origin core stage. Duan Lingtian's mind shook, and he was slightly excited. He never imagined that he'd only broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage for a few days before relying on the Profound Origin Fruit, a treasure of heaven and earth that could only be chanced upon by luck and not sought for, to once again break through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. All of this was like a dream to him. But Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that all of this wasn't a dream. He didn't wake up, because 1/3 of the medicinal strength of the Profound Origin Fruit still remained. The Profound Origin Fruit was a miraculous spirit fruit, but its medicinal strength was extremely easy to evaporate. If Duan Lingtian didn't digest this medicinal strength now, then after a few more days, not even half of it would remain. The Profound Origin Fruit couldn't compare to the Monkey Wine and Monkey King Wine after all. The latter was brewed by the stone monkeys, and had already condensed the medicinal strength of various spirit fruits, so it wasn't much different from medicinal pills. Whereas the Profound Origin Fruit was instead a natural spirit fruit that didn't undergo any interference. Once this spirit fruit was consumed, it must be completely digested at the first possible moment. Continue cultivating. The origin energy within Duan Lingtian's body continued to strengthen, and when it was about to approach the bottleneck of breaking through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit was finally completely digested by him. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. A fierce bright light flashed before vanishing. 7th level of the origin core stage. Chapter 318. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly became fierce, as if it had transformed into a sharp sword that flashed out. In an instant. Whoosh! In the sky above Duan Lingtian, lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. A total of 111 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Presently, Duan Lingtian relied solely on his own strength. Compared to an ordinary 7th level origin core stage martial artist, he possessed the strength of 11 ancient mammoths. Compared to an ordinary 8th level origin core stage martial artist, he possessed the strength of 1 ancient mammoth. Even if it's a 9th level origin core stage martial artist, he only possesses the strength of 120 ancient mammoths. Only the strength of 9 ancient mammoths more than me. Although I don't know how much my quake energy has improved, but I can be sure that even if my quake energy hasn't improved, once I exert my full strength, even a 9th level origin core stage martial artist wouldn't be a match for me. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, and the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. Even if a 9th level origin core stage martial artist relied on a grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 30%, the martial artist's offensive strength would only increase to the strength of 156 ancient mammoths. Whereas Duan Lingtian was currently able to increase his offensive strength to the strength of 140 ancient mammoths even if he only relied on the grade 7 spirit swords he possessed. It was only a difference of the strength of 16 ancient mammoths from the former. This bit of difference was completely able to be made up for with the quake energy. With my current strength, once I utilize the quake energy bestowed upon me by the WIRM Python form, I'm practically invincible under the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian was extremely sure of this. I wonder to what extent the quake energy has increased to now. I'll find a time to go to the primeval forest to look for fierce beasts to test it out. Duan Lingtian stood up and intended to leave the stalactite cave. Right at this moment. Drip. A clear sound entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian glanced over, and only now did he notice that a drop of milk had actually dripped down from the 10,000-year stalactite. It's been almost half a year since the last drop of the 10,000-year stalactite. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He took out a medicinal pill bottle and put away the drop of 10,000-year stalactite milk as if he had obtained a precious treasure. Then he left the stalactite cave. He left the peak of Migres Peak. Soon, Duan Lingtian appeared near the trading hall. Everywhere he passed, the Migres Peak disciples revealed gazes of reverence as they looked at him, and some Migres Peak disciples that were nearby even greeted him respectfully and warmly. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded as he walked by. It caused all the Migres Peak disciples to feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze, and their faces all revealed brilliant smiles. Senior apprentice brother Duan Lingtian is really a good person. He actually smiled at us. Yeah, as the current number 1 disciple in our 7-star sword sect's outer court, senior brother Duan Lingtian doesn't put on airs in the slightest, it's too rare. Humph. I still remember that Shihao's ability wasn't as great as senior brother Duan Lingtian, but he was extremely arrogant, as if the heavens were the greatest and he was number 2. That Shihao deserved to die. The number 1 disciple in the outer court. Is he even worthy? Exactly, if senior brother Duan Lingtian was born 2 years earlier and entered our 7-star sword sect 2 years earlier, then the number 1 disciple in the outer court would utterly have nothing to do with Shihao. All the Migres Peak disciples were fervent like fire as they ceaselessly praised Duan Lingtian. Their voices weren't soft, and were all heard by Duan Lingtian who was heading to the trading hall. Duan Lingtian only shook his head and smiled towards this. He was incomparably composed. Similar words of praise were something he'd heard countless times in his previous life when he was the king of special forces and the king of mercenaries. He'd been immune since long ago. When Duan Lingtian arrived outside the trading hall, the surrounding Migres Peak disciples all respectfully greeted him one after another. Duan Lingtian nodded and returned a light smile, then spoke of the reason for his arrival. I intend to sell all the rewards for the first place in the outer court martial competition this time. Is there anyone interested? The rewards for the first place in the outer court martial competition? Sell? The surrounding Migres Peak disciples were all stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, could it be that you intend to sell the profound origin fruit as well? A Migres Peak disciple stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Profound origin fruit? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard this Migres Peak disciple. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the surrounding Migres Peak disciples all stared at him with burning gazes, obviously filled with interest towards the profound origin fruit. The profound origin fruit was a spirit fruit that was able to allow an 8th level origin core stage martial artist to directly break through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. If it was given to an origin core stage martial artist with a low cultivation to consume, it was even possible for the martial artist to break through 2 levels in one go. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, if you sell the profound origin fruit as well, I'm willing to pay 300,000 gold. In next to no time, a Migres Peak disciple spoke out. This Migres Peak disciple had a fair and clean appearance, with an extraordinary bearing, and obviously had an extraordinary background. 300,000 taels of gold was equivalent to 30 million taels of silver. It was a huge sum. Humph. To think that you're able to take out such a small amount of money. That's the profound origin fruit, a spirit fruit that can only be chanced upon by luck. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I'll pay 1 million gold. Another Migres Peak disciple spoke out. This Migres Peak disciple obviously had an extraordinary background, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to carry so much money at all times. 1 million gold? For a moment, the surrounding Migres Peak disciples were in an uproar. 1 million taels of gold was equivalent to 100 million taels of silver. Laughable. Right at this moment, another Migres Peak disciple looked at the Migres Peak disciple that bid 1 million gold, and sneered. You said earlier that junior brother was stingy when he bid 300,000 gold. Could it be that you think your bid 1 million gold isn't stingy? That's the profound origin fruit, something that has a price but no market. As he spoke up to hear, the Migres Peak disciple had an excited expression. I remember that 3 years ago, a profound origin fruit appeared in an auction house in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. At that time, it was auctioned for a high price of 3 million gold. 3 million gold. The surrounding Migres Peak disciples were slightly numb. Humph. You said I'm stingy when I bid 1 million gold. I'm curious, what price can you bid? The Migres Peak disciple that was mocked sneered. Me? The Migres Peak disciple that mocked earlier instantly started laughing, then he looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly cupped his hands. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, so long as you say the word, I, Yi Xiaobei, am willing to use 10 million gold to buy the prize you obtained from the outer court martial competition this time. 10 million gold. As soon as Yi Xiaobei finished speaking, the surroundings went deathly silent. Even Duan Lingtian, who originally wanted to explain that the profound origin fruit had already been consumed by him, was shocked now. Who the heck was this Migres Peak disciple? He directly bid 10 million gold. Pfft. The Migres Peak disciple that bid 1 million gold earlier sneered when he heard Yi Xiaobei. You said 10 million gold and it's 10 million gold? Who doesn't know how to speak without proof? I even said that I'm willing to bid 20 million gold to buy the prize for the first place in the outer court martial competition in senior brother Duan Lingtian's possession. As soon as this Migres Peak disciple finished speaking, the surrounding Migres Peak disciples all nodded in agreement. Yeah, who knows if this Yi Xiaobei is really able to produce so much gold, words without proof. Yi Xiaobei's face sank when he heard this Migres Peak disciple, and he walked over in a few steps to arrive before the Migres Peak disciple. What? You've become enraged from embarrassment after being exposed by me? The latter looked at Yi Xiaobei and sneered. Earlier. You said I had words without proof? You think I'm unable to produce 10 million gold, right? Yi Xiaobei's gaze went cold as he looked at the Migres Peak disciple before him, and with a raise of his hand, a large stack of gold bills appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Yi Xiaobei's move was extremely swift, and with a bang, the large stack of gold bills was flung onto the Migres Peak disciple's face, causing the latter's nose to bleed. The gold bills scattered all over the ground. You! The Migres Peak disciple was enraged and wanted to attack Yi Xiaobei. Earlier, it was 1 million gold. Now, it's 2 million gold. The Migres Peak disciple didn't have the time to attack when Yi Xiaobei took out another large stack of gold bills, and with a bang, he once again flung it onto the Migres Peak disciple's face. Bang! 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 A total of 10 large stacks of gold bills were taken out by Yi Xiaobei in 10 batches, then successively flung onto the Migres Peak disciple's face. Meanwhile, the rage in the eyes of the Migres Peak disciple that was flung into a daze by Yi Xiaobei's gold bills had already completely vanished. His heart trembled as he looked at the 10,000 gold bills on the ground. A person that was able to take out 10 million gold bills in one go wasn't someone he could offend. How about it? Are you convinced? Do you still need me to take out another 10 million gold bills for you to see? Yi Xiaobei looked down condescendingly at the Migres Peak disciple whose face was covered in blood, and his voice was cold and indifferent. No. No need. No need. The Migres Peak disciple was terrified, completely terrified. Duan Lingtian stood at the side and was dumbstruck as he watched. Needless to say, to a certain extent, this Yi Xiaobei's temper was extremely compatible with his. That stack of gold bills was flung down with a bang, and it caused him to be unable to refrain from feeling that it was slightly funny. This Migres Peak disciple looked down on others, and now he was asking for humiliation. The surrounding Migres Peak disciples were dumbstruck since long ago. The 10,000 gold bills on the ground added up to 10 million gold. It was still the first time in their entire lives that they'd seen so much money. For a time, the gazes they shot at Yi Xiaobei with were completely different. A person that was able to take out 10 million gold to play like this was absolutely not an ordinary person. Why aren't you helping me pick up all these gold bills? Under Yi Xiaobei's furious gaze, the Migres Peak disciple with a bloody face hurriedly squatted down and obediently picked up the pile of gold bills. Yi Xiaobei, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Xiaobei and lightly smiled. I forgot to add earlier, what I want to sell is the rewards besides the profound origin fruit. Those origin strengthening pills and other medicinal pills aren't worth so much money, you better put the money away. Chapter 319. As soon as Yi Xiaobei finished speaking, the surroundings went into an uproar. All the Migres Peak disciples were completely dumbstruck on the ground. Although the reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition wasn't bad, but besides the profound origin fruit, it was at most worth over 10,000 gold. Now, this Yi Xiaobei actually wanted to spend 10 million gold to buy something that was worth over 10,000 gold. This Yi Xiaobei's head has been kicked by a donkey, right? This was the thought in the hearts of most of the Migres Peak disciples present. After all, as far as they were concerned, unless one's head was kicked by a donkey, otherwise, it would be impossible for one to do such an absurd thing. No matter how much money one had, it wasn't to be used like this. Of course, they only dared to think like this in their hearts, and no one dared speak it out. There were also some Migres Peak disciples that glanced at Yi Xiaobei with admiration. They were able to discern that Yi Xiaobei spending 10 million gold to buy the reward in Duan Lingtian's hands was fake, and the real reason he wanted to make friends with Duan Lingtian was because he wanted to, with the natural talent in the martial Dao that Duan Lingtian revealed now. When he matured in the future, he would surely be a peerless figure in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. When Duan Lingtian stood at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Not to mention 10 million gold. Even if it was 100 million gold, Duan Lingtian might not be able to take a fancy to it. Making friends with Duan Lingtian at this time was undoubtedly the wisest choice. 10 million gold was only a bet that Yi Xiaobei placed on Duan Lingtian. In the future, when Duan Lingtian matured, it could be imagined that with his status as Duan Lingtian's friend, there would probably be not many people in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that dare defend him. Here are 10 million taels of gold notes. Keep them. Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Xiaobei and lightly smiled. He was naturally able to guess Yi Xiaobei's intentions, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion at Yi Xiaobei's courage. 10 million gold. After all, even if it was the current him, the total wealth in his possession was only 40 million gold. More than half of them were contributed to him by the Magnolia Trading Company's Black Wind City branch president, Xia Guang, who intended to seize the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse back in Black Wind City. Yi Xiaobei was stunned by Duan Lingtian's refusal. Then, he stared at Duan Lingtian and said, "Senior brother Duan Lingtian is indeed not an ordinary person. You can remain calm in the face of 10 million taels of gold. However, this 10 million taels of gold is a token of my appreciation to senior brother Duan Lingtian. I hope senior apprentice brother Duan Lingtian can accept it." In terms of age, Yi Xiaobei was 1 to 2 years older than Duan Lingtian. However, he addressed himself as a junior brother in front of Duan Lingtian, because he knew in his heart that Duan Lingtian had the right to do so. Token of appreciation? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. "I can't accept this token of appreciation. If you're interested, then spend 10,000 gold to buy the medicinal pills I obtained as a reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition this time. How about it?" Yi Xiaobei seemed to have realized Duan Lingtian's resolution and nodded. "I'll do as senior brother Duan Lingtian says." In next to no time, Duan Lingtian withdrew the medicinal pills he obtained as a reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition and passed them to Yi Xiaobei. After that, he put away the 10,000 gold before smiling to Yi Xiaobei and preparing to leave. "Farewell, senior brother Duan Lingtian." Suddenly, Yi Xiaobei called out to Duan Lingtian. "Is there anything else?" Duan Lingtian turned around to look at Yi Xiaobei with a bewildered expression. "Senior brother Duan Lingtian, if there's anything you need help with in the future, you can come look for me, Yi Xiaobei. I'm unable to help you with an important matter, but so long as it's a matter that can be solved with money, then it's not a problem to me, Yi Xiaobei." Yi Xiaobei looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke slowly. His words were filled with confidence. "So long as it's a problem that can be solved with money, it's not a problem." Needless to say, Yi Xiaobei was extremely arrogant. But all the Migres Peak disciples present, including Duan Lingtian, knew that he had the qualifications to be arrogant. Not only had Yi Xiaobei tossed out 10 million gold to slap the face of the Migres Peak disciple that doubted him, he'd even threatened that if the latter still wanted to experience another 10 million gold, he could take out another 10 million silver. In other words, the wealth that Yi Xiaobei carried with him exceeded 20 million gold. "Thank you." Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Yi Xiaobei before turning around and leaving. Since Yi Xiaobei had already spoken to this extent, he would accept Yi Xiaobei's kindness. Moreover, Yi Xiaobei's temper was extremely similar to his. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaobei put away the 10 million gold as well. As for the Migres Peak disciple that helped him pick up the gold that covered the ground, he stood at the side now and didn't dare breathe loudly, as he was deeply afraid that Yi Xiaobei would get even with him later. However, Yi Xiaobei obviously didn't have the intention of looking for trouble with him, and only coldly swept him with his gaze. "Fuck off." The latter hurriedly fled when he heard this, and he didn't dare stay for a moment longer. It was also from this moment onwards that the group of Migres Peak disciples knew that a Migres Peak disciple with an extraordinary background was concealed within Migres Peak. He was called Yi Xiaobei. A few days later, Duan Lingtian's mood walked out from the haze of the departure of the little pythons. "Little black, little white, both of you have to work hard. Otherwise, perhaps I'll surpass both of you the next time we meet." Duan Lingtian stood on the tilted tree and looked at the direction that the mysterious yellow-clothed young woman, Han Xuanai, left with the 2 little pythons, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile of anticipation. He looked forward to meeting the 2 little fellows once more. At that time, they ought to have grown up. With my current strength, I ought to be able to participate in the inner court test and become an inner court disciple. Duan Lingtian slightly pondered, and planned to inquire about the inner court test. Unexpectedly, he'd only just arrived nearby the trade hall when he saw an old man walking towards him. He wasn't unfamiliar with this old man. The Migres Peak Outer Court Elder, Lu Qiu. Duan Lingtian. Lu Qiu had a face full of smiles when he saw Duan Lingtian once more. He'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian killing Shi Hao in one go in the outer court martial competition a few days ago, seizing the first place in the outer court martial competition and becoming the #1 disciple in the outer court. He still remembered. At that time, when he'd just heard of this news, he was stunned for a very long time. At that time, he only had a single thought in his heart. Unbelievable. An outer court disciple that he'd personally brought into Migres Peak half a year ago had become the #1 disciple in the outer court half a year later. Because of this, he'd even obtained the reward bestowed by the Peak Master of Migres Peak. He knew clearly in his heart that all this was given to him by Duan Lingtian. So, when he faced Duan Lingtian now, he completely treated Duan Lingtian as an equal. Elder Lu Qiu. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Lu Qiu. Duan Lingtian, I really never imagined that your strength would be so strong. Lu Qiu couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was extremely complicated. After that, Lu Qiu continued. I've waited for you for 2 days, yet I didn't see you appear, and I don't know where your place of cultivation is. Looks like you've even concealed your place of cultivation very deeply. As he finished speaking, Lu Qiu glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't explain further, then asked curiously. Elder Lu Qiu, you've waited for me for 2 days? Do you need something from me? It wasn't I who was looking for you. Lu Qiu shook his head. Then, Duan Lingtian had an expression of bewilderment. It's the Peak Master who wants to see you. Lu Qiu didn't beat around the bush and directly went straight to the point. Peak Master? Duan Lingtian's brows slightly twitched. Which Peak Master? Lu Qiu smiled. It's naturally the Peak Master of our Migres Peak. Are you free now? If you are, I'll bring you to Dubhe Peak's Migres Hall to see the Peak Master right now. Since he found out that you killed Shi Hao and became the #1 disciple in the outer court, bringing honor to Migres Peak, the Peak Master has always wanted to see you in person. Migres Peak's Peak Master? Duan Lingtian nodded. I'm fine. Since it's the Peak Master who summoned me, then I'll ask Elder Lu Qiu to lead the way. Although he'd arrived at Migres Peak for half a year, yet he'd never seen the Peak Master of Migres Peak. He was rather curious towards the mysterious Peak Master of Migres Peak. All right. Lu Qiu nodded, then walked side by side with Duan Lingtian to leave Migres Peak and step onto the chain bridge to head towards the main peak, Dubhe Peak. On the way, Duan Lingtian saw a group of people gathered together and walking towards Migres Peak. The person in the lead was Duan Lingtian's old acquaintance, the Migres Peak Outer Court Elder, Zhao Lin. At the same time that Duan Lingtian saw Zhao Lin saw him as well. The gazes of the two people entered into a competition without the slightest trace of gunpowder, equally matched. Behind Zhao Lin followed 2 Migres Peak disciples, and when they saw Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu now, they greeted respectfully. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, Elder Lu Qiu. Zhao Lin, these are the new outer court disciples this time. Lu Qiu's gaze descended onto the 20 young men behind Zhao Lin and the 2 Migres Peak disciples. These 20 young men were all in casual clothes, and they were currently looking around and were filled with curiosity towards everything before their eyes. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile when he saw these 20 young men, as if he'd seen himself from half a year ago. Yes. Zhao Lin nodded, then withdrew his cold gaze from Duan Lingtian, then turned around to look at the group of hotheads behind him. This is Elder Lu Qiu, and he's also our Migres Peak's outer court elder. Why aren't you saluting? The 20 hotheads that had just passed the 7-star sword sex outer court test shuddered when they heard this, then hurriedly bowed to Lu Qiu. Greetings, Elder Lu Qiu. Lu Qiu lightly smiled as he nodded, then introduced Duan Lingtian by his side. This is your senior brother Duan Lingtian. Senior brother? For a moment, these outer court disciples that had just entered the seven-star sword sect frowned when they looked at Duan Lingtian. He's only a little over 20, right? Senior brother? Humph. He only entered the sect earlier than us, and his strength might not be stronger than us. He wants us to call him senior brother? Exactly. On what basis does this young kid have to be our senior brother? The 20 hotheads all seemed to be disdainful when facing Duan Lingtian now. Lu Qiu frowned when he saw this, then looked at Zhao Lin, seeming to want Zhao Lin to teach these kids that didn't know their limits a lesson. But Zhao Lin only smiled lightly and didn't do anything. Ask him to help Duan Lingtian? Chapter 320. Elder Lu Qiu, let's go. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke to Lu Qiu. He utterly didn't take the words of these outer court disciples that had just entered the seven-star sword sect seriously. Lu Qiu glanced at Zhao Lin and was slightly displeased, but after he heard what Duan Lingtian said, he nodded. Yes. Since Duan Lingtian didn't make a fuss about it, then he had no reason to make a fuss about it with these new disciples that had just entered the seven-star sword sect in Migres Peak. Oh, feeling guilty? Senior brother. Aren't you afraid of us now? Some of the new disciples couldn't refrain from laughing extremely complacently. Duan Lingtian's face sank. He didn't make a fuss about it with these new disciples earlier because he felt it wasn't necessary. The height he stood at now was already different from these new disciples since long ago. If he were to make a fuss about it, then he would seem to have lost his bearing. It would undoubtedly be bullying the weak. But now, these new disciples were actually chattering without end. Did they really think he was easy to bully? Feeling guilty? Afraid of all of you? Duan Lingtian abruptly turned around, and his icy cold gaze flashed past the 20 new disciples one by one. Just all of you are worthy? Just all of you are worthy? Duan Lingtian's voice was like a thunderclap, causing the 20 new disciples to be muddled. After a short moment, they recovered from their shock, and all of them flew into a rage out of humiliation. Kid, do you think you really have the qualifications to be our senior brother just because you entered the seven-star sword sect earlier than us? The face of a new disciple around the age of 23 or 24 sank, and cold lights flickered within his eyes. Exactly. Cloud Continent has always paid particular attention to the strong being respected. If you want to be our senior brother, then your strength must surpass us. Do you believe that I can throw a little brat that's a little over 20 like you down here with a single hand? Another new disciple looked at Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Although the other new disciples didn't speak, but the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian now undoubtedly expressed the same meaning. They looked down upon Duan Lingtian. They did not think that Duan Lingtian was stronger than them. He was just an outer sect disciple in his early 20s. The two Migres Peak disciples behind Zhao Lin were dumbstruck for a moment. This group of hotheads actually dared to be so arrogant in front of senior brother Duan Lingtian? Even the two of them had to respectfully greet Duan Lingtian as senior brother Duan Lingtian when they saw him. These hotheads had instead offended their Migres Peak's #1 outer court disciple before even arriving at Migres Peak. No, it should be said to be the seven-star sword sect's #1 outer court disciple. As far as they were concerned, these hotheads were simply courting death. At that moment, they were about to open their mouths and berate those hotheads. Didn't these hotheads hear them respectfully addressing Duan Lingtian as senior brother Duan Lingtian? However, before they could open their mouths, they were stopped by Zhao Lin's fierce gaze. Although they didn't know why Zhao Lin wanted to stop them, but since Zhao Lin had interfered, they naturally obediently shut their mouths. Although Duan Lingtian was the #1 disciple in the seven-star sword sect's outer court. But if it was in terms of status and strength, then he would be unable to catch up to the current Migres Peak outer court elder, Zhao Lin. After all, Zhao Lin's age and seniority were placed there, and it was utterly not something the current Duan Lingtian could compare to. Perhaps one day in the future, Duan Lingtian would be able to surpass Zhao Lin in all aspects, but it was impossible now. So, between Duan Lingtian and Zhao Lin, they chose the latter. You said earlier that you can throw me down from here with a single hand? Duan Lingtian looked at the new disciple that spoke earlier, and the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. If someone familiar with Duan Lingtian was here and saw Duan Lingtian's current smile, the person would surely know that someone was about to be struck with misfortune. However, the new disciple seemed as if he didn't notice anything amiss in the slightest, and he looked down at Duan Lingtian with a condescending gaze as he sneered. Exactly, I only need one hand to throw you down from here, you little brat. This new disciple had large arms and a round waist, and was a robust young man. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was able to faintly detect that the cultivation of this robust young man ought to be at the third level of the origin core stage without a doubt. A third-level origin core stage martial artist said he could throw him down from here? Duan Lingtian felt a burst of amusement in his heart. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the face of Lu Qiu, who stood beside Duan Lingtian. As far as he was concerned, this new disciple was truly too arrogant. Did he really think that Duan Lingtian was an ordinary outer court disciple? You keep calling yourself, looks like you're extremely confident of your own strength. Then let me see how you throw me down from here. Duan Lingtian looked at the robust young man, and a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's entire body flashed out, instantly arriving before the robust young man and giving rise to a wave of piercingly cold strong winds. Above Duan Lingtian, 110 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. This scene terrified the robust young man to the point his face went ghastly pale, and he was completely dumbstruck, and the origin energy he'd just accumulated was instantly annihilated. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead, and he wasn't able to move in the slightest. What a joke. If an 8th-level origin core stage martial artist wanted to attack him, he utterly didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. Slap. Duan Lingtian made a move. His hand slapped onto the robust young man's shoulder and locked onto the robust young man's right arm. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian exerted strength in his hand. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, the robust young man was thrown out of the chain bridge by Duan Lingtian. Then Duan Lingtian grabbed onto the robust young man's shoulder and hung the robust young man in midair, and his gaze was cold. Now, what do you think? Do you only need a single hand to be able to throw me down? Duan Lingtian's voice contained frightening icy coldness mixed within, causing the robust young man that was suspended in midair to go ghastly pale, and his eyes emitted despair as he hurriedly begged for mercy. Senior brother, spare me. Senior brother. Spare me. Presently, he was in midair and had nowhere to borrow strength from. He could imagine that so long as this 8th-level origin core stage outer court disciple that was a little over 20 years old let go, he would surely fall into the bottomless abyss, and not even his bones would remain. Cold sweat flowed out from the robust young man's forehead, and he hated himself to the extreme in his heart. Why did he have to be the one to stand out? 8th level of the origin core stage. Meanwhile, the group of new disciples that were terrified by the strength that Duan Lingtian revealed recovered from their shock, and when they saw the scene before them, their faces went ghastly pale, and all of them emitted terrified gazes. Never had they imagined that this outer court disciple that was a little over 20 years old, younger than any of them, would actually possess such a terrifying strength. An 8th-level origin core stage martial artist that was only a little over 20 years old. Were all the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples so abnormal? Presently, most of the new disciples had a slight lingering fear in their hearts, and they rejoiced that they didn't go too far with their words earlier. Otherwise, the person that was pulled out of the chain bridge and suspended in midair wouldn't be the robust young man, but them. For a time, they started to mourn silently for the robust young man in their hearts. 8th level of the origin core stage. Zhao Lin's expression was extremely unsightly. Never had he imagined that after Duan Lingtian consumed the profound origin fruit, he would actually break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage in one go. 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed in the sky when Duan Lingtian attacked, and it was obviously the symbol of the 8th level of the origin core stage. Compared to Zhao Lin's unsightly expression, Lu Qiu instead had a pleasantly surprised expression. Even though he knew that Duan Lingtian had obtained the profound origin fruit, and guessed that Duan Lingtian would have a breakthrough, but between the 6th level of the origin core stage and the 7th level of the origin core stage, there was a divide that was like a chasm. As far as he was concerned, after Duan Lingtian consumed the profound origin fruit, he would at most break through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. Unexpectedly, the truth wasn't so. Duan Lingtian had broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage in one go. How would Lu Qiu know that Duan Lingtian had actually broken through to the 7th level of the origin core stage just as he thought, but because of the uniqueness of the 9 Dragons War sovereign technique that he cultivated, he possessed the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more than an ordinary 7th level origin core stage martial artist. Even if he made a move now, Duan Lingtian had the intention to establish his might, and he still concealed the strength of an ancient mammoth. But even then, he would still be mistaken by others that Duan Lingtian was an 8th level origin core stage martial artist. This was also Duan Lingtian's objective. He precisely wanted to let others know that he was an 8th level origin core stage martial artist now. The 2 Migres Peak disciples behind Zhao Lin now had dumbstruck expressions as well. Senior brother Duan Lingtian actually broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage in one go? They were all shocked. Senior brother, spare me, spare me. The robust young man whose shoulder was grabbed by Duan Lingtian and floated 30 kilometers high in the sky outside the chain bridge had his clothes drenched in sweat, and his voice was miserable as he begged for mercy from Duan Lingtian. What? Didn't you say you wanted to throw me down? I'm extremely curious, if I let go now. Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely gloomy, and he calmly looked at the robust young man who ceaselessly begged for mercy. Senior brother, don't. Don't. I was joking earlier, right? I was joking. The robust young man was terrified by Duan Lingtian to the point his face went pale, and he ceaselessly begged for mercy. Duan Lingtian, enough. Zhao Lin finally interfered, his face sank as he looked at Duan Lingtian, and his voice was incomparably cold and indifferent. Enough? Duan Lingtian turned around to look at Zhao Lin when he heard Zhao Lin stopping him, then sneered. Elder Zhao Lin, I didn't see you say anything when they provoked me earlier. Now, I've only lightly punished the person that spoke rudely, and you can't continue watching? Although the conflict between him and Zhao Lin wasn't shallow, but Zhao Lin's actions still caused Duan Lingtian to feel incomparably furious. Zhao Lin was biased in this matter, and was ashamed of being an outer court elder of Migres Peak. Let him go. Zhao Lin looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold and indifferent gaze, and his voice was low and deep. Elder Zhao Lin, are you sure you want me to let him go? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Zhao Lin, then he couldn't refrain from laughing as he glanced at the robust young man that was thrown out of the chain bridge. Looks like Elder Zhao Lin wants you to die. Tell me, should I listen to Elder Zhao Lin and let you go? No. Don't. Don't let me go, senior brother, I beg you, don't let me go. Chapter 321. You should beg Elder Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian glanced at the robust young man with a calm gaze as he spoke indifferently. He originally only intended to frighten this new disciple, but now that Zhao Lin had interfered, it caused him to be unable to help but feel slightly enraged in his heart. Elder Zhao Lin, I beg you, you must not ask senior brother to let me go. The robust young man hurriedly looked at Zhao Lin when he heard this, and he was slightly hysterical. It was as if he was grabbing onto a life-saving straw. Zhao Lin's gaze went slightly cold when he heard the robust young man, and he looked at Duan Lingtian before abruptly shouting out explosively. Duan Lingtian killed a fellow disciple with cruel methods. According to the rules of the 7-star sword sect, he ought to be killed. Killed a fellow disciple? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when Zhao Lin said this. The others, including Lu Qiu, were stunned as well. When did Duan Lingtian kill a fellow disciple? Now, so long as it was someone with a discerning eye, they would be able to discern that Duan Lingtian threw the robust young man out of the chain bridge and suspended him high up in the sky only for the sake of frightening the robust young man. If Duan Lingtian intended to kill him, he would have thrown him down long ago, and would not have spoken so much nonsense with him. But now, Zhao Lin said that Duan Lingtian killed a fellow disciple. What does he mean? In next to no time, the eyes of the people present blurred, and they completely understood the meaning behind Zhao Lin's words. Whoosh! A terrifying aura was emitted from Zhao Lin's body, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that flashed straight towards Duan Lingtian. Vast origin energy raged and flashed. Whoosh! 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 They transformed into palm prints that covered the sky as they whistled down towards Duan Lingtian, enveloping Duan Lingtian within them. At the same time, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above Zhao Lin. Obviously, he'd exerted his full strength, desiring to directly kill Duan Lingtian. It could be imagined that if Duan Lingtian was killed by Zhao Lin, then the new disciple that was thrown out of the chain bridge and suspended high up in the sky by Duan Lingtian would surely die. No. The new disciple, who was suspended in the air by Duan Lingtian, saw Zhao Lin attack Duan Lingtian. His face turned pale as he cried out in grief. He closed his eyes in despair. Now, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhao Lin wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Then, he would push all the blame for the death of the new disciple that was thrown out of the suspension bridge by Duan Lingtian, onto Duan Lingtian. In this way, he would be eliminating evil for the sect. Duan Lingtian's expression changed greatly. He did not expect Zhao Lin to be so deranged. At this moment, a chill suddenly rose in his heart. Perhaps, from the very beginning, when he threw this new disciple off the chain bridge, Zhao Lin already had this plan in mind. This Zhao Lin wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of him. As for Zhao Lin's goal, Duan Lingtian was extremely clear. It was none other than for the sake of the fabricated muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll that he fabricated. All these thoughts were completed in the blink of an eye by Duan Lingtian. As his thoughts spun, he saw Zhao Lin arrive before him. Origin energy palm prints that filled the sky contained the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths, and they enveloped down towards him, causing him to be on the verge of suffocating. At this moment, not only was he unable to dodge in time, he wasn't even able to pull the robust young man back onto the chain bridge. Zhao Lin's speed was too swift. The palm prints condensed from origin energy that filled the sky whistled down, and a series of continuous sounds of air exploding echoed out in the air. Zhao Lin's face revealed a crazed expression. After waiting for so long, he finally found an opportunity. At the instant he made his move, he'd already condensed his origin energy into sound and sent it into the ears of Lu Qiu, who was standing not far behind Duan Lingtian. Elder Lu Qiu, so long as you don't make a move today, I, Zhao Lin, will owe you a great favor. He believed that with the friendship between him and Lu Qiu, coupled with his promise, Lu Qiu ought to not interfere, so long as Lu Qiu didn't interfere, Duan Lingtian would die for sure. Elder Lu Qiu. Duan Lingtian realized the arrival of danger, and his face went ghastly pale, and the first thing he thought of was Lu Qiu. Now, only Lu Qiu could stop Zhao Lin. A wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Zhao Lin's mouth when he heard Duan Lingtian call out Lu Qiu. Does this Duan Lingtian think that Lu Qiu will help him? Naive. But in next to no time, the smile of disdain on the corners of Zhao Lin's mouth completely froze. Whoosh! An afterimage flashed before his eyes, and he saw Lu Qiu instantly appear before Duan Lingtian. This scene caused his expression to become unsightly. Whoosh! Lu Qiu raised his hand and flicked his sleeve, and vast origin energy that contained an even more terrifying aura swept out. Above Lu Qiu, a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Bang! His sleeve swept out, and in the blink of an eye, it dispersed the palm prints that covered the sky that Zhao Lin slapped out, causing them to vanish into thin air. Duan Lingtian, you've taught him a lesson. Let's forget about this matter. Lu Qiu stared vigilantly at Zhao Lin, who had an unsightly expression, as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. At that moment earlier, he only felt that death was so close, and he was only a little bit away from being killed by Zhao Lin. Although he tried to call out to Lu Qiu, he was extremely perturbed in his heart. Because he knew that Lu Qiu and Zhao Lin had a relationship, and he wasn't sure if Lu Qiu would help him. If Lu Qiu didn't help him, then he would die for sure. At that moment, he only felt that his heart was completely in his throat. That feeling of suffocation and discomfort was absolutely not inferior to the robust young man that he threw out of the chain bridge and hung high in the air. To him, the scene from before was a fine line between life and death. Hearing Lu Qiu's words, Duan Lingtian withdrew his hand and pulled the robust young man back onto the chain bridge, then casually threw him onto the chain bridge. Following the robust young man landing on the chain bridge lightly swayed. The robust young man lay limp on the chain bridge, unable to get up for a long time. Earlier, he'd almost died. He slowly raised his head, his gaze furious, yet he wasn't looking at Duan Lingtian, but at Zhao Lin. What are you looking at? When Zhao Lin noticed that this new disciple dared to use this sort of gaze to look at him, his face sank and he, who was already incomparably furious in his heart, shouted coldly. When the robust young man saw this, he lowered his head in the end. Only now did he remember that this Zhao Lin was the outer court elder of Migra's Peak. If he really offended Zhao Lin, then once Zhao Lin wanted to kill him, he only had to find a place with no one around. Lu Qiu. Zhao Lin looked at Lu Qiu, his gaze gradually becoming gloomy, and his voice was incomparably cold. Zhao Lin, he's the person that Lord Peak Master wants to see. Lu Qiu fearlessly met Zhao Lin's gaze. Very good. You, very good. Zhao Lin glanced deeply at Lu Qiu, then turned around to glance at the 20 new disciples and said coldly, let's go. When he saw Zhao Lin leaving with his people, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Lin's figure from behind, and his eyes were filled with dense killing intent. In this lifetime, the person that truly made Duan Lingtian arouse boundless killing intent in his heart, and wished for nothing more than to burn the bones and scatter the ashes, was the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Duan Lingxing from that time, undoubtedly the number one person. Now, he'd aroused a similar killing intent towards Zhao Lin. This Zhao Lin's actions today had completely and utterly infuriated him. That suffocating feeling of his life hanging by a thread was something he wasn't willing to experience a second time in his entire lifetime. Duan Lingtian's chest was completely filled with flames of rage, and they were on the verge of bursting out. Duan Lingtian, did you offend Zhao Lin in some way? Lu Qiu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a bewildered expression. Earlier, Zhao Lin obviously had the intent to kill Duan Lingtian, and even made a heavy promise to him. If it wasn't for the Peak Master wanting to see Duan Lingtian this time, and he'd obtained the heavy reward of the Peak Master not long ago because of Duan Lingtian, perhaps, he would really agree to Zhao Lin's promise and not interfere in this matter. Even though Zhao Lin was only a first-level void-prying stage martial artist, Zhao Lin's background caused him to have no choice but to be fearful. He knew clearly in his heart that with Zhao Lin's attitude earlier, Zhao Lin obviously hated him to the core. Not only was the relationship between the two of them destroyed, Zhao Lin might even go against him everywhere in the future. I hope my choice is correct. Lu Qiu looked at the young man with limitless potential before him and silently thought in his heart. I don't know as well. Perhaps I inadvertently offended him. Duan Lingtian shook his head, as he didn't have the intention of speaking of the matter between him and Zhao Lin. If he denied the existence of the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, then wouldn't it be admitting that he'd consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk? The 10,000-year stalactite milk was sufficient to cause anyone to be tempted, including Lu Qiu who stood before him. Lu Qiu nodded. Let's go. He naturally didn't believe Duan Lingtian's words. However, he was able to discern that Duan Lingtian had something that was difficult to say, so he didn't pursue the matter. Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu walked side by side and continued to head towards the main peak, Dubhe Peak. On the way, Duan Lingtian had a sincere expression as he said to Lu Qiu, Elder Lu Qiu, Duan Lingtian, will remember the favor of saving my life today. I'll return this favor to you one day. Although it wasn't convenient for him to tell Lu Qiu the cause of the conflict between him and Zhao Lin. However, Lu Qiu had saved his life today, and he was deeply grateful. Lu Qiu smiled lightly and didn't refuse. Because, he knew how precious this promise of Duan Lingtian's was. Perhaps, with the current Duan Lingtian's strength, he wouldn't be able to help him much. However, the future Duan Lingtian would instead be an existence that even he had to look up to. Duan Lingtian was able to possess an 8th level origin core stage cultivation at such an age, and it wouldn't be difficult for him to soar into the sky in the future. Of course, the precondition was that Duan Lingtian was able to grow up safely and peacefully. Otherwise, once he died, it would be useless no matter how high his natural talent was. After the two of them arrived at the main peak, Dubhe Peak, Duan Lingtian walked all the way up Dubhe Peak under Lu Qiu's guidance, and when they were near the peak, they saw a spacious platform halfway up the mountain. Needless to say, the cultivation environment here was extremely good, and even the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body had a trace of pulsation. Elder Lu Qiu, could it be that this is the spirit point of Dubhe Peak? Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Qiu as he asked curiously. You even know about spirit points? Lu Qiu was slightly surprised. I heard Elder Bai mention it from Alcade Peak's Elder Bai. Duan Lingtian nodded, he still remembered what Elder Bai said to him that day. The spirit point on Dubhe Peak was the best place to cultivate in the 7-star sword sect, and it was filled with spirit energy. Chapter 322. Exactly, if we head up from here, it's the spirit point on Dubhe Peak. Lu Qiu nodded and lightly smiled. The spirit point on Dubhe Peak is divided into 9 great spirit points. The peak masters of the 6 great outer court sword peaks of our 7-star sword sect each occupy a spirit point, and the other 3 spirit points are respectively occupied by the sect leader and the 2 guardian elders. When he spoke of the 7-star sword sect leader, Lu Qiu's expression was relatively calm. But when he spoke of the 2 guardian elders, traces of reverence appeared on Lu Qiu's face. Guardian elders. Duan Lingtian deeply remembered this in his heart. A figure that was able to make Lu Qiu lose his composure was surely not simple. 9 great spirit points. There ought to be a spirit point here, right? As Duan Lingtian spoke, his gaze descended onto the vast platform halfway up the mountain. On this platform, a palace rose from the ground, and it had a vast aura. This palace is the Merak Hall, and it's also the cultivation place of the Merak Peak's master. Lu Qiu nodded and slowly spoke. Merak Hall? Merak Peak's master? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a faint smile. He still remembered that during the outer court martial competition a few days ago, the 7th level origin core stage outer court disciple, Hu Shuifeng, who wanted to kill him, was the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's master. The spirit point at the bottom of the 9 great spirit points is occupied by the Merak Hall. If we head up from here, it's where the Mizar Hall is located, and it occupies another spirit point. Lu Qiu brought Duan Lingtian to continue towards the main peak, Dubhe Peak. All along the way, Duan Lingtian saw many 7-star sword sect disciples. Without exception, all these 7-star sword sect disciples had 7 stars around the sword-shaped symbol on their clothes that were silver in color. Obviously, these 7-star sword sect disciples were all inner court disciples. Elder Lu Qiu. Some inner court disciples that knew Lu Qiu lightly smiled as they bowed to Lu Qiu. As for Duan Lingtian, they only casually glanced past him, and they didn't even look him in the eye. Even though the current Duan Lingtian's name shook the 7-star sword sect's outer court, and he had some reputation in the inner court, however, not many people in the inner sect knew him. Soon, Duan Lingtian followed behind Lu Qiu and continued to walk up. Along the way, they could see many independent canyons. These places are the cultivation grounds of the inner court disciples. Although they're not on the spirit points, they're located in the spirit points formed by the 9 great spirit points. The cultivation environment there is pretty good. Lu Qiu explained to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Even though the cultivation environment here was far inferior to the stalactite cave, it was undoubtedly much better than the other places in the 6 great outer court sword peaks. This is Mizar Hall. Not long after, Lu Qiu's voice sounded. Duan Lingtian glanced over and saw a vast platform appear in front of him. On the platform stood a magnificent palace. Mizar Hall. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that this Mizar Hall ought to be the cultivation grounds of the peak master of Mizar Peak, Jing Fan, who presided over the outer court martial competition a few days ago. Right when Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu intended to continue walking up, a figure that was like the wind flashed out from the pavilion above Mizar Hall, and it wasn't long before he arrived before Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, please wait. This was a young man around the age of 27 or 28, with slanted brows, starry eyes, and an imposing appearance. What caused Duan Lingtian to be surprised was that this young man's forehead was actually slightly similar to the peak master of Mizar Peak, Jing Fan. When he thought about how this person seemed to have walked out from Mizar Hall, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Could it be that he's related to Jing Fan? Elder Lu. After the young man lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian, he looked at Lu Qiu who was by Duan Lingtian's side and bowed. Lu Qiu replied with a smile. Elder Lu Qiu, my father wants to speak a few words with junior brother Duan Lingtian. I wonder if you can make it convenient? The young man looked at Lu Qiu and slowly asked. Lu Qiu's brows raised as a trace of surprise flashed within his eyes, and in the end, he looked at Duan Lingtian. I can't make the decision on this. I have to seek Duan Lingtian's own opinion. At the same time that Lu Qiu spoke to the young man, he sent a voice transmission into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, he's the son of the hall master of Mizar Hall, Jing Fan, Jing Song. The son of the hall master of Mizar Hall, Jing Fan? Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. No wonder he felt that this Jing Song was extremely similar to Jing Fan, so it turned out that they were father and son. In this way, everything could be explained. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, I'm Jing Song. My father is the peak master of Mizar Peak, Jing Fan. I was drinking tea with him in the pavilion earlier, and he just happened to see you and asked me to invite you and Elder Lu over. Jing Song looked at Duan Lingtian in a refined and courteous manner, and the smile on his face was like a spring breeze. Even if it was Duan Lingtian, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This Jing Song was the son of the peak master of Mizar Peak, and was even an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect, in terms of identity, in terms of strength. They both far surpassed the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's master, Hu Shuefeng. But he didn't have the arrogance of looking down from above like Hu Shuefeng, and this was extremely rare. Although it was only the first time he'd met Jing Song, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but have a slightly good impression of him in his heart. I have no objections. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse and nodded. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, Elder Lu Qiu, please. Under Jing Song's lead, Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu walked towards Mizar Hall, and when they approached Mizar Hall, Jing Song brought Lu Qiu into Mizar Hall's audience hall. Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, a figure leaped down from the pavilion in Mizar Hall. Duan Lingtian didn't even have the time to react when he felt a force that was difficult to resist pass through the hand of the person to grab onto his shoulder. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian flew up. Accurately speaking, he was brought along to fly up by the person. This peak master of Mizar Peak ought to be in existence at the 9th level of the void prying stage. When my spiritual force probed him, I actually had a blurry feeling. Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked in his heart. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian was brought to the pavilion and stood on solid ground, and the thick and heavy hand that grabbed onto his shoulder was withdrawn now. Duan Lingtian looked at the person before him and lightly smiled. Peak Master. The person that brought him from outside Mizar Hall to the pavilion was none other than the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Jing Fan. Sit. A warm smile hung on Jing Fan's face as he gestured to Duan Lingtian to sit. Subsequently, he even personally brewed tea for Duan Lingtian. This caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Jing Fan poured a cup of tea for Duan Lingtian and called out, "This is cloud soar tea that I personally roasted, try it." Duan Lingtian nodded and picked up the teacup, but didn't drink it directly and instead placed it before his nose to smell it. The fragrance of the tea entered his nose, and the refreshing aura seemed to be able to enter into Duan Lingtian's mind, causing Duan Lingtian to feel that his consciousness was incomparably clear. Good tea. Although Duan Lingtian didn't know much about tea, he was still able to realize that this tea wasn't simple. Try a sip. Jing Fan lightly smiled as he spoke. Duan Lingtian nodded, then placed the teacup before his mouth and lightly took a sip. The fragrant tea melted as soon as it entered his mouth, and the refreshing aura caused Duan Lingtian to shudder. He couldn't help but close his eyes, and he felt slightly light, as if he was riding on the clouds. Who? After a short moment, he seemed to have descended from the clouds and returned to the ground. Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of foul air, and a bright light flashed within his eyes. How was it? Jing Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian sighed in admiration. Peak Master, this cloud soar tea of yours is really amazing. It's the first time I've drunk such fragrant tea. Just a sip of it allowed me to instantly have the feeling of riding on the clouds, and at that moment, I seemed to have forgotten everything. Huh, Jing Fan laughed heartily and slowly said, speaking of which, the roasting method for this cloud soar tea was something that I perfected through an incomplete method in an ancient book. The incomplete roasting method is a roasting method for a fragrant tea called Carefree tea. Unfortunately, half of it is incomplete. As he finished speaking, Jing Fan sighed, in my life, my greatest regret is that I can't taste the real Carefree tea. Although the soaring cloud tea was roasted by me according to the incomplete roasting method of the Carefree tea, it is not the real Carefree tea. Hearing Jing Fan's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Peak Master, as the saying goes, those who are content will always be happy. There are some things that there is no need to be too forceful. Although the Carefree tea is good, that is only your imagination. Or perhaps, the real Carefree tea is actually not as good as the cloud soar tea that you added and roasted. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Jing Fan seemed to have been enlightened and stood on the ground in a daze. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian's words remained in his mind. Those who are content will always be happy. Perhaps, the real Carefree tea was not as good as the current cloud soar tea. Finally, Jing Fan came back to his senses, and his eyes flickered with traces of a strange luster. Suddenly, Jing Fan raised his hand, and a narrow saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in his hand. Grade 6 Spirit Weapon. Seeing the narrow saber in Jing Fan's hand, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up as he recognized the grade of this spirit weapon narrow saber. He saw Jing Fan raise his hand. Wang. Origin energy coiled around the narrow saber, emitting a strange and terrifying aura. It lightly slashed through the air, and a clear white stream of light flashed and disappeared. And at this moment, the aura of the saber in Jing Fan's hand seemed to have completely changed. This, through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian relied on his powerful spiritual force to faintly notice something. Whoosh! And at the instant that the aura of the narrow saber in Jing Fan's hand suddenly changed, strands of origin energy appeared on the surface of Jing Fan's body, and then it gradually converged and disappeared. Although it was only a short instant, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, Jing Fan had completely changed. Before Jing Fan converged his aura after the transformation, Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. Congratulations, Peak Master. At this moment, the raging aura on Jing Fan's body was gradually converged by him, and the narrow saber in his hand vanished as he put it away in his spatial ring. Ha! Chapter 323. Jing Fan's laughter was unrestrained and carefree. Besides that, it also contained traces of excitement that was difficult to express with words. Duan Lingtian was naturally clear about why Jing Fan was excited. Otherwise, he wouldn't congratulate Jing Fan earlier. Duan Lingtian, were you able to discern what happened to me earlier? Finally, Jing Fan suppressed the wild joy in his heart and looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes flickered with a sheen of wisdom, as if he wanted to see through Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. Congratulations, Peak Master, for comprehending saber concept and breaking through to the void initiation stage in one go. He was naturally able to discern what had happened to Jing Fan earlier. His words caused Jing Fan to be enlightened. Although it was only a small matter in life, it was a knot in Jing Fan's heart. Perhaps, even Jing Fan himself didn't realize that it was precisely because of this knot in his heart that had trapped him and caused him to be unable to comprehend saber concept and break through to the void initiation stage. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was clearly aware that if a void prying stage martial artist wanted to break through to the void initiation stage, then besides having a cultivation at the 9th level of the void prying stage, it also required sufficient comprehension ability. Only a 9th level void prying stage expert that transformed force into concept would be able to break through to the void initiation stage. This was the iron law of Cloud Continent. So, this was also the main reason why void initiation stage experts couldn't be directly fostered using treasures of heaven and earth. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian denied that the mysterious yellow-clothed young girl, Han Xuanai, was a void initiation stage expert that day. In his eyes, in the eyes of the former Samsara Emperor Wu, no matter how high or heaven-defying her comprehension ability was, it was still impossible for her to comprehend concept. Duan Lingtian, I've still underestimated you. Jing Fan glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, and his wise gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. You're from a small kingdom under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, yet you actually know of concept? Looks like you're really not that simple. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and looked at Jing Fan in surprise. Peak Master, you know me quite well. Jing Fan didn't find it strange that he knew he was from a kingdom under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Half a year ago, when he'd just arrived at the 7-Star Sword Sect, he'd spoken of this matter before Lu Qiu and the group of new disciples. So now, there were surely many people in the 7-Star Sword Sect that knew of his origins. Duan Lingtian, no matter what, if it wasn't for you today, I wouldn't have been able to successfully break through the bottleneck I'd been stuck in for so many years. I, Jing Fan, owe you a favor. Jing Fan looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression and made a promise. He knew very well that if Duan Lingtian hadn't enlightened him today, he wouldn't have been able to break through. This was a huge favor. As heavy as Mount Tai. Hearing Jing Fan's words, Duan Lingtian's face lit up with joy. Then I'll thank you in advance, Peak Master. From today onwards, the person before him wasn't just the Peak Master of Mizar Peak. Moreover, he was a formidable Void Initiation Stage expert. Void Initiation Stage expert, even in the entire 7-Star Sword Sect, there were only a handful of them, and they were the absolute pillars of the 7-Star Sword Sect. The promise of a Void Initiation Stage expert couldn't be measured with money. Jing Fan's promise was undoubtedly a great trump card to Duan Lingtian. Jing Fan nodded, and his eyes sized Duan Lingtian up with interest as he asked. Duan Lingtian, if I intend to take you as my disciple, are you willing to respect me as your master? As soon as Jing Fan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was stunned. No matter what, he never imagined that Jing Fan would suddenly say this, ask me to take him as my master. When he saw Duan Lingtian being stunned, Jing Fan thought that Duan Lingtian was hesitating, and continued. If you respect me as your master, I'm willing to give you my tearless knight as a gift for our first meeting. As he spoke, a narrow saber that was thin like a cicada's wing appeared in Jing Fan's hand. The narrow saber was dark violet in color, like a specter in the night, and it flickered with strands of frightening cold lights. It was precisely the grade 6 spirit saber that Jing Fan carried with him. A grade 6 spirit weapon was an extremely precious thing in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. There were many grade 6 alchemists in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, but grade 6 weapons craftsmen could be counted on one hand. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock. Grade 6 spirit weapon? Truthfully speaking, he really wasn't interested in this grade 6 spirit saber. He was already a 7th level origin core stage martial artist now, and was able to condense a grade 7 weapon flame. He was a grade 7 weapons craftsman. Once he broke through to the nascent soul stage, he would even be able to condense a grade 6 weapon flame. Become a grade 6 weapons craftsman. At that time, he would be able to refine a grade 6 spirit weapon himself. Peak Master, everyone in the 7-star sword sect uses swords. I never imagined that you would instead use a saber. Duan Lingtian glanced at the grade 6 spirit saber, Tearless Knight, in Jing Fan's hand, and lightly smiled. Jing Fan lightly stroked the blade of Tearless Knight, and his gaze was slightly blurred. After a long time, he sighed. This grade 6 spirit saber was discovered by me and my wife in the depths of the primeval forest all those years ago. At that time, I still wasn't the peak master of Mizar Peak. All those years ago, this grade 6 spirit saber was within the lair of a formidable nascent soul stage fierce beast. I originally intended to give it up, but for the sake of allowing me to pass the test and become the successor to the peak master of Mizar Peak, she instead persisted in obtaining this grade 6 spirit saber. In the end, for the sake of this grade 6 spirit saber, she was killed by that fierce beast. Although Jing Fan spoke calmly, Duan Lingtian was still able to sense traces of a sorrowful aura from Jing Fan's tone. She was one of the top disciples of Arcade Peak at that time, and her natural talent wasn't inferior to me. In my entire lifetime, the thing I regret the most was that I didn't stop her that day and instead accompanied her to go crazy. As he finished speaking, Jing Fan's body lightly trembled, and he was slightly lost. Later on, that nascent soul stage fierce beast was killed by me with this grade 6 spirit saber. Before she died, she gave this grade 6 spirit saber a name. Tearless Knight. Tearless Knight is the name of the saber. As for Tearless, I knew clearly in my heart that she wanted me and Song to not shed tears for her. Later on, relying on this grade 6 spirit saber that could provide a 40% amplification of strength, I easily passed the Peak Master successor test of Mizar Peak, and was fostered by the previous Peak Master of Mizar Peak. Later on, I took over Mizar Peak. It can be said that everything I have now was given to me by her. As Jing Fan spoke, his eyes became slightly moist. A grade 6 spirit saber that provided a 40% amplification? Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted. Although when he broke through to the nascent soul stage and became a grade 6 weapons craftsman, he would be able to refine a grade 6 spirit weapon that provided a 40% amplification, but that was because he'd inherited all the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu as a royal grade weapons craftsman. He could imagine that the weapons craftsman that refined this grade 6 spirit saber wasn't simple. However, at the same time that he was shocked in his heart, Duan Lingtian was able to deeply feel the love the wife of Mizar Peak's master, Jing Fan, had for Jing Fan. For the sake of her husband's future, she would stop at nothing. Even her own life. The cord in the depths of his heart was plucked. Jing Fan's wife was worthy of respect. Later on, for the sake of this Tearless Knight, I started to abandon the sword to practice the saber, and switched to saber skills. Jing Fan heaved a sigh of relief, then he looked at Duan Lingtian and squeezed out a trace of a smile on his face. If you're willing to become my disciple, I presume that my wife will approve of me giving this Tearless Knight that has extraordinary meaning to you. Peak Master. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't have the intention of taking you as my master now. As for this Tearless Knight, it has extraordinary meaning to you, so you should properly keep it. Jing Fan didn't speak, and he looked seriously at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian met Jing Fan's gaze, and his gaze was firm and unchanging. He'd inherited the lifetime worth of memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and it was equivalent to inheriting the pride of Samsara Emperor Wu. The pride of Samsara Emperor Wu caused him to be bound to not take a person that was weaker than Samsara Emperor Wu as his master. After a long time, Jing Fan seemed to have realized Duan Lingtian's firmness, and he nodded. Never mind, everyone has their own aspirations. Even if you really take me as your master, I'm afraid I have nothing to teach you. As he finished speaking, Jing Fan didn't force Duan Lingtian any further. Peak Master, then I'll take my leave first. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Jing Fan, then his figure flashed as he leaped down the pavilion and steadily descended onto the ground. Jing Fan stood before the pavilion and gazed at Duan Lingtian's figure with a complicated gaze. What sort of person is he actually? He's able to display such composure when facing a super top grade 6 spirit saber that's capable of providing an amplification of 40%. This kid will surely be extraordinary in the future. It's truly the fortune of my 7-star sword sect. Meanwhile, Lu Qiu, who was waiting for Duan Lingtian, noticed Duan Lingtian's appearance, and he greeted the nearby Zheng Song before walking towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu walked side by side, and they continued to head towards the main peak, Dubhe Peak. Target: Migra's Hall. Jing Fan returned to his senses when he saw Duan Lingtian's figure vanish at the other end of the mountain path, and he sighed. He and Duan Lingtian were bound to not have the fate of being master and disciple. Father. Meanwhile, Jing Song arrived at the pavilion and asked, did he agree? Obviously, Jing Song knew of Jing Fan's plans as well. Jing Fan shook his head. No. No? Jing Song was stunned. That Duan Lingtian is really so arrogant? Even father, the peak master of Mizar Peak, condescended to take him as a personal disciple, and he refused? Not only that. The corners of Jing Fan's mouth curled into a bitter smile. I even took out the tearless night your mother left me. But he seemed to be utterly disdainful of it. Tearless night. Jing Song's pupils constricted. He never imagined that for the sake of that Duan Lingtian, his father would even take out that grade 6 spirit saber with extraordinary significance. What he never imagined even more was that when faced with the temptation of that grade 6 spirit saber, Duan Lingtian actually remained unmoved. Such composure was shocking. After all, in the entire 7-star sword sect, only the grade 5 spirit sword in the sect leader's possession could compare to the grade 6 spirit saber in his father's possession, the grade 6 spirit swords in the possession of the other peak masters and guardian elders. In terms of amplification ability, it was far inferior to the grade 6 spirit saber in his father's possession, Tearless Knight. Father, I heard your laughter earlier, why did you laugh? Chapter 324. Jing Fan smiled mysteriously when he heard his son's question. What do you think is still worthy of me laughing heartily now? Father, just speak frankly. Jing Song laughed bitterly. How could he have guessed? I've broken through. Jing Fan spoke slowly with a calm tone. However, it caused Jing Song to be stunned on the spot, and he only recovered from his shock after a short while, then stared blankly. Father. You said you've broken through? Jing Song looked at Jing Fan with an expression of pleasant surprise and disbelief. Yes. Jing Fan lightly smiled as he nodded. It's all thanks to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian? Jing Song was slightly bewildered. He's an outer court disciple, what can he do to help father? Father, are you mistaken? This isn't related to whether he's an outer court disciple or not. Jing Fan shook his head. Today, even if the sect leader arrived personally, he might not be able to help me break through. All in all, if it wasn't for Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid I would still need a very long time to break through. I owe him a great favor. Jing Song gasped. It was truly difficult for him to imagine how an outer court disciple actually helped his father break through. In next to no time, under his pursuit, Jing Fan spoke of the sequence of events. Jing Song came to a sudden understanding. Duan Lingtian. Jing Song was filled with gratitude towards Duan Lingtian in his heart. He was extremely clear about how many years his father had stayed at the 9th level of the void prying stage. Today, if it wasn't for Duan Lingtian enlightening his father, even after a few more years, his father might not be able to smoothly break through to the void initiation stage. This was indeed a great favor. Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu continued to walk along the main peak, Dubhe Peak, up the mountain path. Migra's hall was above. Elder Lu Qiu, when is the 7-star sword sect's inner court disciple test usually held? On the way, Duan Lingtian recalled the reason he left the stalactite cave today, and he asked Lu Qiu who was by his side. The inner court disciple test is held once every half a year, and it's usually 1 month after the outer court disciple test. Today just happens to be the day of the outer court disciple test. Therefore, there is only 1 month left until the inner disciple examination. Lu Qiu said slowly. Now, Lu Qiu, who'd seen Duan Lingtian's cultivation at the 8th level of the origin core stage, wasn't surprised that Duan Lingtian asked about the inner court disciple test. In his opinion, with Duan Lingtian's current strength, passing the inner disciple trial would be a piece of cake. Once an outer court disciple broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, passing the inner court disciple test would be a cinch. A month later? Duan Lingtian nodded, and then asked, Elder Lu Qiu, is there a need to register for the inner court disciple test? Lu Qiu shook his head. There's no need. On the day of the inner court disciple test, you can directly head to the Dubhe Peaks test platform. Examination platform? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He wasn't familiar with the main peak, Dubhe Peak. The assessment platform is the vast platform where you participated in the outer sect disciple assessment half a year ago. Lu Qiu patiently explained without the slightest impatience. In his eyes, the current Duan Lingtian had a boundless future. In the future, if he were to stay in the 7-star sword sect, he would surely be a pillar of the 7-star sword sect, and becoming the next sect leader of the 7-star sword sect wasn't impossible. If he were to leave the 7-star sword sect, he would surely be a great figure whose name shook the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. According to his knowledge, in the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there seemed to have never been a figure that could compare with Duan Lingtian in terms of natural talent in the martial Dao. He believed that once Duan Lingtian matured, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom might not be able to accommodate Duan Lingtian. So that's the examination platform. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. He clearly remembered that vast platform. After all, it was the place he participated in the outer court disciple test that day. Not long after, Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu finally arrived at the location of the Migres Hall. The Migres Hall was similarly situated on a vast platform halfway up Dubhe Peak, and it had a vast aura. Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu walked forward in large strides to stand side by side outside the Migres Hall. Hall Master, Lu Qiu has brought along Duan Lingtian to seek an audience. Lu Qiu stood before the Migres Hall and spoke in a loud voice, and his voice contained origin energy that extended and spread out to envelop the entire Migres Hall. In next to no time, a young man around the age of 26 or 27 with a thin figure and slight gloominess mixed between his brows walked out from within the Migres Hall. His pair of sharp eyes squinted as he looked at Lu Qiu and Duan Lingtian who were outside. Master asked the two of you to go in. This young man's voice was hoarse and low, causing others to feel extremely uncomfortable when they heard it. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown. He's the foster son of our Migres Peaks master, Wuxia. Lu Qiu's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian nodded, then walked forward shoulder to shoulder with Lu Qiu, and under Wuxian's lead, they walked into the Migres Hall. As soon as they entered the Migres Hall, Duan Lingtian saw the middle-aged man standing within. This middle-aged man's age was similar to the Mizar Peaks master, Jingfan, and his appearance was extremely ordinary, and belonged to the type of person that couldn't be found in a crowd. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was able to vaguely detect that this middle-aged man's cultivation ought to be comparable to Jingfan before he broke through. 9th level of the void prying stage. He ought to be the peak master of Migres Peak. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Although he hadn't seen the peak master of Migres Peak, but as a disciple of Migres Peak, he'd still heard of him. The peak master of Migres Peak was called Wu Dao. Foster father, they've come. As expected, after Wuxian brought Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu in, he bowed and reported to the peak master of Migres Peak, Wu Dao, and his hoarse and low voice was filled with reverence. Subsequently, Wuxian stood behind Wu Dao. Peak master. Lu Qiu respectfully bowed to Wu Dao. Peak master. Duan Lingtian nodded to Wu Dao as well. If it was an ordinary time, Duan Lingtian acting like this by himself, perhaps no one would pay attention to it. But now, Duan Lingtian's attitude towards Wu Dao was a clear contrast when compared to Lu Qiu. Wu Dao's brows slightly frowned, and he was slightly displeased. Presumptuous. Wu Yongqian, who stood behind Wu Dao, had a pair of fierce eyes that were suffused with a frightening sheen as he looked at Duan Lingtian and shouted out coldly. However, Duan Lingtian instead paid no attention to Wu Yongqian, and instead looked at Wu Dao with a carefree expression, as if his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Wu Yongqian's face sank when he saw Duan Lingtian actually dared to disregard him, and his eyes flickered with gloomy cold lights that were waiting to swallow Duan Lingtian up. Lu Qiu stood by Duan Lingtian's side, and now he broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian as well. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Wu Dao's brows eased up, and his eyes were instantly suffused with a wisp of coldness as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a formidable imposing aura gushed out from Wu Dao's body, and it pressed down onto Duan Lingtian, the imposing aura of a 9th-level void-prying stage expert. But, when faced with Wu Dao's formidable imposing aura, Duan Lingtian instead seemed to not feel anything, and he stood on the spot with an unchanged expression, not moving like a mountain. The imposing aura on Wu Dao's body ceaselessly rose. Duan Lingtian's expression still didn't change, and the corners of his mouth even curled into a wisp of a smile. It was a composed smile. What a Duan Lingtian! Finally, Wu Dao's imposing aura was completely restrained by him, and he laughed loudly, and the displeasure from before vanished without a trace. As expected of an existence that's able to kill the number one disciple in the outer court, sure how. Duan Lingtian, now, you fully deserve the title of number one disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court. Duan Lingtian didn't mind Wu Dao's sudden change in attitude, and he nodded. Thank you for your praise, Peak Master. Wu Yongqian, who was behind Wu Dao, had an additional sheen of jealousy and viciousness appear in his cold eyes when he heard Wu Dao praise Duan Lingtian. He was Wu Dao's foster son. But since he was young, he'd never heard Wu Dao praise him like this. Neither servile nor overbearing, he's a rare talent. Wu Dao looked at Duan Lingtian and nodded with satisfaction, then said, Duan Lingtian, you killed Sure Hao this time and seized the first place in the outer court martial competition, bringing honor to our Migres Peak. You said you want a reward? Reward? Duan Lingtian frowned. Wu Dao's words were filled with a condescending tone, as if a person in a higher position was speaking to a person in a lower position. This caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable. Peak Master, I'm a member of Migres Peak as well. Before leaving Migres Peak, doing some things for Migres Peak is something I ought to do. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, and was slightly dispirited. Leave Migres Peak. Wu Dao was first stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian, then he recovered from his shock and nodded. I almost forgot, you obtained the first place in the outer court martial competition this time and obtained a profound origin fruit. If nothing unexpected happens, you ought to be at the 7th level of the origin core stage now. 7th level of the origin core stage? The corners of the mouth of the nearby Lu Qiu twitched. He felt that Wu Dao had truly underestimated Duan Lingtian too much. With your ability, stepping into the 7th level of the origin core stage and wanting to pass the inner court disciple test isn't difficult. Wu Dao looked at Duan Lingtian and pondered for a short moment, then his eyes were suffused with a burning flowing light as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, do you know why I asked Lu Qiu to get you here? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Peak Master, please tell me. Duan Lingtian, I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll be frank. At the same time that Wu Dao spoke, not only Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu, even Wu Yongqian who stood behind Wu Dao looked at Wu Dao together. Finally, Wu Dao caught his breath and said with a clear voice. I, Wu Dao, the Peak Master of Migres Peak, desire to take you, Duan Lingtian, as my personal disciple. Whoosh! As soon as Wu Dao said this, the three people including Duan Lingtian were stunned for a moment. Duan Lingtian was speechless. When did he become so popular? Duan Lingtian reacted to Wu Dao's words and shook his head. Peak Master, I'm sorry, I temporarily don't have any plans to take you as my master. He'd even refused Jing Fan, who'd broken through to the void initiation stage now, let alone this Wu Dao. Presumptuous. When Wu Yongqian, who was behind Wu Dao, heard that his foster father wanted to take Duan Lingtian as his personal disciple, the flames of jealousy that filled his heart almost caused his chest to explode. Chapter 325. Duan Lingtian continued to choose to disregard Wu Yongqian, who was about to go berserk, as if he utterly didn't take Wu Yongqian seriously. He indeed didn't take Wu Yongqian seriously. Duan Lingtian's disregard caused Wu Yongqian's rage to practically burn to the limit. As the peak disciple of Migres Peak and an inner court disciple of the Seven-Star Sword Sect, when had he ever been disregarded like this? The face of Wu Dao, who was refused by Duan Lingtian, sank slightly, and his eyes were suffused with a bright light as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're refusing me so straightforwardly? As the peak master of Migres Peak, Wu Dao had his own pride. Now, Duan Lingtian actually openly refused his good intentions, and it caused a ball of flames to arise within his heart. Peak Master, I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm when faced with Wu Dao, who had a displeased expression, and he spoke indifferently. A wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the face of Lu Qiu, who stood beside Duan Lingtian, and he sighed in his heart. This little fellow, it's his fortune that the peak master wants to take him as a disciple. He actually refused. Lu Qiu never imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually refuse to become Wu Dao's personal disciple. Although Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao could be said to be heaven-defying, he hadn't matured after all, and finding a good master in the Seven-Star Sword Sect would undoubtedly be of great help to him. On the other hand, he could also have one more backer, and cause those people who wanted to harm him to be somewhat fearful. Now, Duan Lingtian's decision had completely exceeded his expectations. Wu Dao, the peak master of Migres Peak, an expert whose strength could be ranked in the top 10 of the Seven-Star Sword Sect, intended to take Duan Lingtian as his personal disciple. Duan Lingtian had refused so straightforwardly and without the slightest consideration. It caused his scalp to go numb. Duan Lingtian. Wu Dao's gaze gradually calmed down, but the expression he looked at Duan Lingtian with didn't have the full smile from before, and his tone was slightly low. Looks like you're extremely confident of your strength. Do you think that with your natural talent, Wu Dao, the peak master of Migres Peak, don't have the qualifications to be your master? Duan Lingtian frowned. He shook his head and said, Peak Master, I've never thought of that. I just don't have any plans to become your disciple. Apprenticeship? Ever since he had absorbed the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, Duan Lingtian had gained another master, a master who would not hold back from him. That teacher was none other than Samsara Emperor Wu. The reincarnation Emperor Wu was once an expert who stood at the peak of the Cloud Continent. Now, Duan Lingtian's rejection was considered tactful. If he really had to speak his mind, he would say to Wu Dao, You want me to acknowledge you as my master? Are you worthy? Duan Lingtian's tactful rejection was undoubtedly an excuse in Wu Dao's ears, and it caused Wu Dao's expression to become even gloomier. Duan Lingtian, you're extremely confident. But, a person can be confident, but once one is overconfident, then it's arrogance. Today, since I, Wu Dao, have opened my mouth to take you as my personal disciple, then I naturally won't easily take it back. Wu Dao's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and his words were filled with an unquestionable domineering tone. Peak Master, a forced melon isn't sweet. Duan Lingtian's face sank slightly, as he never imagined that Wu Dao would be so difficult to deal with. At this moment, he only felt that the Mizar Peak's master, Jing Fan, was so amiable when compared to this Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao. This Wu Dao still wants to force me to take him as my master? Lu Qiu's brows slightly frowned, and he felt that Wu Dao was going slightly too far. But, Wu Dao was the peak master of Migres Peak, whereas, he was only an outer court elder of Migres Peak, and the disparity between their statuses was too great. So, even if he couldn't stand it, he didn't dare say anything. Duan Lingtian, since I've already spoken, then there's naturally no room for me to take it back. Wu Dao's tone was terrifyingly calm. Duan Lingtian's brows knit together. Is this Wu Dao a madman? If I'm not willing to take him as my master, can he still force me? Of course. Suddenly, Wu Dao spoke out once more, and he looked at Duan Lingtian. I can give you a chance. You battle my foster son. If you're able to defeat my foster son, then I can take it as I've never said anything before. But if you lose at his hands, then you must obediently become the personal disciple of I, Wu Dao. You can give up this chance. But, after giving it up, no matter if you're willing or not, you, Duan Lingtian, are the personal disciple of I, Wu Dao. If you dare gossip outside and deny that you're my, Wu Dao's, disciple, then you're going against me, Wu Dao. In the future, there won't be a place for you to stay in the 7-star sword sect. As he finished speaking, Wu Dao's words were filled with tyrannical and overbearing. Duan Lingtian's face sank. This Wu Dao is so overbearing. There won't be a place for me to stay in the 7-star sword sect? Does this Wu Dao really think he's the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect? If it was said who was the happiest at this moment, then it was undoubtedly Wu Yongqian who stood behind Wu Dao. Duan Lingtian, do you dare battle me? Wu Yongqian looked at Duan Lingtian, his eyes flickered with a fierce light, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold and indifferent smile. As far as he was concerned, this was an opportunity. If he defeated this Duan Lingtian, then his foster father would surely be extremely satisfied. His status in his foster father's heart would rise with the tide. Peak Master, do you keep your word? Duan Lingtian still didn't pay attention to Wu Yongqian, and when Wu Yongqian's expression became exceedingly savage, he looked at Wu Dao and asked indifferently. His tone didn't contain any feelings. I, Wu Dao, am the Peak Master of Migra's Peak. Would I deceive a little kid like you? Wu Dao sneered when he heard Duan Lingtian, and his eyes were suffused with a trace of bright light. He knew that Duan Lingtian had taken the bait. Even though he'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian killing Shi Hao with a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage, and knew that Duan Lingtian had the ability to surmount a cultivation to kill an enemy, but as far as he was concerned, even if the current Duan Lingtian broke through to the 7th level of the origin core stage, it would be impossible for the current Duan Lingtian to be a match for his foster son. For a time, an empty space appeared in the spacious audience hall. Duan Lingtian and Wu Yongqian stood facing each other. Whoosh! In Duan Lingtian's hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air, and it was precisely the grade 7 spirit sword he'd withdrawn from his spatial ring. Even though Duan Lingtian was a grade 7 weapons craftsman now, and was even able to refine a grade 7 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 31%, but he hadn't refined it yet. This grade 7 spirit sword was the spoils of the battle he'd obtained in the past. Its amplification ability was ordinary. Duan Lingtian, my foster father wants to take you as his personal disciple because he thinks highly of you. Not only do you not feel deeply grateful, you actually dare to refuse. Today, I, Wu Yongqian, will properly teach you a lesson on behalf of my foster father, and let you know that there's always someone stronger. At the same time that Wu Yongqian's cold and indifferent voice sounded out, the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand, Autumn Water, was suffused with traces of a pulsating sheen of origin energy. His origin energy skyrocketed and raged. Whoosh! Instantly, numerous lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Wu Yongqian. Chapter 326. Wu Yongqian, a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, a 9th-level origin core stage martial artist. When he exerted his full strength, he was able to exert the strength of 120 ancient mammoths. Now, relying on the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water. Above Wu Yongqian, 164 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, Autumn Water, the grade 6 spirit sword, amplified the strength of 44 ancient mammoths for Wu Yongqian. A grade 6 spirit sword that amplifies strength by 37%? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of disdain, and the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand abruptly shook, drawing out a dazzling and resplendent sword flower. At the same time, origin energy leaped and bloomed on the grade 7 spirit sword, and it was incomparably gorgeous. Instantly, 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, along with the rhythmic movement of the origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand, the ancient mammoth silhouettes increased explosively to 140, the strength of 140 ancient mammoths. 8th level of the origin core stage. Wu Dao, who was standing in the distance, narrowed his eyes when he saw the strength Duan Lingtian displayed. A hint of astonishment appeared on his face. He was able to discern that Duan Lingtian was only able to exert such a formidable strength by relying on a grade 7 spirit sword with a cultivation at the 8th level of the origin core stage, 8th level origin core stage at the age of a little over 20. A single profound origin fruit allowed him to directly break through from the 6th level of the origin core stage to the 8th level of the origin core stage. Wu Dao was indescribably shocked in his heart, and he slightly didn't dare believe that the scene before his eyes was real. However, all this happened before his eyes, and he had no choice but to believe it. Only now did he realize. He'd still underestimated this Duan Lingtian. Now, his heart slightly sank. Even though his foster son, Wuxia Xianxia, possessed a grade 6 spirit sword, he never imagined that Duan Lingtian had actually broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage. He'd heard of the outer court martial competition from a few days ago. Duan Lingtian relied on a strength that was weaker than Shihao by over 20 ancient mammoths to kill Shihao. Presently, the strength his foster son, Wuxia Xianxia, exerted was merely the strength of 24 ancient mammoths more than Duan Lingtian. Taking a deep breath, Wu Dao calmed down his feelings, and his pair of sharp eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian as his mood surged. Let me see if you're able to defeat a strong opponent like you did a few days ago during the outer court martial competition and defeat this useless foster son of mine. Useless adopted son. This was Wu Dao's evaluation of Wuxia Xianxia in his heart. All those years ago, the reason he'd taken Wuxia Xianxia as his foster son and brought Wuxia Xianxia back to the 7-star sword sect was because he'd taken a fancy to the natural talent Wuxia Xianxia revealed when he was young. Who would have thought that after a few years, Wuxia Xianxia's talent gradually became mediocre, making him extremely disappointed. This time, when he heard of the deeds of Duan Lingtian, he originally thought that he would be able to take a personal disciple that would command the winds and clouds on the stage of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the future. Who knew that Duan Lingtian would actually resolutely refuse him? Lu Qiu stood in the distance and wasn't surprised when he saw the strength Duan Lingtian revealed. Today, before arriving at the main peak, Dubhe Peak, he'd already witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength on the chain bridge, and he knew that Duan Lingtian was already an 8th level origin core stage martial artist now. 8th level of the origin core stage. Wuxia Xianxia stared at Duan Lingtian, his fierce eyes were suffused with coldness, and his voice was low and hoarse. Duan Lingtian, today, I'll defeat you by relying on my foster father's grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water. I want to let you know that the gap between an inner court disciple and an outer court disciple is something you're unable to surmount. Although he now knew that Duan Lingtian was an 8th level origin core stage martial artist, Wuxia Xianxia wasn't afraid in the slightest. As far as he was concerned, the rumors about the outer court martial competition from a few days ago were most likely exaggerated by the group of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. He didn't believe that Duan Lingtian had such ability. He suspected that actually, Duan Lingtian was already a 7th level origin core stage martial artist at that time, but intentionally concealed his cultivation before others. Later on, during the battle with Shihao, he revealed the strength of a 7th level origin core stage martial artist at the most critical moment, and only then was he able to kill the careless Shihao. Now, when he saw Duan Lingtian reveal a cultivation at the 8th level of the origin core stage, he was even more certain of his past guesses in his heart. Profound origin fruit. It was impossible to allow a 6th level origin core stage martial artist to directly break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage. If Duan Lingtian knew what Wuxia Xianxia was thinking now, he wouldn't be surprised. A profound origin fruit was indeed unable to allow him to break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, and the current him wasn't at the 8th level of the origin core stage. He was only a 7th level origin core stage martial artist. Because of the uniqueness of the cultivation method he cultivated, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, it was able to allow him to possess a strength that wasn't inferior to an 8th level origin core stage martial artist when he was at the 7th level of the origin core stage. The gap between an inner court disciple and an outer court disciple is something I'm unable to surmount? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled when he heard Wu Yongxian's provocative words, and his eyes narrowed into a line. I don't know about other inner court disciples. But you, Wu Yongxian, I really don't take you to heart. He'd always been someone that respected him tenfold. This Wu Yongxian had aroused killing intent towards him earlier, and although he didn't pay any attention to it, it didn't mean that he didn't care. Inner court disciple? So what? I'll still *CK you to the point you're unable to get up. A cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. You're courting death. Duan Lingtian's words entered into Wu Yongxian's ears and caused Wu Yongxian to completely go berserk. His figure flashed out, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that swept towards Duan Lingtian. Nether sword technique. At the same time that Wu Yongxian's figure flashed out, his hoarse and low voice contained killing intent mixed within. The grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, in his hand abruptly transformed into nothingness before appearing once more, and not a short moment later, it once again vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Wu Yongxian had already arrived nearby Duan Lingtian. Nether sword technique? Relying on his formidable spiritual force and Samsara Emperor Wu's lifetime worth of martial experience, Duan Lingtian saw through the profundity of the sword skill Wu Yongxian executed with a single glance. This set of sword skill was nothing more than paying attention to catching one off guard. This was very similar to his sword drawing technique. But, its speed was inferior to the sword drawing arts. The nether sword technique paid attention to the combination of speed and speed. When it was fast, it was like a gale of lightning, causing one to be unable to capture it with the naked eye. When it was slow, it was like a cool breeze blowing past the clouds, confusing the opponent's line of sight. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian only felt a gust of wind assault his face. It was Wu Yongxian flashing before him, and the nether sword technique that caused one to be unable to fathom followed him like a shadow, and it had only just appeared when it vanished without a trace in the next moment. Of course, although Duan Lingtian's eyes were unable to capture the location of Wu Yongxian's sword strike, his spiritual force was able to clearly sense it. Die! Suddenly, Wu Yongxian shouted explosively. His eyes were crimson red as he exerted all his strength. Duan Lingtian was able to clearly sense with his spiritual force that the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, in Wu Yongxian's hand was currently flashing towards his abdomen with the intention of heavily injuring him. Although this Wu Yongxian wishes for nothing more than to kill me, Wu Dao hasn't spoken, so he doesn't dare kill me in the end. Right at this instant, such a thought emerged in Duan Lingtian's heart. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold. Sword drawing arts. Duan Lingtian's hand that held the sword shook, and the grade 7 spirit sword moved. Swish! The sword struck out like a bolt of lightning and vanished before Wu Yongxian's eyes. Although the strength Duan Lingtian displayed now was inferior to the strength of an entire 24 ancient mammoths from Wu Yongxian. However, the characteristic of the sword drawing arts was speed. Amongst the martial skills in the world, only speed was invincible. So fast. In the distance, Wu Dao and Lu Qiu stared fixedly at the exchange between Duan Lingtian and Wu Yongxian, and they were shocked by the speed at which Duan Lingtian drew his sword. The speed of the grade 7 spirit sword flashed out was actually not the slightest bit inferior to the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, in Wu Yongxian's hand. Duan Lingtian's eyes were unable to capture the sword in Wu Yongxian's hand, but it didn't mean that they were unable to. Now, relying on their formidable cultivations, they were able to clearly capture the trajectory of the spirit swords in Duan Lingtian and Wu Yongxian's hands flashed past. The grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand caught up to the speed of the grade 6 spirit sword in Wu Yongxian's hand. Clang! A wave of the sound of iron weapons colliding sounded out. It was the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that had blocked the grade 6 spirit sword in Wu Yongxian's hand in the nick of time. This scene caused Wu Dao's gaze to focus. He knew clearly in his heart that the outcome of this exchange would be decided in this exchange. If either Duan Lingtian or Wu Yongxian was able to suppress the other in a head-on collision, then they would obtain victory in one go. The speed of your sword skill isn't bad, but unfortunately, your strength is far inferior to mine. Wu Yongxian's hoarse voice revealed a trace of a sneer, and the origin energy on the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, in his hands suddenly skyrocketed. The strength of 164 ancient mammoths gushed out without holding back in the slightest. He wanted to blast away the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand and heavily injured Duan Lingtian in one go. Is that so? When he heard Wu Yongxian, Duan Lingtian's handsome face with slanted brows and starry eyes bloomed with a brilliant smile, and his smile contained strong confidence mixed within. This scene caused Wu Dao to be stunned. Where did this Duan Lingtian get such great confidence from? Lu Qiu, who stood at the side, stared fixedly at the scene before his eyes as well. He wasn't present when Duan Lingtian made a move to kill Shi Hao the last time, and he felt regretful. Today, he wanted to properly experience Duan Lingtian's method of defeating a stronger opponent with the weak. He had confidence in Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted as he felt the violent energy that instantly gushed out from the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, in Wu Yongxian's hand, and a cold light flashed within. Quake energy. At practically the instant he felt the energy on the grade 6 spirit sword skyrocket, Duan Lingtian made a move and executed the formidable ability bestowed upon him by the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Techniques WIRM Python transformation. Instantly, the origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hands started to tremble imperceptibly. The frequency of the trembling became faster and faster. Clang! The 2 spirit swords that had just separated collided together once again. Right when Wu Dao thought that the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was about to be blasted flying by the grade 6 spirit sword in Wu Yongxian's hand. Humph! A muffled groan suddenly sounded out. Wu Yongxian's face was livid, and the hand that held the sword seemed to have started trembling, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. Chapter 327. Wu Yongxian's hand that held the sword was dripping with blood, and his hand trembled along with the sword, but he still gritted his teeth and forcefully endured. Humph! Let's see how long you can last. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer when he saw this. The frequency of the quake energy was raised to the limit. Instantly. Ah! Wu Yongxian emitted a shrill cry and let go of the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, in his hand, but it was still too late. The bones in his wrist were shattered by the quake energy, and one of his arms was completely limp, weak and boneless. The bones in his entire arm were shattered from the quake. Clang! The grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, was blasted flying by the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand before crashing to the ground. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian withdrew his sword and slapped out with his palm. Origin energy raged as he slapped Wu Yongxian, whose origin energy had been temporarily shattered by the quake energy, flying. Bang! Accompanied by a wave of shrill cries, Wu Yongxian crashed to the ground. Wu Yongxian, whose face was ghastly pale, tightly held onto the hand that held the sword earlier, and no matter how Duan Lingtian used his other hand to shake, the hand that held the sword, and his entire arm didn't have any reaction, crippled. No! 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 Wu Yongxian's shrill cries stopped abruptly, and at this moment, he seemed to have become completely numb to the pain. His face was ghastly pale as his fierce eyes stared wide open, and he didn't dare believe that all this was real. His right hand, the most important hand, was completely crippled. Die! I want you dead. I want you dead. Wu Yongxian abruptly stood up, and his eyes emitted dense hatred as he flashed towards Duan Lingtian, wanting to risk his life against Duan Lingtian. His right hand was crippled, but he still had his left hand. Wu Yongxian's left hand was suffused with origin energy as he slapped out towards Duan Lingtian, wanting to kill Duan Lingtian to vent the hatred in his heart. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile when he saw this scene. This Wu Yongxian wasn't a match for him by relying on a grade 6 spirit sword. Could it be that he thinks he's a match for him empty-handed? Naive. Laughable. Enough. Suddenly, an angry shout rang out, causing Wu Yongxian, who was running towards Duan Lingtian, to stop and freeze in place. Although his face was still filled with unwillingness, he didn't dare to make any more movements. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? The expression of the Migres Peak's peak master, Wu Dao, was as unsightly could be, and his pair of fierce eyes descended onto Wu Yongxian as he spoke in a low voice. Wu Yongxian lowered his head in shame. But the moment he lowered his head, his eyes swept towards Duan Lingtian, filled with bloodthirsty hatred. He wanted nothing more than to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces and grind his bones to dust. Peak Master, can I leave now? Duan Lingtian looked at Wu Dao and said calmly. Humph. Wu Daojing was still angry. He snorted coldly and ignored Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not mind. He nodded to Lu Qiu, and the two of them left the Migres palace together. For a time, only Wu Dao and Lu Qiu remained in the spacious audience hall. Wu Dao put away the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, then with a raise of his hand, a medicinal pill shot out from his hand and flashed straight towards Wu Yongxian. Humph. This grade 6 great recovery pill ought to be able to allow your right arm to heal completely. Thank you, foster father, thank you, foster father. Wu Yongxian received the grade 6 great recovery pill and had an overjoyed expression as he hurriedly consumed it. In Cloud Continent, healing medicinal pills were divided into 9 grades. The lowest grade was undoubtedly the gold injury pill. In this way, it would surely delay his cultivation. His entire life was completely ruined. Thinking up to here, Wu Yongxian only felt as if he'd fallen into an icy pool, and his entire body was terrifyingly cold. In his heart, hatred that came from the bones arose. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. I can't live under the same sky as you. Can't live under the same sky. Wu Yongxian's eyes stared till they were perfectly round, as if they were about to be shattered by his glare. What happened earlier? Tell me in detail. Wu Dao, who stood at the side, was dazed for a moment before returning to his senses. His eyes emitted a resplendent luster as he looked at Wu Yongxian and asked in a low voice. As for Wu Yongxian's hand being crippled, he didn't seem to care much. Perhaps, he'd long since stopped holding any expectations towards Wu Yongxian. Wu Yongxian noticed this as well. His heart was as cold as ice, and in the depths of his heart, his hatred towards Duan Lingtian grew even deeper. But he still answered Wu Dao honestly. I originally thought that with my strength that far surpassed his, it would be sufficient to directly crush him. Who knew that just as my strength leaked out, his origin energy seemed to have started trembling, and the speed of the trembling became faster and faster. In the end, the trembling of his origin energy directly shattered my origin energy, causing me to be powerless to continue. Not only that, when his origin energy passed through his grade 7 spirit sword to the sword in my hand, my sword and hand both started trembling along with it. I forcefully held on for an instant, and the web between my thumb and index finger was split open by him. As he spoke up to here, Wu Yongxian's voice started trembling slightly. After that, I continued to hold on. The trembling of his origin energy instantly spread throughout my entire arm. Now it looks like if I hadn't stopped in time, perhaps all the bones in my body would have been shattered by him. Wu Yongxian's heart was filled with regret. If he knew earlier that Duan Lingtian had such ability, he would surely have chosen to abandon his sword when the web between his thumb and index finger was split open. In that way, at most his web between his thumb and index finger would be injured, and his right arm would absolutely not be injured. But unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. No matter how much regret he felt now, it was of no use. no matter how much he regretted it. Duan Lingtian. In the end, Wu Yongxian transformed all his regret into ghastly hatred, and he vented it all onto Duan Lingtian. His eyes emitted a bloodthirsty sheen, and he was simply even more ferocious than the most venomous viper. Origin energy? Trembling? After Wu Dao finished listening to Wu Yongxian's description, he slightly muttered to himself. That Duan Lingtian relied on this to defeat someone stronger? This doesn't seem to be a martial skill, nor is it force. Could it be that it's a technique that comes with the cultivation method he cultivates? Or perhaps, it's an origin energy cultivation method that's separated from martial skills? Looks like I have to find a time to have a good chat with him in private. As he thought up to this point, Wu Dao made a decision in his heart, and traces of a greedy sheen appeared within his eyes. If he was able to grasp this technique, he dared say that no one below the void initiation stage was a match for him. Outside the primeval forest. In the tranquil sky, two extremely swift figures flashed out from the primeval forest and floated high in the sky. The owners of these two figures were a young girl and an old woman. The old woman in azure clothes respectfully followed behind the young girl with a humble expression, as if she was a servant with a lowly status. The young girl in yellow clothes had a pretty and cute appearance, and her eyes moved slightly as they flickered with a mischievous sheen. Chapter 328. After Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu left Migra's hall together, they returned along the path they came from. Duan Lingtian, on the way, Lu Qiu was slightly hesitant to speak, as if he wanted to say something, yet seemed to have some misgivings. Elder Lu Qiu, you've saved my life and have given me a new lease on life. If you have something to say, then speak frankly. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, and his smile was like a spring breeze caressing his face. Lu Qiu nodded, then continued. Although I don't know what ability you relied on to defeat someone stronger than you, kill Shi Hao, and even defeat the foster son of the Peak Master, Wu Yongxian. However, as the saying goes, an ordinary man is innocent, but treasures are a crime. Today, you revealed such terrifying ability before the Peak Master. I'm afraid the Peak Master will arouse covetous thoughts towards the ability I possess, right? Duan Lingtian continued Lu Qiu's words, and the corners of his mouth curled into an indescribable smile. Lu Qiu nodded with a serious expression. Thank you for your concern, Elder Lu Qiu. But, I had no other choice at that time, and could only do that. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into a line, and he lightly smiled. Indeed, he had no other choice. If he didn't use quake energy, it would be impossible for him to be a match for Wu Yongxian. Once he lost at the hands of Wu Yongxian, then according to the agreement between him and the Migra's Peak's master, Wu Dao, he must become Wu Dao's personal disciple. For the sake of making Wu Dao dispel this thought, he naturally had to attack with his full strength and defeat Wu Yongxian. Only in this way would he be able to escape. I really don't understand why you didn't agree to the Peak Master's request. If you become the Peak Master's disciple, then to a certain extent, you'll be able to obtain his protection. At least, Zhao Lin would be afraid of you because of this, and wouldn't dare act rashly. Lu Qiu shook his head, and was extremely puzzled by Duan Lingtian's decision. As far as he was concerned, if Duan Lingtian were to take their Migra's Peak's master, Wu Dao, as his master, it would be extremely beneficial. Duan Lingtian only smiled when he heard Lu Qiu, and didn't say anything further. He had his own ideas. Not to mention the fact that he had inherited the memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu, there was no need for him to become the disciple of someone weaker than Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the reason why Wu Dao wanted to take him in as his personal disciple. Wu Dao didn't really want to take him in as his personal disciple. Instead, he wanted to use him to satisfy his own vanity. Duan Lingtian believed that so long as he was willing, the 7-star sword sect leader would probably fight to take him as a personal disciple. The natural talent he revealed now had already surpassed the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there had never been an existence that possessed such a cultivation at his age. Suddenly, It's you. Duan Lingtian, who was walking on the mountain road, heard a thunder-like explosion, which woke him up from a dream. He glanced over. Duan Lingtian saw a person walking up Dubhe Peak along the mountain path. This was a young man around the age of 25 or 26 that wore the uniform of a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian felt that this person was slightly familiar. This inner court disciple looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes that emitted flames, and he seemed as if he wished for nothing more than to directly charge over and fight Duan Lingtian to the death. Fan Jian? Lu Qiu, who was by Duan Lingtian's side, obviously recognized this inner court disciple. Meanwhile, the inner court disciple noticed Lu Qiu, and he took a deep breath before slightly bowing respectfully to Lu Qiu. Elder Lu Qiu. What? You know Duan Lingtian? Lu Qiu looked at Fan Jian and asked with slight surprise. He clearly saw the gaze Fan Jian shot at Duan Lingtian earlier. It was a gaze that was filled with hatred and rage. He couldn't help but be slightly curious. According to his knowledge, Fan Jian had left the 7-star sword sect half a year ago and went on a long journey. Looking at Fan Jian's travel-worn appearance, he'd obviously just returned. Whereas Duan Lingtian had only entered the 7-star sword sect half a year ago, and he was from a small kingdom under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Fan Jian to know Duan Lingtian. Not only do I know him. Fan Jian looked at Duan Lingtian with a ferocious gaze and a face that emitted resentment. Do I know you? Duan Lingtian frowned and was slightly speechless. There's nothing wrong with this inner court disciple's head, right? Although he felt that Fan Jian was slightly familiar. But he remembered that during the half-year he'd arrived at the 7-star sword sect, he seemed to have utterly not come into contact with any inner court disciple. Looks like you've really forgotten. Then I'll properly remind you. Half a year ago, Black Bamboo City, restaurant. Fan Jian gnashed his teeth. This fellow asked the people by his side to throw him out of the restaurant that day, causing him to lose face. Now, he'd actually completely forgotten about it. Fan Jian originally thought that he'd already tossed that matter to the back of his mind. Only when he saw Fan Jian once again did he notice that the resentment in his heart hadn't vanished. Half a year ago? Black Bamboo City, restaurant? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he completely recalled. You're that inner court disciple that intended to forcefully buy the infant rat in my possession with Wuxia Xianxia and Yuan Wu at the Black Bamboo City restaurant that day? Humph. Looks like you've finally remembered. Fan Jian sneered when he saw Duan Lingtian recognizing him. But he was slightly bewildered in his heart. This young man had actually become an outer court disciple now. Looks like the guess of him, Wuxia Xianxia, and Yuan Wu that day was correct. He really did appear in Black Bamboo City that day because he intended to enter the 7-star sword sect. Moreover, this young man seemed to know Wuxia Xianxia and Yuan Wu. Could it be that Wuxia Xianxia and Yuan Wu had already taught him a lesson? Wuxia Xianxia? Yuan Wu? The corners of Lu Qiu's mouth twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian. He vaguely realized something. He still remembered that half a year ago, not long after Duan Lingtian entered the 7-star sword sect, he had a conflict with Wuxia Xianxia and Yuan Wu, and even entered the life and death arena. Wuxia Xianxia and Yuan Wu were killed by Duan Lingtian in a single move on the Migres Peak's life and death arena. It was precisely after that battle that Duan Lingtian became a famous person on Migres Peak. At that time, he felt it was slightly strange. Duan Lingtian had just entered the 7-star sword sect, and logically speaking, it was impossible for him to have such a large conflict with Wuxia Xianxia and Yuan Wu, and it was actually to the extent that he had to ascend the life and death arena to determine life and death. Now, when he heard Duan Lingtian, he seemed to have understood something. So it turned out that Wuxia Xianxia and Yuan Wu had once wanted to forcefully buy Duan Lingtian's things. Perhaps, it was precisely because of this that the conflict occurred. Fan Jian, Wuxia Xianxia, and Yuan Wu had a conflict with Duan Lingtian at that time? Lu Qiu's heart jerked as a bad premonition arose within his heart. Yes, I remember now. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently, then looked calmly at Fan Jian with a carefree expression. Humph. Slight rage arose on Fan Jian's face when he saw Duan Lingtian acting as if nothing had happened, and he said in a low voice, "You're called Duan Lingtian, right? Since you know that the two outer court disciples that were with me that day were Hua Xian and Yuan Wu, I presume you've already been taught a lesson by them. However, that's that. They taught you a lesson because they wanted to settle the debt between the two of you. The debt you owe me, Fan Jian, has yet to be settled." Fan Jian looked at Duan Lingtian, and his gaze gradually went icy cold. "Yes, I've indeed been taught a lesson by them." Duan Lingtian nodded in all seriousness, then glanced deeply at Fan Jian and said in his heart. "However, for the sake of teaching me a lesson, they threw away their lives as well." "Very good." Fan Jian's face revealed a gloomy smile. "That day in Black Bamboo City, you had a nascent soul martial artist protecting you. But now, you're in the 7-star sword sect. No one can protect you. So what?" Duan Lingtian laughed, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. Now he was able to discern it. This Fan Jian had probably just returned to the 7-star sword sect. He remembered that at that time, he didn't know if it was Hua Xian or Yuan Wu, but they seemed to have said that Fan Jian had left the 7-star sword sect and went on a long journey. Now it would seem that Fan Jian ought to have just returned. How about it? Fan Jian's face sank when he saw the smile on Duan Lingtian's face, and a cold light flickered within his eyes. "Duan Lingtian, that day, you caused me to lose face in public. Today, I'll give you a chance. You crawl under my crotch, and everything between us will be written off." The smile on Duan Lingtian's face completely froze when he heard Fan Jian. "Crawl under my pants?" Instantly, raging flames leaped about in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes, and it seemed as if it could ignite everything. Duan Lingtian was enraged. Did this Fan Jian really think that he was afraid of him? Lu Qiu's face abruptly went gloomy, then he looked at Fan Jian and shouted out in shock. "Fan Jian, apologize to Duan Lingtian right now." Lu Qiu felt Duan Lingtian's rage. Fan Jian was frightened by Lu Qiu's sudden shout, and he frowned and was slightly displeased. Although he was from Migra's Peak and had a good relationship with Lu Qiu, but Lu Qiu acting like this would undoubtedly cause him to lose face in public. Elder Lu Qiu, Fan Jian's face sank, and he wanted to say something, but he hadn't finished speaking when his face froze, and his eyes emitted traces of disbelief and terror. Because, it was at this moment that he received Lu Qiu's voice transmission. "Fan Jian, half a year ago, Duan Lingtian had just entered the 7-star sword sect when he killed Hua Xian and Yuan Wu on the life and death arena. Later on, he killed a 6th-level origin core stage outer court disciple. A few days ago, during the outer court martial competition, Duan Lingtian killed the number 1 disciple in the outer court, Shi Hao. Just earlier, the foster son of my Migra's Peak's master, Wu Dao, Wu Yongqian, an existence at the 9th level of the origin core stage. Only a single move and lost at his hands. If you don't want to cause trouble and end up like Hua Xian and Yuan Wu, then apologize right now." Lu Qiu's voice was like a thunderclap that blasted Fan Jian to the point he was shocked. This Duan Lingtian had only entered the 7-star sword sect for half a year, and had already done so many shocking things. Moreover, even senior brother Wu Yongqian wasn't a match for him. Forget about Hua Xian, Yuan Wu, and Shi Hao, they were only outer court disciples and he didn't take them seriously. But Wu Yongqian, but they were inner court senior brothers that even he felt inferior to. Now, even Wu Yongqian had lost at the hands of Duan Lingtian. If he were to go against Duan Lingtian, the outcome could be imagined. Although he wasn't willing to believe it, Fan Jian knew clearly in his heart that it was impossible for Elder Lu Qiu to deceive him. Humph. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and when he saw Fan Jian greet Lu Qiu, his throat seemed as if it was choked by someone, and he was unable to speak any longer. He'd already guessed it. Chapter 329. Duan Lingtian, I'm sorry. Fan Jian's face slightly trembled and was slightly distorted. In the end, he seemed to have made a great decision as he gritted his teeth and apologized to Duan Lingtian. His face was filled with unwillingness and didn't have the slightest sincerity. Today, out of respect for Elder Lu Qiu, I can bury the hatchet with you. However, as the saying goes, spilled water can't be undone. Duan Lingtian looked at Fan Jian and his gaze became slightly icy cold. Since some words have been spoken, then they must be paid the price. At practically the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Lu Qiu and Fan Jian's expressions changed. Duan Lingtian moved. Swish. The grade 7 spirit sword that appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's hand seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning, whistling past and disappearing in a flash. At practically the same time. Ah! Fan Jian emitted a shrill cry. The little finger on his right hand was cut off by Duan Lingtian. Fresh blood splattered as the severed finger fell to the ground. This was the price that Duan Lingtian wanted Fan Jian to pay. Fan Jian took a deep breath, his face flushed red, and origin energy pulsed at the wound on his little finger, temporarily stopping the bleeding. Just when Fan Jian's gaze fell on the severed finger on the ground and was thinking of picking it up and finding an alchemist to connect it. Swish! As if he'd realized Fan Jian's intentions, the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shook and flashed out, picking up the severed finger and sweeping it out of Dubhe Peak, falling into the bottomless abyss and disappearing. Now, even if Fan Jian ran down Dubhe Peak and found the severed finger, it would be impossible to connect it. Duan Lingtian. This scene caused Fan Jian's eyes to turn crimson red as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Fan Jian seemed to have transformed into a fierce beast that opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian. His chest was filled with restless flames of rage that could gush out at any moment. The enmity between you and me is now written off. Duan Lingtian ignored the enraged Fan Jian and spoke in a calm tone. He didn't wait for Fan Jian's reply and casually put away the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand and walked down Dubhe Peak. At this moment, some of the inner disciples who were passing by were dumbfounded as they watched Duan Lingtian leave. Who was this outer sect disciple? He was actually so valiant. He chopped off the pinky of an inner disciple and swept it into the bottomless abyss, not giving the other party a chance to reconnect it. Fan Jian, take care of yourself. Lu Qiu took a deep look at the furious Fan Jian, shook his head and sighed. The saying, trouble comes from the mouth, was used to describe the current Fan Jian. He could tell that even though Duan Lingtian had recognized Fan Jian, he was still calm and did not show any signs of anger. In other words, Duan Lingtian had no intention of doing anything to Fan Jian at that time. Only when Fan Jian threatened to let Duan Lingtian crawl between his legs did Duan Lingtian emit a dense killing intent that caused even Lu Qiu to feel fear. He knew that if it wasn't for him saving Duan Lingtian's life on the chain bridge today, Duan Lingtian would absolutely not let Fan Jian off so easily because of him. In Cloud Continent, the strong were respected. Every martial artist that possessed the heart of an expert had their own dignity. Duan Lingtian, the rare genius martial artist of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, his dignity undoubtedly surpassed ordinary martial artists. The person that trampled on his dignity could already be considered to be lucky to be able to survive. Fan Jian's eyes emitted dense coldness as he gazed at Duan Lingtian's disappearing figure. Asking him to write off all the enmity between him and Duan Lingtian just like this? No. He wasn't willing. However, when he thought of the strength Duan Lingtian possessed now, a trace of reason arose within his heart. Finally, reason prevailed and suppressed the flames of rage that filled his heart. When Fan Jian returned to his senses and saw the group of inner court disciples standing nearby and looking at him, his face sank and he shouted in a low voice. What are you looking at? The group of inner court disciples dispersed in an uproar when they saw Fan Jian fly into a rage out of humiliation. When they arrived near the chain bridge that led to Migra's Peak, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Lu Qiu and said, Elder Lu Qiu, I still have some other matters to attend to, so I won't be returning with you for now. Okay, you go ahead. Lu Qiu nodded, then walked towards the chain bridge by himself. Duan Lingtian looked at his surroundings, then circled around the various mountain roads of Migres Peak where streams of people flowed. After half an hour, he walked down Dubhe Peak after confirming that he wasn't followed by anyone. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian arrived near the entrance to the sect. The Seven-Star Sword sect had a place that specialized in rearing horses, and the Fergana horse that Duan Lingtian rode over half a year ago was left here. I'm going to get the horse. Duan Lingtian walked into the stable and walked towards an outer court disciple that reared horses, then lightly smiled. Number plate. The outer court disciple spoke as he raised his head to look at Duan Lingtian. With just a glance, the outer court disciple was stunned on the spot, then stared blankly at Duan Lingtian, then he rubbed his eyes and asked with slight uncertainty. Your senior brother Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian withdrew a number plate from his spatial ring and passed it to the outer court disciple, then nodded. You know me? Of course. The outer court disciple hurriedly nodded with an excited expression. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I went to watch the outer court martial competition that day as well. You're too formidable. Even senior brother Shihao isn't a match for you. Duan Lingtian smiled. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, the horse in the stable that this number plate corresponds to is yours? Suddenly, the outer court disciple glanced at the number plate that Duan Lingtian passed over and asked respectfully. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, in the future, I'll surely properly get more delicious food for your horse, and guarantee that it'll be able to walk as if it's flying. The outer court disciple laughed slyly as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Then I'll thank you first. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. What's your name? The outer court disciple instantly had an excited expression when he heard Duan Lingtian ask his name. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I'm called Mou, Mo as in ink, and U as in corn. I'll remember it, Mou. Duan Lingtian nodded. Let's go, bring me to get the horse. Yes. Hearing this, Mou hurriedly brought Duan Lingtian inside. Mou, did you volunteer to come to the stable to look after the horses? Duan Lingtian looked at this outer court disciple who was similar in age to him and asked curiously. Yes. Mou nodded and laughed slyly. My family's conditions are ordinary, and my current strength isn't strong enough, so I don't dare to go deep into the primeval forest. So, I applied to look after these horses, and this way I can earn a salary. Duan Lingtian nodded. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw his Fergana horse. Compared to half a year ago, the Fergana horse was much fatter. Come to think of it, in this half a year, the Fergana horse was raised like a pig. It would be strange if it didn't gain weight. Mounting the Fergana horse, Duan Lingtian smiled to Mou. Then I'll be leaving first. Take care, senior brother Duan Lingtian. Under Mou's respectful gaze, Duan Lingtian spurred his horse out of the stable and left the Seven-Star Sword sect's entrance to head towards Black Bamboo City. I wonder when I'll be able to possess even half of senior brother Duan Lingtian's strength. Mou's eyes were filled with anticipation and firmness. After half a year, Duan Lingtian once again came to Black Bamboo City. In next to no time, he arrived at the courtyard house he bought that day. Young master. When Xiongquan saw Duan Lingtian, he was as humble and respectful as before. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and slowly said, Xiongquan, I came to look for you this time mainly for the sake of refining a grade 7 spirit cleansing pill for you to consume. After 3 months, your cultivation will be able to completely recover. Completely recover my cultivation? Xiongquan's face was filled with excitement when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. His tiger-like eyes were misty. Thank you, young master, thank you, young master. Xiongquan excitedly thanked Duan Lingtian. He could finally recover his cultivation from his prime, 6th level of the void prying stage. Moreover, during these past few years, although his cultivation couldn't recover to its former state, he didn't dare slack off in the slightest when it came to cultivation. He was confident that once his cultivation recovered to the 6th level of the void prying stage, it wouldn't be long before he would be able to smoothly break through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. After a short moment, Xiong Quan calmed down his feelings and realized that he'd neglected Duan Lingtian, and an apologetic expression appeared on his face. "Young master, I'm sorry, I was too excited." "I can understand." Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't mind. "Young master, you're able to refine a grade 7 spirit cleansing pill now. Then doesn't that mean you've already broken through to?" Finally, Xiong Quan, who recovered from his shock, realized an extremely important problem. According to his knowledge, only an alchemist at the 7th level of the origin core stage or above was able to condense a grade 7 pill fire and refine a grade 7 medicinal pill. "Exactly, I've broken through to the 7th level of the origin core stage." Duan Lingtian didn't conceal it and nodded. "Congratulations, young master." At the same time that Xiong Quan congratulated Duan Lingtian, a tempestuous storm arose in his heart. It's only been half a year and young master has already broken through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. Presently, young master seems to be less than 21 years old, right? A 7th level origin core stage martial artist less than 21 years old. Just thinking about it caused Xiong Quan's scalp to go slightly numb. "Alright, stand on guard for me and don't let anyone disturb me. I'll help you refine a grade 7 spirit cleansing pill." Duan Lingtian greeted Xiong Quan before walking into his former room. The room was extremely clean, as Xiong Quan had obviously asked someone to clean it on normal days. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian withdrew his cauldron, but didn't directly start refining the pill. What he wanted to refine now was a grade 7 spirit cleansing pill, and this grade 8 spirit weapon cauldron was already insufficient. Grade 7 pill fire was sufficient to directly cripple a grade 8 spirit weapon cauldron. So, what he wanted to do now was to refine a grade 7 spirit weapon cauldron. This grade 8 spirit weapon cauldron was given to him by Li Fei's grandfather that day, and it was a cauldron refined by the teacher of Li Fei's grandfather using high-quality weapons refining materials. He only needed to add some materials and Duan Lingtian would be able to advance it to a grade 7 spirit weapon. This was something that Duan Lingtian had planned since long ago. It was even to the extent that when he left the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that day, amongst the materials he asked the various powers to gather, there were materials for refining a grade 7 spirit weapon cauldron. So, what he wanted to do now was to advance the grade of the cauldron. Duan Lingtian had a voice transmission jade slip in his hand, and it was the Boundless Sect's young sect leader who asked him to pass it to Shengguanyen. "Yes." Xiong Quan replied respectfully, and a wisp of gratitude appeared in his eyes. He was once a member of the Boundless Sect, and Duan Lingtian was still able to remember the Boundless Sect's young sect leader's instructions, and it caused him to feel gratitude from the bottom of his heart. "Recover well, I'll come look for you 3 months from now." Duan Lingtian informed Xiong Quan before leaving the courtyard house and Black Bamboo City. After returning to the 7-star sword sect, he returned to Migres Peak. After vigilantly circling a few rounds around the various mountain roads that were filled with people flowing about on Migres Peak, and after half an hour, after confirming that it was impossible for anyone to follow him, Duan Lingtian turned into a remote mountain road and headed towards the peak of Migres Peak. Today, Zhao Lin's madness caused Duan Lingtian to realize that he was in danger. He had to be careful. Once Zhao Lin found an opportunity, he would be doomed eternally. After returning to the stalactite cave, Duan Lingtian calmed his heart and cultivated, waiting for the arrival of the inner court disciple test. During this 1 month of time, besides cultivating, Duan Lingtian also made a trip to the primeval forest, and during the process of killing fierce beasts, he tested out the scope of effect of the quake energy he possessed now. He still remembered that when he was at the 4th level of the origin core stage, the scope of effect of the quake energy was within the body of 10 ancient mammoths. When he was at the 5th level of the origin core stage, the scope of effect of the quake energy was within the body of 20 ancient mammoths. When he was at the 6th level of the origin core stage, the scope of effect of the quake energy was within the body of 30 ancient mammoths. Now, his cultivation had stepped into the 7th level of the origin core stage, and the scope of effect of the quake energy had increased to within the body of 50 ancient mammoths in one go. In other words, so long as his opponent's strength didn't exceed the strength of 50 ancient mammoths, then his quake energy would be able to be effective. Once my cultivation breaks through to the 9th level of the origin core stage, the third form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the WIRM Python form, will be perfected. At that time, the quake energy will increase to the limit as well. But I wonder to what extent the quake energy will increase to at that time. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his eyes flickered with bright lights that were filled with anticipation. A month of time quickly passed. The day of the inner court disciple test arrived as scheduled. Duan Lingtian left the stalactite cave, left the peak of Migra's peak, and arrived nearby the trade hall. Right when Duan Lingtian was about to step onto the chain bridge. Duan Lingtian. The young woman had a delicate and pretty appearance, a pair of beautiful eyes that were extremely lively, and a wisp of a light smile appeared on her face. Senior Sister Wuqing. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he greeted the delicate and pretty young woman. The delicate and pretty young woman was precisely Li Fei's senior sister, Wuqing. Duan Lingtian, I heard that you broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage 1 month ago. Looks like the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit has really been completely unearthed by you. Obviously, Wuqing had heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian breaking through as well. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he spoke modestly. There's nothing to be lucky about. Wuqing shook her head, then said, I heard that after you broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, junior sister cultivated even more painstakingly. I'm afraid it won't be long before she'll be able to smoothly break through to the 6th level of the origin core stage. When she mentioned Li Fei, Wuqing's eyes emitted traces of doting. She liked that junior sister that had extraordinary natural talent from the bottom of her heart. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. That little girl is always so eager to excel. Wuqing, you've come to participate in the inner court disciple test as well? Could it be that you've broken through as well? He Dong looked at Wuqing with a face full of surprise. Wuqing shook her head. Who said that one can only participate in the inner court disciple test after breaking through? It is indeed difficult for a 7th level origin core stage martial artist to pass the inner court disciple test, but it isn't like there's no chance to pass. As she finished speaking, Wuqing had a face full of confidence. Besides, if you can come, then why can't I? So what if you've broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage? Do you believe that I only need a single sword strike to kill you? I only need a single sword strike to kill you. Duan Lingtian's straightforward words entered into Hu Shuefeng's ears, causing Hu Shuefeng's face to instantly stiffen, and his eyes emitted a fierce light. Hu Shuefeng's body was angered to the point of trembling, and he was enraged to the limit. Duan Lingtian, what are you complacent about? You've only consumed the profound origin fruit to possess your current cultivation. If it wasn't for that, why would I, Hu Shuefeng, be afraid of a 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple like you? Hu Shuefeng's face sank, and his icy cold eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. He'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian breaking through to the 8th level of the origin core stage 1 month ago. At that time, his rage shot to the skies. As far as he was concerned, that profound origin fruit ought to be his, but it was seized by Duan Lingtian halfway through. Otherwise, once he consumed the profound origin fruit, his cultivation might have already broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. Ha! Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he heard Hu Shuefeng, and after he finished laughing, his gaze focused onto Hu Shuefeng. Hu Shuefeng, on that day, during the outer court martial competition, I was only a 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple. You, a high and mighty 7th level origin core stage outer court disciple, why didn't you dare battle me? Now, do you think that because you've broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, you have the confidence to think that I, who was at the 6th level of the origin core stage, wasn't a match for you? As he finished speaking, the sneer on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth grew deeper. Of course. Hu Shuefeng sneered, and his eyes emitted a strand of cold light. If you were still a 6th level origin core stage martial artist, then the current me would only need a single sword strike to kill you. Shameless. Zhua Qing couldn't help but spit when she heard Hu Shuefeng. The surrounding crowd of outer court disciples all looked at Hu Shuefeng with strange expressions. When this Hu Shuefeng's cultivation was at the 7th level of the origin core stage, he didn't have the guts to battle the 6th level origin core stage Duan Lingtian. Now that he'd broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, he was boasting here, saying that he would be able to kill the former 6th level origin core stage Duan Lingtian with a single sword strike. Absurd. You, Hu Shuefeng, have broken through, and you still want others to stay where they are and be oppressed by you? Simply the ravings of a fool. Haha, Duan Lingtian laughed once more, and his eyes flickered with a bright light as he stared at Hu Shuefeng. Hu Shuefeng, according to what you mean, if the current you were to face the me from a month ago before I consumed the profound origin fruit, then you wouldn't be cowardly to the point of not daring to battle me? Even to the extent that you would be able to kill me with a single sword strike? Of course. Hu Shuefeng had a proud expression, as he who'd broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage was incomparably confident. If Duan Lingtian was still a 6th level origin core stage martial artist now, then he had the confidence to be able to kill Duan Lingtian with a single sword strike. All right. Duan Lingtian started laughing, and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Since you said so, then I'll give you a chance. Duan Lingtian's words caused most of the people present to be stunned. They didn't understand the meaning of Duan Lingtian's words. Zhua Qing and He Dong looked at Duan Lingtian as if they were lost in thought. As for Hu Shuefeng, his face sank slightly, and a bad premonition arose within his heart. Hu Shuefeng. Duan Lingtian looked at Hu Shuefeng, then abruptly took a step forward as his body emitted battle intent that shot into the sky, and his fierce gaze descended onto Hu Shuefeng. I, Duan Lingtian, am willing to suppress my strength to the 6th level of the origin core stage and battle you on the life and death arena. If I use strength that surpasses the 6th level of the origin core stage, then I'm willing to commit suicide on the spot. Do you dare? Do you dare? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, in the eyes of the surrounding crowd of outer court disciples, the Duan Lingtian before them was so lofty. It was as if he'd transformed into an invincible god of war. Overbearing and fearless. What a Duan Lingtian! He Dong looked at Duan Lingtian and couldn't help but secretly praise in his heart. He noticed that at this moment, he was completely convinced by Duan Lingtian, and it was difficult for him to arouse the desire to compare with Duan Lingtian. Junior sister, why didn't you come with me today? This is your man. Zhua Qing's gaze was complicated, and her eyes revealed slight envy. If a woman was able to obtain the love of a man like this in her lifetime, then she would have no regrets even if she died. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, a true man. From today onwards, my idol is senior brother Duan Lingtian. Some of the surrounding outer court disciples were excited to the point their faces flushed red, as if the person that stood there and issued the life and death arena invitation to Hu Shuefeng wasn't Duan Lingtian, but was instead themselves. In next to no time, the gazes of everyone descended onto Hu Shuefeng. Hu Shuefeng had repeatedly said earlier that the current him was able to kill the 6th level origin core stage Duan Lingtian with a single strike of his sword. Now, Duan Lingtian used a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage to invite Hu Shuefeng to battle in the life and death arena. Did Hu Shuefeng dare accept the challenge? Hu Shuefeng's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He dared speak those words earlier because he had blind confidence towards his own strength, and felt that if Duan Lingtian was still that 6th level origin core stage martial artist from before, he would surely be able to easily kill Duan Lingtian. But now, Duan Lingtian actually wanted to suppress his strength to the 6th level of the Origin Core stage to battle him in the life and death arena. As he looked at Duan Lingtian, who stood there with a face full of confidence and battle intent that shot into the sky, his heart was shaken. Was he really able to kill the 6th level Origin Core stage Duan Lingtian? Although, now, he was still sure of this. But he didn't dare open his mouth to accept Duan Lingtian's life and death arena invitation. He hesitated. Duan Lingtian's current confidence caused traces of fear to arise within his heart. If he wasn't confident, would Duan Lingtian issue such a challenge? Putting himself in Duan Lingtian's shoes, Hu Shuefeng felt even more how mysterious and terrifying Duan Lingtian was. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian was really able to kill him with a cultivation at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage. After all, Duan Lingtian used a cultivation at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage to kill Shi Hao, who was at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage. Duan Lingtian's methods were too strange. When he saw Hu Shuefeng's expression that flickered between a livid and ashen expression, Duan Lingtian seemed to be able to see through Hu Shuefeng's state of mind, and he ridiculed. Hu Shuefeng, the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's Peak Master. You're only a so-so. Only a coward. Coward? Duan Lingtian's words caused Hu Shuefeng to be filled with rage, and he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. What? You're still unwilling to admit it now? Didn't you say earlier that with your current strength, you'd be able to kill me, who's at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage, with a single sword strike? Now, I've suppressed my cultivation to the 6th level of the Origin Core stage with the intention of battling you in the life and death arena. You hesitated for a long time and didn't dare accept the challenge. Isn't this still a coward? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile, and every single word he said struck at Hu Shuefeng's heart. Chapter 332. Coward. As the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's Peak Master, how could the arrogant Hu Shuefeng possibly admit that he was a coward? But now that he realized the strong confidence emitted from Duan Lingtian, he didn't dare accept the challenge. He could only maintain his silence. The gazes that were like blades from the surroundings contained traces of ridicule, and he naturally noticed it. His heart was filled with humiliation and resentment. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the resentment Hu Shuefeng had towards Duan Lingtian in his heart had practically reached an extreme. If he was given the chance, he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest to kill Duan Lingtian, and even burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Coward. Seeing Hu Shuefeng's gloomy face and not daring to reply for a long time, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a trace of disdain as he coldly grunted. He and Hu Shuefeng originally didn't have any relationship. But this Hu Shuefeng actually wanted to take his life during the outer court martial competition. Today, Hu Shuefeng even humiliated Zhuo Qing, his woman's senior sister, in front of him. This caused Duan Lingtian's rage to be completely vented. Hu Shuefeng's breathing became hurried, and his eyes transformed into a crimson-red color, yet he just happened to not dare flare up. He didn't dare gamble. The confidence Duan Lingtian displayed caused him to be extremely fearful. The surrounding crowd of outer court disciples looked at Hu Shuefeng with more and more strange gazes. However, when their gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian, they were instead filled with reverence. Senior sister, if this coward dares to be disrespectful to you in the future, feel free to tell me. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhuo Qing and lightly smiled. Zhuo Qing was his woman's senior sister, and was also his senior sister. He had the responsibility to protect Zhuo Qing and not allow others to humiliate her. Zhuo Qing lightly nodded, and a brilliant smile hung on her beautiful face. Duan Lingtian, you're really something. He Dong shook his head and smiled, as he wholeheartedly submitted to Duan Lingtian. Test Elder has arrived. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed outer disciple looked into the distance and exclaimed. Upon hearing the voice, Duan Lingtian turned around and followed the gaze of the outer disciple. The test elder whom Duan Lingtian had met 7 months ago had appeared before him once more. Presently, the test elder had come up from the main peak, Dubhe Peak. Behind him, there were 8 inner sect disciples who were divided into 2 groups. They carried 2 huge objects covered in red cloth and slowly walked onto the examination platform. Test Elder. The group of outer court disciples on the test platform respectfully greeted the test elder who was in the lead. The exam elder nodded slightly. He stood in the middle of the exam platform and said to the 8 inner disciples, "Put the 2 cages here." Yes. 8 inner sect disciples responded and carried the 2 huge objects covered in red cloth over to him. A cage? Hearing the words of the invigilating elder, the outer court disciples present were all puzzled. Ferocious beasts? Duan Lingtian immediately used his spiritual energy to detect a clue. He discovered that there was actually a powerful ferocious beast hibernating within each of the huge objects covered in red cloth. Could this be the inner court disciple assessment? Duan Lingtian secretly guessed in his heart. Bang! Bang! 2 loud noises sounded. The 2 huge objects covered in red cloth landed in the middle of the exam platform. Now, apart from the test elder and the 8 inner court disciples present, only Duan Lingtian had a calm expression on his face. All the outer court disciples, including He Dong and Zhuqing, stared curiously at the 2 huge objects covered in red cloth. They wanted to know what was inside. Lift the red cloth. At this moment, the test elder looked at the inner court disciples who were standing on the side of the huge objects covered in red cloth and said lightly, "Whoosh! Whoosh!" As the red cloth was lifted by the 2 inner court disciples, the huge objects under the red cloth were completely revealed before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the group. This. Some outer court disciples couldn't help but stare in shock. Violent ape. It's a violent ape. An outer court disciple couldn't help but shout out in shock, and his face was ghastly pale. Presently, what appeared before the eyes of everyone was 2 enormous cages. The cages were obviously made of special materials, and within each of the 2 enormous cages sat a sleeping huge object. These 2 huge objects were enormous apes that were completely covered in black fur. They were 3 meters tall with bulging muscles on their entire bodies, and they were obviously not ordinary ferocious beasts. Violent ape, 9th level origin core stage ferocious beast. Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted as he recognized the origins of these 2 ferocious beasts. Violent ape, 9th level origin core stage ferocious beast. It possessed boundless strength and speed like the wind. It was able to smash a tiger or leopard to death with a single punch, and a single collision was able to knock down a large tree that required a few adults to encircle. It was an extremely terrifying and troublesome ferocious beast. Awaken them. Right when the gazes of Duan Lingtian and the group descended onto the 2 violent apes, the test elder continued to instruct. Instantly, 2 inner court disciples withdrew 2 medicinal pills and stuffed them into the mouths of the 2 violent apes. After a short moment, the 2 violent apes that had fallen asleep woke up, and they opened their crimson-red eyes that were large as gongs. When they opened their eyes, they saw the group of people, and they instantly became irritable. Aoo! Aoo! The 2 violent apes pounded their robust chests as they exerted all their strength to ram into the cages that locked them up. But unfortunately, even though they possessed boundless strength, they were still unable to do anything to the 2 cages. The material of this cage seems to be 1,000-year dark iron. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be astounded as he looked at the pitch-black enormous cage. As expected of the 7-star sword sect, so extravagant. This 1,000-year dark iron was the main material to refine a grade 7 spirit weapon, but now, it was actually used to make a cage. Extravagant. Too extravagant. In the end, the 2 violent apes seemed to have realized that using brute force was unable to solve the problem. They stopped moving, and their human-like eyes flickered as their gazes descended onto the test elder. When he saw this scene, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but praise in his heart. As expected of the ape-type fierce beasts that are closest to humans. Amongst the outer court disciples present, including the strongest Duan Lingtian, He Dong, and Yi Shuefeng, the strongest, was only at the 8th level of the Origin Core stage, and there wasn't a single 9th level Origin Core stage martial artist. Humph. Test Elder grunted in a low voice, and his fierce gaze swept past all the outer court disciples present one by one. He couldn't help but frown when he saw the outer court disciples with unsightly expressions, and only when his gaze descended onto a young man around the age of 20 did his frown ease up. "You're Duan Lingtian?" In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that Test Elder had looked over. "Test Elder." Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to Test Elder. "Indeed, young. I heard that after you consumed the profound origin fruit, you've already broken through to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage." When Test Elder faced Duan Lingtian, his face was filled with a brilliant smile. Duan Lingtian's natural talent was already worthy of him facing him with a smiling face. Meanwhile, the gazes of the nearby 8 inner court disciples descended onto Duan Lingtian. "He's that Duan Lingtian? He's really as young as the rumors say. Oh my god. Such a young man is an 8th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple." Chapter 333. During the outer court martial competition, he killed the number 1 disciple in the outer court, Shihao, with a cultivation at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage. 1 month ago, he consumed the profound origin fruit, and his cultivation broke through from the 6th level of the Origin Core stage to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage in one go. All this happened on a young man that was only a little over 20. This young man was Duan Lingtian. Presently, even if it was within the 7-star sword sect's inner court, the name Duan Lingtian was like a thunderclap that reverberated in the ears. So long as it wasn't an inner court disciple that was especially ill-informed, practically all of them had heard of Duan Lingtian. However, even though the 8 inner court disciples had heard of Duan Lingtian, when they really saw Duan Lingtian now, they couldn't help but be slightly shocked. Only because Duan Lingtian was truly too young. Shockingly young. For a time. As expected, Duan Lingtian became the absolute center of attention on the test platform. Even the Test Elder greeted Duan Lingtian with a smiling face. No one noticed that at the corner of the crowd, Hu Shuefeng stood there with a pair of icy cold eyes that emitted a sheen of jealousy. "Duan Lingtian, the two of us are absolutely irreconcilable." Hu Shuefeng was ruthless in his heart, and he secretly swore a ghastly oath. It was just luck. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Test Elder as he replied. Test Elder shook his head. "This isn't luck. After you consumed the profound origin fruit, you were able to directly break through from the 6th level of the Origin Core stage to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage in one go, and it's sufficient to show that your natural talent is shocking. Work hard. Even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, no one is able to compare to your natural talent, and it can be said to be unprecedented." "I will." Duan Lingtian smiled modestly and was refined and courteous. "It's rare for you to be neither arrogant nor impatient. I really look forward to your future." Test Elder smiled to Duan Lingtian, then asked. "I heard you entered the sect 7 months ago." "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "That day, when I entered the sect, it was precisely the outer court disciple test that Test Elder presided over. I didn't notice you back then." The Test Elder shook his head and smiled. The 7-star sword sect has a total of 5 Test Elders, and every single Test Elder takes turns to be in charge of the outer court disciple and inner court disciple tests for a year. This year, I've successively been in charge of your test twice, and it's sufficient to show that we're fated. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. "It is indeed fate. In the future, if you have time, you can come to my place often." "Yes, my name is Jianghu," the invigilating elder said to Duan Lingtian. The surrounding people were all shocked. The exam elder had even told Duan Lingtian his name. This was enough to show how much he valued Duan Lingtian. "Don't worry, Elder Jianghu. I'll definitely disturb you when I'm free." Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled. "Yes." Test Elder Jianghu nodded, then his gaze swept past all the outer court disciples present and said in a clear voice, "Earlier, I've already spoken of the contents of the inner court disciple test. Every single one of you must take turns to enter the cage and battle the violent apes." As soon as Jianghu finished speaking, all the outer court disciples present shuddered. Isn't this asking us to give our lives away? Exactly. How are we supposed to deal with these two violent apes if we're unable to rely on external forces? Once we enter the cage, we'll die for sure. Some outer court disciples whispered in discussion. Although the outer court disciples' discussion was soft, it was still heard by Jianghu, and Jianghu said coldly, "If all of you are afraid of death, you can withdraw from the inner court disciple test this time. No one is forcing all of you to participate." The crowd of outer court disciples instantly went silent when they heard Jianghu. Meanwhile, Jianghu continued. Although the inner court disciple test today allows all of you to enter the cage and battle the violent apes without relying on any external forces, it doesn't require all of you to kill the violent apes. So long as any one of you is able to persist for more than 10 breaths of time under the hands of the violent apes, then you'll be able to pass the inner court disciple test and become an inner court disciple. As soon as Jianghu said this, Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. So it's only like this. For a time, He Dong and Hu Shuifeng heaved a sigh of relief. It was practically impossible for them to kill the violent apes without relying on external forces, but if it was only persisting for 10 breaths of time under the hands of the violent apes, then it wasn't difficult for them. Even Zhuo Qing had a firm expression now, and her eyes were filled with burning yearning. Yearning to pass the inner court disciple test and become an inner court disciple. At this moment, although the other outer court disciples still felt great pressure, they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Persisting for 10 breaths of time was much easier than killing the violent apes. Now, all the outer court disciples that need to participate in the inner court disciple test, stand by my side. Jianghu spoke out. For a time, including Duan Lingtian, He Dong, and Zhuo Qing, the group of outer court disciples stood by Jianghu's side, and not a single one of them gave up. They'd come here today for the sake of the inner court disciple test, and if they didn't give it a try, they wouldn't be satisfied. Moreover, the inner court disciple test today was nothing more than to allow them to persist for a period of time under the hands of the violent apes. If they didn't have confidence, they were completely able to choose to flee. Very good. Jianghu looked at the group of outer court disciples and nodded. When the test is carried out in a while, there will be an inner court disciple entering the cage with all of you. If all of you are unable to persist, then they will make a move to save all of you. Jianghu's words caused the hearts of most of the outer court disciples to be at ease. With an inner court disciple making a move, they were much more at ease. Now, the people I've called out, enter the cage and battle the violent apes. As Jianghu spoke, he looked at an outer court disciple. You, enter the cage on the left. You, enter the cage on the right. Subsequently, Jianghu called out another outer court disciple. The two outer court disciples took a deep breath, then walked towards the two cages in the distance, and entered the cages with the two inner court disciples. Now, the two violent apes seemed to have realized something. They raised their arms and fiercely pounded their chests, and their crimson red eyes that were large like gongs flickered with a bloodthirsty sheen. Aoo! Aoo! The cries of the two violent apes caused the faces of the two outer court disciples to go ghastly pale, and their legs started trembling. Feeling fear before the battle, they'll probably be unable to persist for 3 breaths of time. He Dong shook his head and spoke to Duan Lingtian who was beside him. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled, as he thought so as well. In next to no time, the two outer court disciples respectively attacked the two violent apes. Whoosh! One of the outer court disciples flashed out, and he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that blew towards the violent apes. Above him, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 7th level of the origin core stage. Aoo! The violent ape was instantly enraged when it saw this human daring to attack it, and its robust arms spread out before pouncing over. The strength of 120 ancient mammoths that belonged to a 9th level origin core stage fierce beast, all exploded out. Whoosh! The outer court disciple's fist shot out, fiercely smashing onto the violent ape's arm, but it didn't cause any material harm to the violent ape. Ayo! The violent ape roared explosively, then swung its arms up and fiercely smashed down onto the outer court disciple's head. If it were to hit, this outer court disciple would die for sure. When faced with the enraged violent ape, the outer court disciple's face went ghastly pale, and his legs seemed as if they were filled with lead, and he was unable to move in the slightest. No! When faced with the violent ape's attack, he cried out in grief, and his voice contained slight despair mixed within. Bang! Right at this moment, the inner court disciple made a move, slapping out with his palm to block the violent ape's attack. This inner court disciple was in existence at the 9th level of the origin core stage as well. Ayo! The violent ape roared furiously, and its enormous body shook, wanting to launch another attack. Whoosh! The inner court disciple raised his hand, and a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air. Above him, 150-plus ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Instantly, the violent ape's enormous body stopped, and it glanced at the 150-plus ancient mammoth silhouettes in terror, then retreated and stood there obediently. You persisted for less than a breath of time, eliminated. The inner court disciple looked at the outer court disciple that was scared silly long ago, and said with a cold voice. The outer court disciple laughed bitterly, then obediently left the cage. Earlier, before the violent ape, he felt as if his heart was about to jump out, and he even forgot to dodge. In the other cage, the mental strength of the outer court disciple was comparatively stronger, and he dodged 2 of the violent ape's attacks. But even then, he was still unable to dodge the 3rd attack. Fortunately, an inner court disciple made a move and stopped the violent ape for him, otherwise, he would die for sure. Persisting for 2 breaths of time, not bad. The inner court disciple nodded to the outer court disciple. However, you don't satisfy the conditions to pass the inner court disciple test, eliminated. The outer court disciple laughed bitterly as he nodded, then left the cage. Although this outer court disciple didn't pass the test as well, he still obtained gazes of admiration from the group of outer court disciples. Being able to persist for 2 breaths of time before the 9th level origin core stage violent ape with a cultivation at the 7th level of the origin core stage was already not bad. Subsequently, the outer court disciples were called out by the test elder, Jianghu, one by one. One by one, the outer court disciples were miserably eliminated. When facing this violent ape, if a 7th level origin core stage martial artist doesn't possess a superior movement technique, it's extremely difficult for them to persist for 10 breaths of time. He Dong shook his head and sighed. Even if they possess a superior movement technique, it's useless, the disparity in strength is too great. It's not easy to persist for 10 breaths of time. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, then he glanced at the nearby Wuxia, and a trace of a bright light flashed within his eyes as he seemed to be lost in thought. Wuxia. In next to no time, Jiang Huai's gaze descended onto Wuxia, and he called out the outer court disciple's name for the first time. Obviously, he knew Wuxia. Wuxia took a deep breath, then walked towards a cage in large strides. Wuxia isn't skilled in movement techniques, and it's not very likely for her to pass the test. He Dong shook his head and didn't hold any hope towards Wuxia. However, Wuxia ought to be about to break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage. She can't pass the test this time, but she'll surely be able to pass the test next time and become an inner court disciple. He Dong, isn't it a bit early for you to say this now? Duan Lingtian smiled slightly disapprovingly when he heard He Dong. What? Could it be that you think Wuxia can persist for 10 breaths of time before the violent ape? He Dong had an expression of disbelief. He couldn't see through this little freak, Duan Lingtian, but Wuxia was instead his old rival. Chapter 334. Just watch. The smile on Duan Lingtian's face still remained, and he seemed to be extremely confident of Zhuqing. He Dong frowned. Needless to say, his heart was filled with bewilderment towards Duan Lingtian's current attitude. Although he didn't have much interaction with Duan Lingtian, he was able to discern that Duan Lingtian wasn't the type of person that spoke without thinking. Now, Duan Lingtian was so confident of Zhuqing. Could it be that he knew something? But no matter what, he wasn't willing to believe that Zhuqing, who was at the 7th level of the origin core stage, was able to persist for 10 breaths of time under the hands of the 9th level origin core stage violent ape. Even if it was him, before he broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, he didn't have the slightest certainty. Some people go too far in boasting, and even the people by their side don't believe them. Laughable. A ridiculing voice suddenly sounded out, and it was incomparably ear-piercing. Duan Lingtian's face sank when he heard the voice, and he turned around to look at the owner of the voice with a cold and indifferent gaze. It was precisely Hu Shuifeng who stood at the other side of Test Elder. What? Am I wrong? The corners of Hu Shuifeng's mouth curled into a ridiculing smile when he saw Duan Lingtian looking over. Getting angry from embarrassment? Duan Lingtian glanced at Hu Shuifeng as if he was looking at an idiot, then sneered. Hu Shuifeng, you said I was boasting. Then how about we make a bet? If senior sister Zhuqing is able to persist for 10 breaths of time under the violent ape, then pass the inner court disciple test and become an inner court disciple. You, Hu Shuifeng, fight me on the life and death arena, and we'll fight to the death. Do you dare? Duan Lingtian once again threatened to invite Hu Shuifeng to battle on the life and death arena. Do you dare? Similar to before, Duan Lingtian's question was powerful and resonant, and when it entered Hu Shuifeng's ears, it caused his face to flicker between livid and pale. When he saw the confidence on Duan Lingtian's face, he hesitated once again in his heart. He didn't dare reply. Including the test elder, Jianghu, the other 8 inner court disciples looked at Duan Lingtian in astonishment, and at the same time, they glanced at Hu Xianxia. Before they arrived, they were unaware of the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Hu Shuifeng on the assessment platform. If you dare battle me on the life and death arena, then I'll still do as I said before and suppress my strength to the 6th level of the origin core stage to battle you. You, Hu Shuifeng, do you dare battle me? Duan Lingtian's gaze gradually turned cold, as if it had turned into an icicle that pierced towards Hu Xianxia. Hu Shuifeng's face was ashen. Yet, he did not dare to accept the challenge. Duan Lingtian's confidence once again made him feel uncertain. Suppressing his strength to the 6th level of the origin core stage. When Jianghu and the 8 inner court disciples heard Duan Lingtian, their pupils couldn't help but constrict as they were shocked. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian was simply courting death. They'd heard of the news of Hu Xianxia breaking through to the 8th level of the origin core stage half a month ago, the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's peak master. As far as they were concerned, no matter how strange and heaven-defying Duan Lingtian's methods were, it was still impossible for him to kill a genuine 8th level origin core stage martial artist with a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage. Right when they thought Hu Xianxia would accept the challenge, they instead noticed that Hu Xianxia's expression was unsightly, and he didn't dare make a sound for a long time. Not long after, the violent ape's body trembled, and its crimson-red pupils constricted as if it had encountered something terrifying. Its enormous body trembled as it hurriedly retreated, and it looked at Duan Lingtian in terror. This scene caused the surrounding crowd of spectators to be greatly shocked. What's going on? The violent ape actually retreated. The 8 inner court disciples had shocked expressions, and although the crowd of outer court disciples were mentally prepared since long ago, they still couldn't help but be moved. Senior brother Duan Lingtian's ability is too terrifying. Yeah, that day, he used the strength of 100 ancient mammoths to kill Shi Hao, who exerted the strength of over 120 ancient mammoths. Today, this violent ape is only stronger than him by the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. Even if it goes berserk, it's probably not a match for him. In the next moment, the scene that occurred before their eyes caused the faces of all the outer court disciples to flush red, and their throats seemed as if they were choked by someone, causing them to be unable to make a sound for a long time. You're smart, you know how formidable it is. Chapter 337. This violent ape noticed something was wrong at the first possible moment when it was struck by Duan Lingtian's punch that contained the terrifying quake energy, and its enormous body retreated decisively. This caused Duan Lingtian to have no choice but to sigh with emotion. This violent ape was simply as intelligent as a human. As expected of a humanoid fierce beast. Ow! Suddenly, the violent ape whose legs were locked by Duan Lingtian roared furiously, then its arms pulled back as if transforming into a strong bow, and it once again smashed down towards Duan Lingtian. Too late. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile, and origin energy skyrocketed above his hands. Quake energy. The terrifying quake energy instantly gushed into the violent ape's legs, then spread out and shook the origin energy on the violent ape's body to disperse. In the next moment, under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian pulled with his arms and forcefully swung the violent ape up, then fiercely smashed it towards the side of the cage. Bang! The cage trembled for a moment, and the violent ape was forcefully smashed onto the cage by Duan Lingtian. Ow! The violent ape howled with grief. The current violent ape didn't have the bloodthirsty and furious appearance from before, and it was simply like an aggrieved little wife. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's arms shook, then he once again swung the violent ape up and smashed it towards the other side of the cage. Bang! The enormous body of the violent ape was once again smashed onto the cage, emitting an enormous bang. When this enormous bang entered into the ears of the surrounding crowd of spectators, it caused them to feel a chill run down their spines. They could imagine that if the violent ape was them, they would probably be directly smashed to death by Duan Lingtian. Bang! Another enormous bang sounded out, and this time, the violent ape was swung around and smashed onto the ground by Duan Lingtian. Ow! The violent ape whose entire body was covered in injuries lay on the ground and emitted a wave of low and high-pitched sorrowful howls. Its arms hugged its head, and its pair of large eyes flickered with a pitiful sheen as it stared at Duan Lingtian. It was as if he was begging Duan Lingtian for mercy. Duan Lingtian also didn't plan on doing anything to the berserk ape, and directly released his hand. Meanwhile, whoosh! He raised his hand, and a medicinal pill flew out, directly shooting into the berserk ape's mouth. Eat it. After the wild ape swallowed the pill, its injuries gradually recovered and it was finally able to stand up. After standing up, it knelt on one knee and bowed its head to Duan Lingtian. This scene caused the absent-minded crowd to quiver. They came back to their senses and looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. This etiquette of the violent ape seems to be the etiquette of submission. Logically speaking, this sort of etiquette of submission is something that the violent apes ought to only display before the king of their race. Usually, even if they die in battle, they won't submit. A knowledgeable inner disciple couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva as he was inexplicably shocked. Looks like Duan Lingtian has obtained the true respect of this violent ape. Another inner court disciple said with a tone that contained traces of shock. As for the others, they were instead completely dumbstruck. Submission? That violent ape actually submitted before Duan Lingtian? F***K. An outer court disciple reacted to what happened and couldn't help but burst out with a curse. This inner court disciple test seems to only ask us to persist for 10 breaths of time before the violent ape before we're considered to have passed, right? Senior brother Duan Lingtian instead directly beat the violent ape to the ground, and even made the violent ape submit beneath his feet. Too awesome. The remaining group of outer court disciples mostly had flushed faces and were exceedingly excited. That violent ape is a 9th level origin core stage fierce beast at any rate, but before senior brother Duan Lingtian, it was like a kitten or puppy. Earlier, Duan Lingtian swung it around and smashed it randomly, and it was simply like playing with a toy. Yeah, too exaggerated. If I didn't see it with my own 2 eyes, I utterly wouldn't dare believe that an 8th level origin core stage martial artist is capable of doing this. That's a 9th level origin core stage fierce beast, not a kitten or puppy. I've decided. In the future, senior brother Duan Lingtian is my idol. When I recall the scene from before now, I still can't help but feel my hot blood boil. The violent ape was swung around and smashed by senior brother Duan Lingtian just like that, and in the end, it was simply smashed to the point it lost its temper. All the outer court disciples now looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that were filled with burning gazes. Freak. He Dong and Zhua Qing glanced at each other. The 2 people who were never on good terms were filled with a rare tacit understanding. Humph. Hu Shuefeng's expression was as unsightly as it could be when he saw this scene. He'd barely persisted for 10 breaths of time before this violent ape before finally passing the test in a sorry state. Now, it was the same violent ape, yet Duan Lingtian had made it submit. Such a large contrast caused Hu Shuefeng's heart to be unable to refrain from trembling, and the hatred he had towards Duan Lingtian in his heart rose to the limit. Test Elder Jianghu had an astounded expression when he saw the scene before him. Although he had confidence in Duan Lingtian, he never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so barbaric, directly making the violent ape lie on the ground. Just like what that outer court disciple had said earlier. This inner court disciple test seemed to only require one to persist for 10 breaths of time under the violent ape, right? This Duan Lingtian instead directly smashed the violent ape to the point it had no temper. Ow! The violent ape that knelt on one knee before Duan Lingtian abruptly lowered its head, and its cry was filled with respect. The violent ape's actions caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be stunned. He possessed the lifetime worth of memories of Emperor Wu, so he was naturally able to discern that the violent ape was performing the etiquette of submission. This was the etiquette that would only be performed when facing an ape king. Now, this violent ape performed this sort of etiquette before him, and it caused him to be shocked in his heart. Get up. According to the memories of Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian had learned the actions of the Monkey King when facing this sort of situation, and he stretched out his hand to rub the violent ape's lowered head a total of 3 times. Ow! Chapter 338. Perhaps it was because Duan Lingtian was pitiful, or perhaps it was because she recalled that Duan Lingtian had helped her pass the inner court disciple test. Zhua Qing withdrew her smile. Junior sisters. Zhua Qing walked gracefully and stood in front of Duan Lingtian, then looked at the group of Alcade Peak female disciples. That's enough. Duan Lingtian came to our Alcade Peak because my master asked him to come. If he's late because of you, then when my master blames you, you'll have to bear the consequences. Zhua Qing's words were indeed effective. Although the group of Alcade Peak female disciples were reluctant, they still obediently dispersed. Many of the female disciples glanced affectionately at Duan Lingtian as they dispersed, and their gazes were filled with teasing. This caused Duan Lingtian to feel a wave of helplessness. Senior sisters Zhua Qing, they seem to be very afraid of Elder Bai. After leaving the vicinity of the chain bridge, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhua Qing and asked curiously. Of course. Zhua Qing nodded and smiled. Normally, the peak master of our Alcade Peak doesn't ask about the matters of our Alcade Peak. It's all managed by my master. In Alcade Peak, my master can be considered to be half a peak master. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. In the past, relying on his formidable spiritual force and the lifetime experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, He was able to discern that Elder Bai's strength wasn't ordinary. She far surpassed the outer court elders of the other sword peaks that he'd seen. Now that he knew of Elder Bai's status in Alcade Peak, he felt relieved. After all, if one didn't have a certain amount of strength to manage such a large Alcade Peak, not to mention what the disciples of Alcade Peak would think, the other outer court elders probably wouldn't be convinced. Master shouldn't be here at this time. You go look for junior sister. Zhua Qing sent Duan Lingtian out of the gorge and smiled ambiguously at Duan Lingtian, not intending to return with him. Thank you, senior sister. Duan Lingtian smiled as well. This senior sister Zhua Qing was really considerate. Walking into the canyon, Duan Lingtian saw Li Fei. Li Fei was watering the flowers. Looking at Li Fei's curvaceous body, Duan Lingtian's lower abdomen couldn't help but heat up. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a smirk. He approached silently, opened his arms, and hugged Li Fei from behind. Who? Li Fei was frightened and shouted subconsciously. Little beauty, stop screaming. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you. Duan Lingtian put his mouth beside Li Fei's earlobe and lightly blew on it as he pretended to speak with a hoarse voice. Bastard. Li Fei came back to her senses and her face was full of joy. She easily recognized Duan Lingtian. You're even able to recognize me? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly and let go of Li Fei, then looked at Li Fei, who turned around, and his eyes were filled with tender affection. Bastard, you went to participate in the inner court disciple test today as well, right? Li Fei blinked her beautiful eyes as she asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. You're at the 8th level of the origin core stage now. Passing the inner court disciple test shouldn't be difficult. Senior sister went as well, did she pass? Li Fei blinked her beautiful eyes and asked with a face full of anticipation. Since you want to know, why didn't you go watch the show with her? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. I just finished cultivating not long ago and looked at the sky. The inner court disciple test ought to be ending soon, so I didn't go over. Li Fei said. I'll tell you later. Duan Lingtian domineeringly carried Li Fei, whose beautiful face was flushed red, and directly rushed into the wooden house. After being intimate for a while, Li Fei, who had a satisfied expression, stretched out her finger and drew small circles on Duan Lingtian's chest. Bastard, did senior sister pass the inner court disciple test or not? Do you hope she passes? Duan Lingtian hugged Li Fei a little tighter, rubbed Li Fei's soft and smooth long hair, and smelled the fragrance of Li Fei's hair as he asked with a light smile. Of course I hope senior sister passes. But, supposedly, it's extremely difficult for 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples to pass the inner court disciple test. As she finished speaking, Li Fei had a face full of worry. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled when he saw Li Fei's expression. With your man here, are you still worried senior sister won't be able to pass the test? Duan Lingtian's words caused Li Fei's eyes to light up. Senior sister really passed the inner court disciple test? Of course, why would I lie to you? But, you have to properly help your senior sister thank your man, me. Duan Lingtian laughed wickedly. Humph. You bastard, you're really thick-skinned. Senior sister passing the test is her own ability, how can you take all the credit? Li Fei grunted lightly with a face full of disbelief. Forget it, I can't get through to you. Go ask your senior sister yourself later. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly as he shook his head, and didn't have any intention of explaining. Bastard, is what you said true? Duan Lingtian saying this caused Li Fei's heart to slightly tremble, and she blinked her beautiful eyes as she asked in a light voice. Of course it's true. Little Fei, when have I ever lied to you? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He took a deep breath and was intoxicated by the fragrance of Li Fei's hair. Bastard, tell me. Li Fei's interest was piqued. What? You believe me now? Duan Lingtian laughed. Seeing that Li Fei was urging her again and again, Li Fei roughly explained what had happened. Bastard, thank you. Li Fei rubbed against Duan Lingtian's embrace as she spoke softly. She knew that it was precisely because of her that her man would help her senior sister. Little Fei, when have you ever been so courteous with me? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. After accompanying Li Fei for a while longer, Duan Lingtian put on his clothes and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he asked. Little Fei, I intend to make a trip to the solitary peak 2 months from now. Li Fei's gaze lit up when she heard this. You want to help that boundless sect's young sect leader deliver a message? When Duan Lingtian met the boundless sect's young sect leader in the misty forest outside Aurora City, Li Fei was present as well. So, Li Fei knew of the request the boundless sect's young sect leader had given to Duan Lingtian that day. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. It's for the sake of helping him deliver a message and going for a walk while I'm at it. Do you want to go with me? Of course. I'll tell Master about it later. Li Fei nodded excitedly. She'd been in the 7-star sword sect for over 7 months, yet she'd never left and had been bored to death since long ago. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then I'll come look for you at that time. I hope Kerr can return at that time, and the 3 of us will go with Xiong Quan. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian left after notifying Li Fei. When he left Alcade Peak, Duan Lingtian intentionally sped up his footsteps and quickly ascended the chain bridge to head towards the main peak, Dubhe Peak. It was as if he was fleeing for his life. This caused the group of Alcade Peak female disciples that had just reacted to the situation to sigh. Why is senior brother Duan Lingtian running so quickly? I still want to share the snacks I brought from home with senior brother Duan Lingtian. I still want to discuss life with senior brother Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian arrived at the main peak, Dubhe Peak, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, then he returned to Migres Peak. Duan Lingtian's brows frowned when he'd only just arrived at Migres Peak. Because he saw a familiar person walking towards him. Duan Lingtian. When Wu Yongxian saw Duan Lingtian once again, his eyes flickered with a ghastly sheen of hatred. It was precisely this outer court disciple that completely crippled his right arm, causing him to be unable to use his right hand to execute sword skills in the future. Is there something you need? Duan Lingtian's tone was calm as he asked indifferently. My foster father wants to see you. Wu Yongxian spoke directly. What? The peak master wants to see me? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Wu Yongxian, then he raised his voice to spread throughout the surroundings. For a moment, it drew the attention of many Migres Peak disciples. Peak master? Isn't that the foster son of our Migres Peak's master, Wu Yongxian? Looks like it's precisely our Migres Peak's master who wants to see Duan Lingtian. The crowd of Migres Peak disciples discussed animatedly. Wu Yongxian frowned when he heard the discussions of these Migres Peak disciples, then he looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a low voice, Duan Lingtian, my foster father wants to see you. Why are you making so much noise, as if you're afraid others don't know that you're going to see my foster father? Huh, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but start laughing without restraint. Wu Yongxian, I crippled one of your arms that day after all, and you suddenly said that the peak master wants to see me. How would I know if the peak master went back on the matter from that day and wants to do something to me? So now, I feel that there's a need to let everyone know more about this matter. Crippled arm? The crowd of Migres Peak disciples were completely petrified when they heard Duan Lingtian. Their gazes descended onto Wu Yongxian, and they instantly noticed that Wu Yongxian's right arm drooped down as if it had no bones. It can't be, right? Senior brother Duan Lingtian actually crippled senior brother Wu Yongxian's right arm? Isn't this too ferocious? I heard senior brother Duan Lingtian say that it seems like the peak master knows of this matter as well. Awesome. I can be considered to have witnessed what true awesome is now. All the Migres Peak disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with adoration, simply as if taking Duan Lingtian to be their idol. Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple like you dares be presumptuous before me. Wu Yongxian's face went ghastly pale when he saw Duan Lingtian publicizing his embarrassing matter to everyone, and he shouted with a stern voice. outer court disciple? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a slight smile when he heard Wu Yongqian, and with a raise of his hand, an ancient command token appeared in his hand. Wu Yongqian, open your eyes wide and look carefully. This command token ought to not be unfamiliar to you, right? Wu Yongqian's face sank when he saw the command token in Duan Lingtian's hand. He naturally recognized this command token, because he had one himself. As for the nearby Migres Peak disciples, their gazes lit up one after another. Isn't that an inner court disciple's command token? It seems to be. Looks like senior brother Duan Lingtian has already passed today's inner court disciple test. 1 month ago, there was a rumor that senior brother Duan Lingtian had broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, and becoming an inner court disciple with a cultivation at the 8th level of the origin core stage isn't strange. The problem is, senior brother Duan Lingtian seems to only be a little over 20, right? Senior brother Duan Lingtian is worthy of being the publicly acknowledged monstrous genius of our 7-star sword sect. Before he appeared, if someone told me that an 8th level origin core stage martial artist a little over 20 had appeared in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, I wouldn't believe it even if I was beaten to death. Chapter 339. When the whispers of the Migres Peak disciples entered into Wu Yongqian's ears, it caused Wu Yongqian's face to go livid, and his pair of fierce eyes flickered with dense rage. This Duan Lingtian crippled his right arm, causing him to be dragged down because of this, and his future accomplishments were worrying. His dream since he was young was to succeed his foster father's position and become the peak master of the 7-star sword sect's Migres Peak. But now it would seem that all of this would become an extravagant hope. Duan Lingtian, if it wasn't for you, I'd surely be able to become the peak master of Migres Peak in the future. It's all because of you. Wu Yongqian's heart was filled with rage to the limit, and wished for nothing more than to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces before burning his bones and scattering his ashes. As far as he was concerned, it was Duan Lingtian that destroyed his life. Duan Lingtian frowned when he noticed Wu Yongqian's ghastly and hateful gaze, then said indifferently, Wu Yongqian, you seem to hate me? Humph. Although Wu Yongqian didn't say anything, but a cold snort was sufficient to display his hatred towards Duan Lingtian. Wu Yongqian, although I crippled your arm. But you have to understand one thing clearly. On that day, if it wasn't for you stubbornly resisting and being unwilling to stop, your right arm wouldn't have been crippled. Duan Lingtian looked at Wu Yongqian with a calm gaze. So, the greatest responsibility for your right arm being crippled is on you. If you abandoned your sword a moment earlier, you would at most be lightly injured. It was your conceit, your arrogance, that completely destroyed yourself. On that day, when Wu Yongqian fought Duan Lingtian, he'd used his right hand to wield his sword. Duan Lingtian was extremely clear in his heart what effect a crippled right arm would have on Wu Yongqian. But he didn't have the slightest feeling of guilt. On that day, it was because Wu Yongqian was too conceited and was unwilling to abandon his sword for a long time that caused him to fall to such an end. Moreover, from the beginning until the end, the conflict between him and Wu Yongqian was caused by Wu Yongqian's foster father, the peak master of Migres Peak, Wu Dao. If not for this, he would not have fought with Wu Yongqian. But now, sensing Wu Yongqian's hatred for him, Duan Lingtian realized that Wu Yongqian didn't think so. Wu Yongqian had clearly pushed all the blame onto him. Duan Ling. Heavens. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wu Yongqian gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent, vicious and cold. Didn't the Peak Lord want to see me? Why aren't you leading the way? Duan Lingtian calmly glanced at Wu Yongqian and said indifferently. Wu Yongqian shuddered when he heard this, and only now did he recall the proper business. He suppressed the flames of rage that had reached the limit in his heart before turning around and intending to take Duan Lingtian and leave Migres Peak. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the direction of the cable bridge, causing Duan Lingtian to stop in his tracks. Duan Lingtian glanced over. A Migres Peak disciple was walking over from the other side of the cable bridge, and when the Migres Peak disciple saw Duan Lingtian, his eyes lit up and he walked over in large strides. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized this Migres Peak disciple. Yi Xiaobei. Duan Lingtian remembered this name clearly. On that day, he'd come to the trade hall with the intention of selling the pile of medicinal pills he obtained as a reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition. At that time, Yi Xiaobei and another Migres Peak disciple had a conflict for the things in his possession. This peak master of Migres Peak, a higher-up of a tiny imperial kingdom sect, also dared to boast like this? Simply naive, laughable. You. Even though Duan Lingtian's words were reasonable, it was undoubtedly an undisguised slap to Wu Dao's face, causing Wu Dao to burst into rage, and the origin energy on his body raged and roiled restlessly. Duan Lingtian, do you know? Just based on these words of yours, I can directly kill you right now. Ha. When faced with the enraged Wu Dao, Duan Lingtian's face still remained carefree. Peak Master, your strength is shocking, and you're a void stage expert. Killing me is naturally as easy as flipping your hand. But, if you kill me today, I wonder what the Migres Peak disciples would think, what the 7-star sword sect disciples would think, and what the other Peak Masters, sect leaders, and even guardian elders would think. Humph. Even if I kill you today, who would know that it was me who killed you? Wu Dao grunted coldly with a face full of disdain. Peak Master, then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Before I came here, many Migres Peak disciples knew that I crippled your foster son's arm, and they knew that your foster son brought me to see you. Duan Lingtian's tone was calm as he spoke indifferently. Wu Dao's face sank when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he frowned as he looked at Wu Yongxian who was beside him. Wu Yongxian nodded with a bitter smile, proving that what Duan Lingtian said wasn't false. Trash. Wu Dao glanced coldly at Wu Yongxian, and his expression was terrifyingly gloomy. If it was really like this, then he really didn't dare kill Duan Lingtian. He could disregard the Migres Peak disciples, and even the 7-star sword sect disciples. But once this matter was spread out, the sect leader would surely interfere. With the natural talent Duan Lingtian revealed now, practically everyone in the 7-star sword sect took him to be the hope of the sect, even if it was the sect leader. Perhaps he'd already started paying attention to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Wu Dao looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a low voice, needless to say, you're extremely intelligent, truly extremely intelligent. You actually know how to create momentum for yourself and make me hold back from taking action. Peak Master, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, and he felt a wave of delight in his heart when he saw Wu Dao's unsightly expression. Wu Dao continued. But even if I can't kill you, but I presume it's understandable if I teach you a lesson. As he spoke up to hear, a wisp of gloominess appeared on Wu Dao's face. Peak Master, if you don't want to know the characteristics of the spirit fruit I consumed, then feel free to make a move against me. The smile on Duan Lingtian's face didn't change, and he glanced deeply at Wu Dao, as if victory was within his grasp. He knew clearly in his heart that everything Wu Dao did earlier was undoubtedly threatening him and probing him, even if it was Wu Dao himself. He didn't dare be 100% sure that what he said earlier was a lie. Humph. So long as you speak, I'll let you leave safely. From today onwards, I won't make things difficult for you. Wu Dao was tempted as expected when he heard Duan Lingtian. What Duan Lingtian wanted was the first half of Wu Dao's words. As for the second half, he directly disregarded it. Could Wu Dao's promise be believed? That's a spirit fruit that's completely dark violet in color, and there are some small lumps on its surface, Duan Lingtian slowly described. Of course, the spirit fruit he described now wasn't a spirit fruit that was beneficial to a martial artist. but was instead a highly toxic spirit fruit that killed without leaving a trace. This type of spirit fruit was extremely rare, and it had always been loved by demon beasts that were extremely poisonous. At the instant Duan Lingtian reacted, the origin energy palm print had already arrived before him. His face went pale, and he was utterly unable to dodge in time. Earthen Dragon Shield. He only had time to circulate his defensive martial skill and quake energy. A layer of defensive chi rose up on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body, and the defensive chi started to intensely tremble at an extremely high frequency. Bang! The condensed origin energy palm print descended onto Duan Lingtian's chest, and a terrifying strength roared out. After a short moment, it shattered Duan Lingtian's defensive chi barrier that contained quake energy. Although half of the strength contained within the origin energy palm print was resisted by the defensive chi barrier and quake energy, the remaining strength still fiercely smashed onto Duan Lingtian's chest, causing Duan Lingtian's internal organs to tremble. Pooh! Duan Lingtian felt a wave of burning pain come from his chest, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body flew out uncontrollably like an arrow that left the bowstring, and he fiercely crashed onto the ground. Bang! Duan Lingtian's body landed on the ground, and he felt a wave of dizziness, and he only reacted after a short moment. Lu Shirgu. Duan Lingtian, whose face was ghastly pale, gazed at the 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him that were gradually dispersing, and his eyes emitted dense coldness. Zhao Lin looked at the person that had his back facing him in astonishment. Who are you? Finally, the person that had his back facing Zhao Lin slowly turned around and revealed his true appearance. It's you. Zhao Lin's face went grim when he saw the lineup of the people that had arrived, as he never imagined that the person that stopped him would be this person. The Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan. Peak Master Zheng Fan, what's the meaning of this? Zhao Lin's face sank, and his words contained a questioning tone mixed within. Zhao Lin, the Migres Peak Outer Court Elder, wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan. Elder Zhao Lin, please return. Zheng Fan glanced at Zhao Lin calmly as he slowly spoke. Zheng Fan, you're insisting on interfering in my matters? Zhao Lin looked at Zheng Fan and directly called out his name. A fierce light flickered within his eyes as he said in a low voice. Zheng Fan, don't forget who my grandfather is. Huh, Zheng Fan couldn't help but laugh when he heard Zhao Lin. Elder Zhao Lin, I'm extremely curious. You dare tell Elder Ming about your current actions? You. Zhao Lin's face went grim, as if Zheng Fan had grabbed onto his sore spot, and he was slightly enraged from embarrassment. Elder Zhao Lin, please. Zheng Fan glanced at the direction of Dubhe Peak and slowly spoke. Zhao Lin's gaze shot into the distance, and the two Fergana horses had already completely vanished from his field of vision. He knew clearly in his heart. Now, not to mention Zheng Fan interfering in this matter, even if Zheng Fan didn't exist, he might not be able to catch up to his target. Humph. Zhao Lin coldly swept Zheng Fan with his gaze, then turned around and headed towards the direction of the seven-star sword sect's main peak, Dubhe Peak. Zheng Fan followed up, and flowing lights flashed within his eyes. His thoughts seemed to have returned to yesterday. Peak Master, I have something I need your help with. Speak, so long as it's within my ability, I'll absolutely not refuse. I intend to leave the 7-Star Sword sect tomorrow, but I'm worried that someone will harm me, so I hope that Peak Master can help me leave safely. Duan Lingtian owes Peak Master's favor. It's only a small matter, I promise you. Thank you, Peak Master. Flowing lights flashed within Jing Fan's eyes, and his heart was filled with bewilderment. How exactly did that little fellow offend Zhao Lin? Zhao Lin was only a first-level void prying stage outer court elder, and he didn't take him seriously. However, even if he'd already broken through to the void initiation stage now, he still felt reverence and fear towards the person behind Zhao Lin. Giddy up. Giddy up. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei spurred the Fergana horses to travel side by side, and they quickly arrived at Black Bamboo City and converged with Xiong Quan. After changing into casual clothes, they prepared to head to the solitary peak. At this moment, it seemed as if only this young woman remained in the world of the sloppy young man's eyes, and there was nothing else. Duan Lingtian was extremely familiar with this sort of gaze, and it would only appear when facing the person he loved. Looks like this sloppy young man likes this young woman. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Could it be that this is the legendary love triangle? Big sister, are you the shopkeeper of this restaurant? Li Fei looked at the young woman and blinked her beautiful eyes as she asked curiously. Sort of. The young woman lightly smiled as she nodded. Sort of. Li Fei was stunned and didn't understand the meaning behind the young woman's words. The young woman continued. This restaurant was opened by me and my manager. Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and he was able to notice that when the young woman spoke the words manager, her gaze couldn't help but dim slightly, and it contained traces of an indescribable feeling mixed within, and she was extremely unconfident. Duan Lingtian was bewildered. This young woman seemed to be extremely unconfident when mentioning her husband. It was slightly strange. So that's how it is. Li Fei smiled. She'd noticed the lack of confidence in the young woman's eyes as well, but she didn't ask any further. After all, every family had its own difficulties. Suddenly, as if she'd thought of something, Li Fei's beautiful brows frowned slightly as she looked at the sloppy young man that was drinking wine before the window, and then she slowly said to the young woman, Big sister, why does your restaurant allow everyone to come up? This sloppy drunkard seems to have stayed in your restaurant for a long time, right? Doesn't it affect the business of your restaurant? Do you want us to help you drive him away? As she finished speaking, Li Fei's eyes contained traces of excitement mixed within. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Looks like Li Fei was still unable to let go of the matter of the sloppy young man ignoring the female shopkeeper of the restaurant. The beautiful shopkeeper of the restaurant that stood before Duan Lingtian, and Li Fei was stunned when she heard Li Fei, and then she couldn't help but laugh. Her laugh was extremely beautiful. Big sister, what are you laughing at? Seeing the female shopkeeper of the restaurant suddenly laugh, Li Fei's beautiful eyes contained a trace of puzzlement. Young miss, he's the owner of my restaurant. The female shopkeeper shook her head and smiled as she spoke slowly. Ah. The female shopkeeper's words not only caused Li Fei to be stunned, even Duan Lingtian was stunned. That sloppy young man was the husband of this restaurant's female shopkeeper? That husband that could cause her to have a lack of confidence? Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. Could it be that the ways of the world had changed? Later on, an unforeseen event occurred, and her dantian was damaged, causing her to be unable to accumulate origin energy any longer. According to her, Big Brother Zhang's natural talent in the martial Dao is extremely high, causing her to feel ashamed of her inferiority, and she always felt that she wasn't worthy of Big Brother Zhang. Li Fei spoke slowly. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding when he heard Li Fei. So it turned out that the reason Wang Qiong wasn't confident was because she was unable to accumulate origin energy, whereas Zhang Shouyong was an expert in the martial Dao. He could understand. The union of an ordinary woman and a man with an extremely monstrous natural talent in the martial Dao was indeed an extremely great pressure. But since they'd already gotten married and were husband and wife, why bother about all this? Perhaps Wang Qiong has a knot in her heart. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Moreover, this knot in her heart was very likely related to the female manager of the desolate pool inn. Li Fei continued. I really misunderstood Big Brother Zhang earlier. So it turns out that Big Brother Zhang even gave up everything for the sake of Big Sister Wang Qiong and followed her to this remote ancient city of Everlast to open the Eternal Jade restaurant. After returning to the profound pool inn, Duan Lingtian noticed that the female manager's actions had not changed at all, and she was still gazing with infatuation at the slovenly young man in the opposite restaurant. Duan Lingtian shook his head and held Li Fei's hand as they returned to the room. Little Fei, since you're not used to this place, we'll go to the solitary summit tomorrow and find Shangguan Yen. After completing the Boundless Sect's young sect master's instructions, we'll leave. Duan Lingtian said to Li Fei. Li Fei lightly nodded and quickly fell into a deep sleep on the bed. Looking at the exhausted Li Fei, Duan Lingtian felt a bit of heartache. He lightly stroked Li Fei's beautiful face that was as smooth as jade, and his eyes were filled with tenderness like water. The next morning, Duan Lingtian and the other two prepared to depart. Let's go say goodbye to Big Sister Wang Qiong and Big Brother Zhang. Before leaving the inn, Li Fei said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, when the two of them left the inn and bathed in the fresh morning mist, they noticed that the Eternal Jade restaurant hadn't opened for business yet. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Looks like we woke up too early. Then we'll come say goodbye to them when we return, and then we'll leave. Li Fei suggested. Duan Lingtian agreed and spurred his horse out with Li Fei. Xiong Quan followed closely behind like a shadow. After leaving the ancient city of Everlast, Duan Lingtian's group of three headed towards the solitary summit. The solitary summit stood in the distance, and it was even more majestic than the seven-star sword sect's main peak, Dubhe Peak. The solitary summit seemed to be very close, but when Duan Lingtian's group of three galloped at full speed and arrived at the foot of the solitary summit, it was already an hour later. The solitary summit's mountain path was wide and extremely level, and it was completely capable of using a horse to ascend it. Duan Lingtian's group of three spurred their horses to head up the solitary summit. All along the way, they were able to see that there were some buildings more or less built on the mountainside of the solitary summit. They were either wooden houses, houses made of bricks, or luxurious buildings that were like palaces. The solitary summit is so huge, wanting to find Shangguan Yen here is simply like looking for a needle in a haystack. After asking all along the way, there wasn't any news related to Shangguan Yen, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but reveal a bitter smile, as he felt this was a difficult mission. I thought we'd be able to directly find Shangguan Yen after arriving at the solitary summit. But I never imagined that no one knows him at all. Li Fei's beautiful brows frowned and she was slightly vexed. The solitary summit is so huge, it's not strange that they don't know Shangguan Yen. Let's continue up the mountain and see if we're able to find out any news related to Shangguan Yen. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly as he spurred his horse forward. A mere 5th level void prying stage martial artist dares be presumptuous before my young master? It was Xiongquan's figure that flashed out, and in the blink of an eye, he descended before Duan Lingtian before the old man approached Duan Lingtian, then he floated in the sky and blocked the old man's path. Above Xiongquan, the energy of heaven and earth roiled, and the number of ancient mammoth silhouettes ceaselessly rose, 8,000 heads. 9,000, when it increased to 9,999, all the ancient mammoth silhouettes trembled and completely converged together, causing a wave of clouds and mist to roil. When the clouds and mist dispersed, an enormous creature that coiled down appeared before the eyes of everyone. This enormous creature was a few tens of meters long, and its powerful body spiraled in the sky, seeming lifelike. Its bloody mouth would occasionally open, swallowing clouds and spitting out mist, and it brought a visual shock to others. The enormous creature was 50% or 60% similar to the Eastern Divine Dragon in Duan Lingtian's impression, but it was slightly smaller than the Eastern Divine Dragon. Moreover, its appearance seemed to be even more savage and extremely deterring. Horned Dragon. This was an ancient horned dragon. During the ancient times, the strength of an ancient horned dragon was comparable to the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths. Presently, Xiongquan's strength had soared to the point it was comparable to the strength of an ancient horned dragon. It was equivalent to the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths. 7th level of the void prying stage. A voice that was mixed with trembling abruptly sounded out, and it contained traces of fear mixed within. It was the old man that charged towards Duan Lingtian like a bolt of lightning, and when Xiongquan appeared before Duan Lingtian, he hurriedly flashed back and floated in the sky. As he looked at the lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouette above Xiongquan, the old man's eyes emitted terror that came from his soul. As this middle-aged man's figure flashed, he drew upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense into the strength of an ancient horned dragon. He didn't utilize a spirit weapon, nor did he utilize force. The old man was well aware of what this meant. 7th level of the void prying stage. This was a 7th level void prying stage expert. This is an ancient horned dragon. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the sky above Xiongquan, even though he knew beforehand that Xiongquan had already broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. Relying on the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he knew that Xiongquan was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense into an ancient horned dragon silhouette. However, this was the first time he'd seen an expert at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above make a move. It was the first time he'd seen an ancient horned dragon. Ancient horned dragon? Li Fei had a bewildered expression, as she'd never heard of an ancient horned dragon. Little Fei, in Cloud Continent, martial artists are able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop ancient mammoth silhouettes. However, when the number of ancient mammoth silhouettes reaches 10,000, it would automatically transform into an ancient horned dragon silhouette. Duan Lingtian noticed Li Fei's bewilderment, and slowly explained. This is the rule of Cloud Continent, the iron law of Cloud Continent. In other words, the strength of an ancient horned dragon is comparable to the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths. Li Fei came to a sudden understanding when she heard Duan Lingtian's explanation, and she completely understood. Ancient horned dragon strength? In the distance, the blue-clothed young man that sat on the Fergana horse revealed a dumbstruck expression after Xiongquan drew upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense into an ancient horned dragon silhouette. So, he didn't regret it. If he really wanted to talk about regret, then what Duan Lingtian regretted the most now was not seeing those two corpses being burned into ash with his own two eyes. Although he didn't see what happened after that, he was able to guess a thing or two. It ought to be that when he and Xiongquan made a move, it was seen by the twin brothers behind the old man. Later on, one of them went to inform the old man, and the other followed them all the way here. Looks like Big Brother Zhang noticed the people following us earlier. Duan Lingtian recalled that before lunch, Zhang Shouyong had asked him if he'd brought anyone else over. For a time, Duan Lingtian's heart was clear like a mirror. Why did you kill my grandson? The sharp gaze of the gaunt old man descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty venomous snake that would bite Duan Lingtian at any moment. Duan Lingtian could feel the old man's killing intent that was difficult to restrain. He deserves death. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and his tone was calm, yet mixed with a murderous intent. At this moment, Duan Lingtian knew that he had no other choice, and could only fight head-on. Now, he still couldn't confirm if the old man was a void initiation stage expert. Perhaps, he still had a chance. He'd already sent a voice transmission to Xiong Quan, asking Xiong Quan to wait for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the old man, and strive to kill him in one strike. He deserves death. The gaunt old man was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, his gaze descended onto Li Fei, who was by Duan Lingtian's side. Presently, Li Fei hadn't worn her veil, and her drop-dead gorgeous appearance was clearly visible. When he saw Li Fei, the gaunt old man's eyes flickered with a fierce light, and he said in a low voice, "Looks like my grandson was destroyed by a woman." Obviously, the old man knew his grandson very well. Now that he saw Li Fei, he easily guessed some things. When he felt the bloodthirsty killing intent that rose from the gaunt old man towards Li Fei, Duan Lingtian's face went grim, and he hurriedly stood up to stand before Li Fei, blocking this bloodthirsty killing intent for Li Fei. Humph. Duan Lingtian's expression was cold and indifferent, and his back was straight. He wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing the old man's bloodthirsty killing intent, and he remained unmoving like a mountain. Scoundrel. When the old man's killing intent enveloped over, Li Fei felt as if she was within a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and that suffocating feeling caused her to feel extremely uncomfortable. Now, Duan Lingtian was blocking before her, and at the same time that it caused her heart to feel warm, she was slightly worried. The gaunt old man's white brows raised when he saw this, and he grunted coldly. "Kid, needless to say, you're really not bad. But unfortunately, you're dead for sure today. As they say, beauties bring disaster." Chapter 352. A wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth when he heard what Xiong Quan said. A 7th-level void prying stage expert had his dantian crippled in the blink of an eye, causing his origin energy to be completely lost, and he was even inferior to a 1st-level void prying stage martial artist. How could this be called fine? Duan Lingtian asked himself, if it was him, he would surely be unable to accept this reality. He knew clearly in his heart that Xiong Quan was only consoling him. Xiong Quan didn't want him to feel guilty. But, how could he not feel guilty? "Xiong Quan, I owe you." At the same time that Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, a wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of his mouth. What he owed Xiong Quan, he would probably only be able to return in his next life. He'd killed the grandson of this void initiation stage expert, so it was impossible for the old man to let him go. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian stared coldly at the gaunt old man in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Scoundrel. Meanwhile, Li Fei held Duan Lingtian's hand and stood shoulder to shoulder with Duan Lingtian. Go through thick and thin together. As far as she was concerned, being able to go through life and death with Duan Lingtian in this lifetime was not a life in vain. Little Fei. When Duan Lingtian saw Li Fei like this, the coldness and indifference on his face vanished without a trace, and replacing it was gentleness that was like water. He lightly stretched out his hand to stroke Li Fei's beautiful face. "Do you regret knowing me?" Li Fei shook her head. "Being able to know you in this lifetime is the greatest favor of the heavens to me. Even if I leave with you in the next moment, I won't regret it, because I'll always be by your side. You'll never be alone." Duan Lingtian nodded heavily, then took a deep breath and squeezed out a trace of a smile on his face. His eyes gradually revealed a trace of firmness. No matter what, so long as there was a trace of a chance, he wouldn't allow anything to happen to little Fei. Humph. A cold snort sounded out, breaking this beautiful atmosphere. What a touching scene. My pitiful grandson died because of this woman. The gaunt old man's voice was cold and indifferent, and his face was gloomy like water. All of a sudden. Whoosh. The old man moved and made his move. In the blink of an eye, Li Fei was taken away from Duan Lingtian. Little Fei. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed greatly. The moment he came to his senses, he flew out, wanting to save Li Fei. Whoosh. The old man casually raised his leg, causing the shadows of his leg to sweep out, and he only used the strength of over 100 ancient mammoths to kick Duan Lingtian flying. In that instant, Duan Lingtian felt his internal organs tremble and a sweet taste in his throat. Boom! In the next moment, his entire body flew out like an arrow from a bow, slamming heavily into the wall. Puff! Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. The shock from his internal organs almost suffocated him. However, seeing that Li Fei was still in the old man's hands, Duan Lingtian suddenly roared and flew out again as if he had turned into a poisonous snake. Sword drawing technique. The sword flashed out like lightning, heading straight for the old man. Swish! The sword light that flashed by seemed to have transformed into the fangs of a poisonous snake, biting towards the old man. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The old man laughed coldly as he casually raised his hand and blasted Duan Lingtian flying once more. Puff! Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood once more, barely supporting himself with his sword, and his body swayed as if he would fall to the ground at any moment. Scoundrel! This scene caused Li Fei's eyes to almost split apart as she cried out in grief. At this moment, even though she was facing a life and death crisis, her heart was still filled with happiness. At this moment, it was as if Duan Lingtian was the only person left in the world in her eyes. This was her man, she was Li Fei's man. Duan Lingtian's determination made the old man's expression extremely ugly. Naturally, he wouldn't be so kind as to let Duan Lingtian leave. He only wanted to destroy the laughable feelings between this young couple and let them know how fragile their so-called feelings were. Now, it seemed that he had failed. This young man who killed his grandson was actually willing to die for this woman. Taking a deep breath, the old man's hand shook as he directly threw Li Fei out and said coldly, "I'll give you the time of 10 breaths to disappear before my eyes, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, I'll let you be buried with this kid." As the old man finished speaking, his eyes emitted a cold and fierce expression. He still wanted to see the scene of the murderer of his grandson being abandoned by everyone. Only in this way could he dispel the hatred in his heart. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sneer. Old man, doing the same thing twice. Don't you feel bored? In your heart, I'm afraid you wish for nothing more than to burn our bones and scatter our ashes. Would you let any one of us leave? Laughable. Duan Lingtian's words caused the old man's face to flicker between green and white. Scoundrel. Li Fei arrived by Duan Lingtian's side and helped the ghastly pale Duan Lingtian up, and the gaze she looked at Duan Lingtian with was filled with gentleness that was like water. So long as she was able to be together with this man, even if she had to die in the next moment, she would have no regrets. In the distance, Zhang Shouyong was slightly moved when he saw this scene. Subsequently, his gaze descended onto Wang Qiong who was by his side. Presently, Wang Qiong's beautiful face was completely covered in tears, and she seemed to have transformed into a tearful beauty. The unwillingness between Duan Lingtian and Li Fei had deeply infected her. The feelings between the two of them had already surpassed life and death. It was shocking. "Kid, what you mean is that I'll go back on my word?" The killing intent in the old man's eyes was awe-inspiring, and his face sank. For the sake of seeing the scene of Duan Lingtian being abandoned by everyone, he secretly gritted his teeth and made a decision. With a raise of his hand, the origin energy in his hand transformed into needles that pierced into the tip of his finger. Hiss! A strand of light fresh blood sprinkled down into the sky. I, withered old man, swear with my blood that so long as this woman is willing to abandon this kid and leave, and let this kid taste the pain of being abandoned by everyone. I, withered old man, am willing to let this woman live. If I go against this oath, then I, withered old man, am willing to be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the fresh blood in the sky strangely rose up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, that strand of fresh blood emitted a dignified and formidable aura. This aura pressed down on everyone present, including the withered old man, to the point their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Bang! That strand of fresh blood directly penetrated the roof of the Eternal Jade restaurant and shot into the sky. After a short moment. Bang! A thunderclap descended from the horizon, and it alarmed the entire ancient city of Everlast. A void-prying stage martial artist is overcoming the 6-9 heavenly tribulation in the ancient city of Everlast? This was the thought that arose in the hearts of most people at the first possible moment. Only because this thunderclap wasn't ordinary thunderclap. Bang! Subsequently, another thunderclap sounded out in the horizon. Later on, I got to know Qiong, and quickly fell in love with her. Originally, my family didn't interfere in the matter between me and Qiong. Even though Qiong didn't have any background, her natural talent in the martial Dao was extremely good. But, an accident later on caused Qiong's dantian to be damaged, causing her to lose all her origin energy. From that moment onwards, the family started to obstruct me from having any contact with Qiong, and they wanted to separate us. They even took out that marriage contract to force me. I left the family in a fit of rage. At that time, an even greater problem descended. Qiong actually wanted to leave me, and it was because she felt she'd lost her cultivation and wasn't worthy of me, causing her to become extremely unconfident. For the sake of allowing her to regain her confidence, I took her and flew far away to the ancient city of Everlast before establishing the Eternal Jade restaurant with her. When he spoke up to hear, a wisp of a smile appeared on Zhang Shouyang's face. Here, I saw her smile once more, even though she was still so unconfident. That grade 5 spirit sword was the sword of the 7-star sword sect leader that was passed down from generation to generation. Besides being able to store wine, this wine gourd ought to be an extremely terrifying offensive spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian was able to notice that this wine gourd was different. It wasn't a pure storage spirit weapon like a spatial ring, and besides that, it carried traces of a baleful aura. This was the baleful aura that only offensive spirit weapons possessed. Grade 5 spirit weapons. There are very few in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even if it's in those empires that stand above Imperial Kingdoms, there probably aren't many of them. Could it be that Big Brother Zhang is a member of the Darkstone Empire? Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. All along the way, he'd tried to ask about Zhang Shouyang's origins, but Zhang Shouyang brushed it off with a smile every single time, saying that he already had nothing to do with his past and didn't want to mention it. Duan Lingtian was able to feel the carefree and resolute tone in Zhang Shouyang's words. Looks like the clan that this big brother Zhang of his used to belong to had injured him greatly. Since Zhang Shouyang was unwilling to speak, Duan Lingtian naturally didn't ask any further. This also caused Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong's origins to become a mystery in his eyes. Big brother Zhang, sister-in-law, what plans do the two of you have? Duan Lingtian asked Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong. We don't have any specific plans for now. However, we ought to first make a trip around the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. We'll first send you and sister-in-law back to the Seven-Star Sword Sect, and then we'll make plans. Zhang Shouyong lightly smiled. A trace of warmth arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. He naturally knew Zhang Shouyong's intentions. It was undoubtedly to escort him and Li Fei back to the Seven-Star Sword Sect. After all, Xiong Quan's current cultivation was different from before. Even if it was a first-level void-prying stage martial artist, so long as the martial artist utilized a spirit weapon, Xiong Quan wouldn't be a match for the martial artist. Although Xiong Quan was able to execute advanced sword force that was comparable to the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. However, the strength bestowed by advanced sword force was unable to be amplified by spirit weapons. Spirit weapons could only amplify the strength of the fleshly body and origin energy. Currently, Xiong Quan had lost all his origin energy, and only his 9th-level body tempering cultivation remained. When the strength of his fleshly body exploded out, it was only comparable to the strength of one ancient mammoth. Even if he utilized a grade 7 spirit sword to amplify it, regardless of advanced sword force, Xiong Quan's strength was even inferior to the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. Xiong Quan. The small black dot in the distance gradually grew larger. Finally, it turned into a city. This city stood in the distance as if it had turned into a giant beast that swallowed the carriages and dragons in one gulp. After Duan Lingtian and the other 3 entered the city, they randomly found a restaurant and sat down by the window. Then, it was time to order. Brother Lingtian, they seem to be looking at you. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard Zhang Shouyong's voice. Only then did Duan Lingtian realize that the group of guests in the restaurant were looking at him strangely. In fact, when he entered the city just now, he realized that some people looked at him as if they had seen money. Their eyes were shining and their faces were filled with greed. What's going on? Duan Lingtian had no idea what was going on. The Shi family mansion. Patriarch, I want to see the patriarch. An extremely fast figure dashed into the Shi family mansion and rushed all the way to the main hall of the Shi family mansion. Inside the Shi family hall. Recently, is there still no news of that Duan Lingtian? The old man in brocade clothes had a cold expression as he looked indifferently at the middle-aged man in front of him and asked. In the next moment, everyone saw that Duan Lingtian's figure that was flashing towards Fan Jian suddenly trembled. Like an agile spirit serpent, he made a turn and faced Lu Shirgu, who was attacking him. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. Sword drawing arts. The grade 6 spirit sword suddenly changed direction and transformed into an even swifter bolt of lightning, as if it had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Not good. Lu Shirgu was originally brimming with confidence, but when he saw Duan Lingtian suddenly change direction and a sword flashing straight towards him, an ominous premonition arose in his heart. There were only two possibilities for Duan Lingtian daring to do this. Firstly, Duan Lingtian was confident. Secondly, Duan Lingtian was courting death. Obviously, Duan Lingtian didn't seem to be the type of person who would court death. However, the current situation was critical. Even if Lu Shirgu felt uneasy in his heart and realized that the situation had changed, he could only brace himself and go forward. Cloud Peak Sword Technique. A sword strike that was as heavy as the peak of a cloud welcomed Duan Lingtian's tarsal bone sword that followed like a shadow. The strength of over 250 ancient mammoths completely exploded. Die. Lu Shirgu's gaze revealed a fierce expression as the sword in his hand fiercely descended. He didn't think that Duan Lingtian's method of defeating the strong as the weak would be able to bridge the gap of over 90 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian's expression was calm, and his heart moved. Quake energy. Instantly, the origin energy on the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand raged and started to tremble, and the frequency of the trembling grew faster and faster. It welcomed Lu Shirgu's sword strike that was as heavy as the peak of a cloud. Clang. Instantly, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand collided with the sword in Lu Shirgu's hand. At this instant, time seemed to have completely frozen. The crowd of inner court disciples and elders around the life and death arena stared wide-eyed and held their breaths as they stared blankly at this scene. The strength of this sword strike from Duan Lingtian was comparable to the strength of 165 ancient mammoths. The strength of this sword strike from Lu Shirgu was comparable to the strength of 250 ancient mammoths. If it was any other time, they would think that Lu Shirgu was capable of easily obtaining victory with such an obvious difference in strength. But today, the person Lu Shirgu encountered was Duan Lingtian, the legendary disciple of the 7-star sword sect. The legendary disciple that had once defeated the strong as the weak and killed existences that were stronger than him many times. They were curious in their hearts. Today, would Lu Shirgu use a formidable strength to suppress Duan Lingtian and even kill Duan Lingtian? Or would Duan Lingtian create another miracle and defeat the strong as the weak and turn defeat into victory and kill Lu Shirgu? Everyone's eyes were glued to this scene. They knew that the result would be out very soon. Of course, more than 90% of the people amongst them didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be able to create another miracle. After all, the difference was too great. A difference of over 90 ancient mammoths was a gap that was practically impossible to surmount. Clang. No matter what the crowd of people around the life and death arena thought, the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand collided with the grade 7 spirit sword in Lu Shirgu's hand in the end. The two terrifying forces fiercely collided in practically an instant. Origin energy shook as a formidable aura spread out and transformed into a gust of wind that swept through the life and death arena, causing dust to suffuse the air. OM. 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 The trembling of origin energy on the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand skyrocketed to the limit. Tremor energy, raised to the limit. Strangle out. Suddenly. Ah! A shrill and miserable cry tore through the sky, and it was accompanied by the sound of iron falling to the ground. Right when the crowd of people around the life and death arena didn't have the time to react, everyone clearly saw Duan Lingtian's figure tremble as he instantly shot towards Lu Shirgu, who was blasted back. Swish! The sword that trembled with origin energy entered Lu Shirgu's chest like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Fresh blood violently sprayed out as if it had condensed into numerous dazzling red roses. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and withdrew his sword. Lu Shirgu's body swayed a few times, and his eyes stared wide open as he fell to the ground with everlasting regret. Lu Shigu, dead. Duan Lingtian stood beside Lu Shiji's corpse without moving, like a mountain, as if he transformed into an undefeatable god of war. Whoosh! Outside the life and death arena, after a period of deathly silence, it completely boiled over. Senior brother Lu Shigu is dead? Oh my god. The strength of that sword strike of his was comparable to the strength of over 250 ancient mammoths, yet it was actually crushed by Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian's sword strike seems to only have the strength of 165 ancient mammoths, right? He's actually still able to defeat someone stronger than him with a difference of over 90 ancient mammoths. Abnormal. He's too abnormal. The crowd of inner court disciples were all astounded. Even those inner court elders were looking at Duan Lingtian with a hint of astonishment in their eyes. Even though they'd heard of the deeds of Duan Lingtian in the past, but hearing and seeing with their own eyes were two completely different concepts. A difference of the strength of 90 ancient mammoths? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a slight arc when he heard the astounded voices of the crowd of inner court disciples. Since he'd cultivated the third form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Wyrm Python form, to the mastery stage, his tremor energy had risen to the limit. The scope of its effect was within the strength of 100 ancient mammoths. In other words, so long as the strength of Duan Lingtian's opponent didn't exceed the strength of 100 ancient mammoths, then his tremor energy would be able to take effect. When Lu Shigu exerted his full strength, it was indeed very strong, comparable to the strength of over 250 ancient mammoths. Generally speaking, only void-prying stage martial artists that have overcome 6-9 heavenly tribulation or above are able to start coming into contact with force. Earth rank martial skills are only able to display their might after comprehending force, and are able to be controlled like an arm. Generally speaking, only void-prying stage martial artists are able to cultivate Earth rank martial skills. The memories of Samsara Emperor Wu flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind. But, according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, if he cultivated according to the fourth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique he created himself, the Wind Wyrm form, he could cultivate the high-grade Earth rank movement technique, Whirlwind, and rely on it to comprehend wind force. Wind force belonged to the force of nature. It was similarly divided into elementary force, half-step advanced force, and advanced force. Once one comprehended advanced wind force, the next step was to comprehend wind concept. Wind concept and the earth concept Zhang Shou-yong comprehended were both concepts of nature. I truly never imagined, after being stunned for a moment, Duan Lingtian revealed a smile. As expected of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique that Samsara Emperor Wu created after experiencing 2 lifetimes, a super cultivation technique that surpasses numerous top cultivation techniques. It's actually able to allow one to start comprehending force at the nascent soul stage. It's simply unbelievable. Duan Lingtian was extremely clear about what comprehending force at the nascent soul stage meant. Just like when he was at the first level of the nascent soul stage, once he comprehended wind force, then once he executed elementary wind force, he would be able to gain an additional strength of 200 ancient mammoths. Once he comprehended half-step advanced wind force, his strength would gain an additional strength of 500 ancient mammoths. Once he comprehended advanced wind force, his strength would gain an additional strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths, the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. What concept was that? After all, even if it was a 9th level nascent soul stage martial artist, if not amplified by a spirit weapon, his strength would only be comparable to the strength of 1,200 ancient mammoths. If I'm able to comprehend advanced wind force at the first level of the nascent soul stage, no one below the void-prying stage would be a match for me. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled as he thought to himself. Of course, he knew that all this was only his imagination. Comprehending force was an extremely long process. Besides requiring extremely high comprehension ability, it also required extremely strong willpower, and even unremitting hard work. At that time, the greatest characteristic of the first form of the Nine Dragons' War sovereign technique, the spirit serpent form, was to temper the flexibility of my body. The greatest characteristic of the second form, the raging python form, was to temper my body and allow my body to possess the strength of a raging python. The greatest characteristic of the third form, the Wirm python form, was to bestow upon me quake energy and fuse it with origin energy, allowing me to defeat someone stronger than me. Duan Lingtian recalled the cultivation he'd walked all along the way and lightly pondered. Presently, the greatest characteristic of the fourth form of the Nine Dragons' War sovereign technique, the wind Wirm form, is to allow me to cultivate whirlwind and comprehend wind force, allowing me to possess the speed of a wind Wirm. Duan Lingtian's mood surged and was unable to calm down for a long time. The wind Wirm form gave him too great of a shock. A nascent soul stage martial artist comprehending wind force. I truly look forward to it. Duan Lingtian slowly calmed down his restless mood, and after he calmed his heart, he started cultivating. Nine Dragons' War sovereign technique, wind Wirm form. When Duan Lingtian was cultivating in meditation, he didn't know that the matter of him killing the first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple, Lu Shirgu, had practically spread throughout the entire seven-star sword sect. Dubhe Peak, Merak Hall. That Duan Lingtian's natural talent is indeed not bad. In only a year, he killed Lu Shirgu and took revenge for the enmity from a year ago. A blue-clothed middle-aged man looked at a white-clothed young man. Xuefeng, I know you don't get along with him. But in the future, don't offend this Duan Lingtian. Master, you said he killed Lu Shirgu? Hu Xuefeng's face went grim and he had a face full of disbelief. He naturally knew who Lu Shirgu was. He was an extremely famous inner court disciple in the seven-star sword sect's inner court, and his cultivation had stepped into the first level of the nascent soul stage. He could be considered to be one of the top figures amongst the seven-star sword sect's inner court disciples below the age of 30. But now, he was killed by the Duan Lingtian that he hated to the bone? He wasn't willing to believe it. Yes. The blue-clothed middle-aged man was precisely the peak master of Merak Peak, and he nodded indifferently. This Duan Lingtian's natural talent is extraordinary. I'm afraid it won't be long before the sect leader will take him as a personal disciple. Remember, don't offend him. Sect leader? Hu Xuefeng's face went grim and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. But he knew that he had no other choice now. Duan Lingtian was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Master, I want to go look for young master. Ker lightly bit her lower lip and had a delicate and pitiful appearance as she spoke in a light voice. Go on. The Alcade Peak's peak master lightly smiled as she nodded. You little girl, you've been longing for him these past 3 months, and even your cultivation has fallen behind by quite a bit. You've caused Master to be anxious, and Master wants to personally go capture him. Master, you're making fun of me again. Ker was embarrassed to the point her entire face flushed red, and she fled in panic. After leaving Alcade Hall, Ker recalled that she didn't know where the young master's place of cultivation was. Yes, I'll go look for big sister Fei first. Since young master has returned, she's surely returned as well. When she thought up to here, Ker headed towards Alcade Peak. All along the way, Ker's beautiful figure and peerless appearance drew the gazes of many lascivious men. So beautiful. She seems to be the personal disciple that the Alcade Peak's peak master took over a year ago. Looks like not only does this young woman have a drop-dead gorgeous appearance, her natural talent in the martial Dao is extremely high as well. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone as strong as the Alcade Peak's Peak Master to take her as a personal disciple. Yeah, the Alcade Peak's Peak Master is one of the few experts in our 7-star sword sect. Besides the sect leader and the 2 guardian elders, her strength is the strongest amongst the peak masters of the other 6 great outer court sword peaks. The group of inner court disciples couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and they only reluctantly withdrew their gazes when the beautiful figure vanished before their eyes. Migres Peak's Peak, Stalactite Cave. Who? Duan Lingtian didn't know how long he'd cultivated for, and only when he felt his cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage was unable to advance any further did he open his eyes and spit out a mouthful of foul air. From the 9th level of the origin core stage to the 1st level of the nascent soul stage is a great gap. Even with my current natural talent, it would be difficult to break through without a few months of bitter cultivation. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. No matter what, I must break through to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with slight persistence. Of course, although Duan Lingtian hoped that he would be able to break through to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible, he knew as well that once there was a stagnation in the process of cultivation, he must stop cultivating and calm his mind. Otherwise, it would only produce the opposite of the desired result, and be harmful without any benefit. So hungry. Rubbing his dry and flat stomach, Duan Lingtian withdrew fresh meat from his spatial ring and started roasting it. After he ate his fill, he walked out of the stalactite cave. Whoosh!